Good evening. So we are live here. Looks like we're set up here to go. Had to set up the little countdown to give me a chance to get everything set up, but hopefully we're going here on this side of it. Just also having a little bit of fun very end here, trying to see the conclusion of an eBay auction. So just wanted to see how that was going. Looks like victory was assured, and then we'll kind of have a little bit of fun with all this. So anyway, kind of as we're getting started here, so let me know if you're in the chat here. I do have a little bit of a time delay on it, but I do have the other chat window going as well. A couple of different things I wanted to talk about a little bit off the top, and then I'll open up the link, kind of like we usually do here on Sunday evenings. Perfect. Looks like it's starting to work. I can see a little bit of the chat. Awesome. Good stuff. So I had a little bit of an interesting thing where I had a list of different topics that I wanted to talk about, the usual kind of thing. But the other thing that kind of made it interesting for me is that even though I had a list of topics, there were still a bunch of things going on. I love how there's a delay reaction in the comments. Anyway, good evening. Good evening, hockey guy. Brian, good evening. Good evening, Jeremy, and good evening, Bob. Awesome. So a couple of different things that I wanted to talk about. Good evening, Jeff, as well. Perfect. One of the fun things for me was that literally almost as I'm starting to come on is that I got a chance to watch Ken Goldin's Instagram Live. And I did want to talk about the Goldin auction piece of it a little bit because I thought there was definitely some interesting stuff on there. And if you didn't get a chance to check it out, it happened not that long ago. I got a chance to get through it a little bit. Ken Goldin was giving his state of the hobby in addition to talking with GaryVee a little bit, and then Adam Lefko right at the tail end. And it was interesting because it was almost like the Ken Goldin version, I would say, of kind of like what I end up doing on my show sometimes, where there'll be these moments of like lucidity where it's like this considered, thoughtful kind of information will be going out. And then, like on my show, we'll have those moments of, silliness where we'll talk about the goat of goats, Ziggy Palfy. And then kind of back to, almost seriousness. And for Goldin, there wasn't silliness on the same way, but it was kind of interesting where you had like this very lucid evaluation of the market, kind of his breakdown about it. And I want to give a lot of credit that he has a lot of candor and honesty, especially in that first segment of it. So if you do get a chance to check out Ken Goldin's Instagram, do check out maybe the first 25, 30 minutes of it, because it's kind of his breakdown. It's not a justification, but it's kind of a breakdown for folks that are looking at some of those auction totals. And I'll definitely share a couple of those with you from the auction. But some of those auction totals, and for people who are like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Why would anybody pay that much for something like the Jordan rookie, where 2 of those sold for a record amount? PSA 10 Jordan rookies that went for $700,000 with the buyer's premium, I think 730. And then you're looking at that almost tripling the previous high. So it's one of those things where it just doesn't seem to make any sense on the surface of it. And then this Ken Goldin kind of reverse engineering how they ended up there. And one of the things that he says, I won't be able to go blow by blow with you because I was literally listening to it just a little bit ago. But the long story being short was that some of those buyers basically, and it was an interesting admission by him, and I agree with that portion of his assessment, is that some of those buyers want either the prestige or the reality of having it and also being able to say they paid the most, and they don't care what they paid. And they also, and he flat out said, and I agree, that some of those folks bidding just are not that sophisticated. They don't care if that's 3 times the previous high, or if they're paying, a new record dollar amount, something like that. So it makes it very interesting. So I'll say good evening to Naeem as well as Paul. Good evening. So it's kind of interesting to me, that first section where he really did get into a lot of candor. And I thought that was refreshing from the perspective of that. Now, I'm not going to go as far as to heap praise upon Ken Goldin, which is something I saw that I thought was very funny. Like it's an endless array of praise. It's like at the end of the day, the man has a platform, and his job is to make money for his consigners, which is valid. So good evening to Joe. And this quote right here from Jeremy is exactly what it is. Basically, these people with a lot of money, they want these trophy cards, and that means they will pay 3, 4, 5 times as much as what the previous was, because it doesn't matter for them. It's no context of money. The money almost is irrelevant. To which is to say, if that attitude continues, which it wouldn't shock me, because I went on eBay and I took a look, and there were some auctions for some of those Jordan PSA 10s that magically came out of PWCC's vault and things like that. And what you saw was now the asking price on the buy it now is $875,000. Well, if you can get to 600,000 plus the buyer's premium driving to 700,000, why not make it 875? Let's just go another level up. just keep going up the chain. At that rate, $1 million just becomes, why not? You may as well. 316 or not, be damned. The pop report at that point doesn't matter. Now, whether that's good or bad is a different conversation. It's not the first angle that I would take on it, but it is part of it. So, kind of in that same vein. So that was a very interesting takeaway. But like I mentioned earlier, so in that first little section there, if you do watch the first 25, 30 minutes, it's a very interesting breakdown of the market from Ken Goldin's perspective. He's talking about how much money was spent in his auction. He's talking about the mentality of some of these buyers, a lot of which I agree with. I don't think he's wrong about that. I think that's a fair assessment and a very candid assessment, all things considered, which I thought was refreshing. And then, of course, he stuck in there that little part in the middle where he's looking at the possibility of, took a couple of digs at eBay, which, eBay's an easy target. But he did throw in the little dig in there that I believe he's trying to look at the possibility of expanding his platform to be able to include cards as low as $100, which would make things very interesting, as long as they're graded, of course, as long as they're graded, which means he could be expanding his own Ken Goldin platform to make it a little bit bigger. Well, if you go to the $100 level, I don't know if, I'd like to see what that would look like. But if you get down to the $100 level, that creates a very interesting thing, because the Goldin auctions, to his point, and my job isn't to advertise his services. Plenty of people are doing that for him for free. You guys should ask for money, is what you should be doing. But the reality is, in that type of auction house where you have vetted buyers, and where you don't accept returns, and where a lot of those things that are eBay problems that sellers have aren't there, then that makes things interesting. And all of a sudden it becomes a more attractive thing. But you're also inviting the buyer's premium, because I would be shocked if some combination of the buyer's premium wasn't available there. So it would be very interesting to see. Yeah, Goldin Bay. Exactly, Paul. So that was a little thing he snuck in there that I thought was kind of interesting. I didn't miss it. I thought it was kind of interesting, though. It was sandwiched between the market assessment, the state of the market, and the psychology of some of these buyers. And then and then he drops GaryVee's name, and then GaryVee just magically shows up. I just thought it was very funny. I'm going to take him at his word that it was spontaneous. I just thought it was very interesting that GaryVee just so happened to be observing, and then was more than willing to come on and have a little bit of chat about the market. GaryVee has nothing better to do. He's just hanging around, just randomly watching Instagram, and you go, hey, wait, somebody's on. Let me check. It could be, but I just thought it was kind of funny. I only got a chance to catch a little bit of the GaryVee piece. I'll go back and kind of check out that part of it, because I know they were talking a little bit back and forth. And a lot of what GaryVee said in that first initial bit did kind of correspond with what Ken Goldin was saying, in the sense that he talks to a lot of folks that do have money that are potentially looking at getting into the market. So it's like, okay, whatever. But, stuff like that is to be expected to a certain degree. You have to consider that when you see an Instagram live like that, there is an element of showmanship to it. Ken Goldin, in addition to owning that business, is also one of his own chief marketers. He goes on TV and talks about different things. So it's like, it's thinking about a lot of these things. You have to take it for what it's worth. Take it with a grain of salt, but there were little elements and bits and pieces here that I thought was kind of funny, and a very appropriate one. Or maybe Royal Rumble. I doubt he would come back that early, but it would be kind of funny. So yeah, no, I tried, Joe. I wanted to try to listen to it, because I was trying to kind of zip through it here at the tail end, just to catch as much of it as I could, because literally I had the idea of talking a little bit about the Goldin auction stuff, because obviously the prices did set some record prices, but then the guy goes on Instagram and starts talking about the state of the hobby. I'm like, okay, now I gotta take a little time and try to listen to this a little bit. But I did find it funny. We'll see what happens if he does actually go through with that platform idea, though. That will make things interesting, because I'm sure there's a bunch of folks that would take him up on it. And then all of a sudden, here's your downstream impact. So let's say he does bring it down to like a $100 threshold, which is pretty low. Even for graded cards, $100 threshold is pretty low. If he does, then eBay themselves, years of neglect by eBay and their own platform in kind of shifting the balance really into the buyer's favor, could all of a sudden come back to bite them. Their PWEA, tracking thing, their great innovation of making a deal with the USPS may not be enough to offset the fact that people can still do returns. They changed their policy, but people can still do returns pretty easily. Little stuff like that. It makes it a bit of a nuisance to deal with eBay from the selling perspective. If enough volume goes away from them, and I did like that he flat out just said, he goes, look, for the high end, he basically all but said eBay is a terrible platform for the high end. Why would, one of these high-end folks deal with eBay? You're not going to do that. you're going to deal with somebody you know. And obviously Ken Goldin just so happens to be there to, it is promotion. He is his own best marketer when it comes to stuff like that, which I get. That's fair enough. So I'll leave it at that for now, but I did think it was very interesting. But let me open it up first question to you guys. So two big takeaways from that. One, the potential that he may expand his platform to those lower dollar things, which could be very interesting for weekly auctions. That may be a thing. And then the second one is some of those record sales. I don't know if you guys caught any of them. I can try to show a couple of them on the screen if you want. But did you guys have any thoughts related to any of that? Any of them stuck out to you or thought was a little bit interesting? I did notice that Josh and Chris from House of Jordans, they did their own little kind of post breakdown on Instagram. Instagram apparently is the place to go right now for a lot of these guys live to talk about these things. Although I still hate the format. I don't know about you guys. When I'm looking at this stuff, it's like, it's fine, but it's a bit annoying to have it in that format. And then when you go to watch the replay, it's like, I would love to be able to play the video back at like the accelerated speed. I'm like, okay, come on, get to the point. There's a lot of preamble and a lot of that stuff, and it takes a little while to develop and put together. But I was curious if any of you had any thoughts related to either the auction or if you did catch the Instagram piece. Any thoughts on that? While we're doing that, I'm going to quickly do a couple of plugs for a couple of other channels that are going to be doing some interesting stuff here in the next little bit. Upcoming shows from some fellow content creators. I want to give them their moment of shine. So let's do that here. Give me a second. Okay, first one. Let's do this one. Our good buddy Amit has decided to create his own Instagram channel. Oh, sorry, his own YouTube channel. And is actually going to be, so it's called Cardboard Culture. So here it is. So you can check that out. It is on YouTube, and he's got his placeholder for his first episode, and he's going to be having a chat. I think it's Amit and his buddy Kent, if memory serves me, and they're going to be interviewing Billy Celio from Upper Deck. So that's going to be their first episode here. You can see the lovely, colorful logo, and that'll be happening Tuesday, 9 p.m. Eastern time. So you can check that out if you wish, and see kind of what they have going on. It's new, and we'll have to see. I think from what I understand, it's going to be more of an interview style show. I'll leave that to Amit, obviously, to promote his own stuff. I know he's got a Facebook page and stuff like that. So that's one thing that's coming up. Now, if that's not enough for you on Tuesdays, there's also the other one that's usually on Tuesdays as well. And that is going to be this one right here. So Dave and Steve, who have been on the channel as well quite a number of times, are going to be there doing their usual podcast on Tuesday. So they're going to be at about 8:05 Eastern time. They're going to be doing their episode entitled Monetizing the Hobby, Friends versus Funds. So Dave and Steve have decided to go with the provocative title. So that's kind of interesting. So there you go. You got a little mini Tuesday night war, and you can kind of decide amongst yourselves where you want to go and what you want to be watching during that time. Just a couple of things for you guys to check out if you want to. Wanted to leave that out there. Later on, I'll include, obviously, you can look up the Insert Revolution podcast. It has its own dedicated YouTube channel. And the Cardboard Culture is its own dedicated YouTube channel. I'll try to pull up links and add them to the description if you do check out the live stream here later on as a replay. So you should be able to check it out down there. So let's quickly look through here. A couple of other things I wanted to pull up and check out. So while we're doing that, I'm just going to pause that. Okay. So I want to show you one of them here that I thought was kind of interesting. This is the eBay auction that I was talking about in relation to the Jordan. So this is kind of a reaction to that Ken Goldin auction. So this is one of the ones that are on there. And this is just a new eBay listing right now. eBay listings don't really mean anything, but it is interesting in light of the most recent sale. So they're asking for $875,000 or best offer. I would suspect, I didn't see this previously, and this is from the PWCC vault, so you can expect that some of these things will be coming out of the woodwork. That's why I said I do give Ken Goldin a little bit of credit, because he does acknowledge that there are a number of different ones here. So let's go here. Okay. Let me go here. I finally got a couple of comments here. I'd say it's great for the hobby overall. Trickles into Gretzky and helps hockey. It can. Anytime there's a big sale, it may or may not be good. Good for the hobby's relative, I guess. I guess it depends. If you're an owner of one of these cards, it can be. Obviously, it does increase prices, so that is a big thing. And I will say that if you are a holder of any of those cards in the lower grades, which again, Goldin does make reference to, if you own a Jordan rookie in any of those lower grades, it's probably a good thing for you. If you own any of the other star caliber players, the LeBrons, the Wayne Gretzky's and stuff like that, it's probably a pretty good thing for you as far as that is. It's less though the auction itself, because basically what Goldin said, if you really break it down a little bit, is that he said that effectively the people that are paying this money are looking for those trophies, and they're almost ignoring the previous price, which is to say one of our underlying assumptions was that it would mess up comps. But for some of these buyers, presumably based on the way Goldin is assessing it, is that the comps are almost irrelevant because they're not checking them anyway. So if that's the case, then it almost doesn't matter. It's just a matter of if you get two bidders that want the same card badly enough, because it wasn't just one Jordan that sold at that auction for that price. It was two of them. And they sold for virtually the same amount, which is to say that a lot of money was thrown at it. Whether it's one buyer or two, I believe he implied that it was two, if memory serves me. And I believe he suggested that one of them is going to be on TV in the next month or so, maybe showing off the cards. So it could very well be a couple of different things. Plus you have the fractional ownership groups, which can afford to overpay compared to comps, because it doesn't matter. They're selling it as fractional shares anyhow. So it doesn't really make any difference from their end of it. So let me grab here. So Paul's just saying, big assumption, insert revolution, will it hit the topic? Well, that's always the question, Paul. You have to tune in to find out if they're actually going to be able to hit the topic, which is always the question. So there you go. Yeah, you're keeping track of the game as well. It's all good. But I tend to agree with Justin's point about it trickling into the other cards. About being good for the hobby, well, I guess that depends on who you are and where you stand on that portion of it. Just generally increasing a card increasing 3 times its previous high in a very short period of time generally isn't a good thing for the overall market, because even though you've got those buyers that are clearly willing to pay whatever, that also is going to motivate sellers to hold a hard line on it. So it's one of those things where even if you were in the market for one, if you're a seller, why would you settle for less than at least the pre-buyer's premium price? So even if you want to give a quote unquote discount, well, then you offer it for 600,000 or 650 or thereabouts. Why would you take a bigger discount? It doesn't seem to be any good rational reason to do that. So that's kind of the kind of thing that you want to be thinking about a little bit, because it does have an impact from that perspective. So one other thing we'll look at here, I just want to see if I can pull it up. So I covered the 2 other podcasts that are going to be coming up on Tuesday. So that's cool. Just want to make sure I hit on that. Perfect. The delay on these comments really is long. I can see it in the other window. Good evening, Mason. So one other thing I want to talk about here as well. And this is one that I was kind of keeping track of myself because I was genuinely curious to see what it would move as far as prices in the auction. There we go. So good evening, Charles. So one of the other ones that I was looking at is that there was a PSA 8 52 Topps Mantle. The reason I was paying attention to that is that was the auction that I was referring to earlier. So see if I can show you guys. I was referring to that PSA. Once we talked about that PSA 9 auction, I brought up the question regarding the validity of the PSA 8 and what it could go for. And I was pretty confident it would go for over $1 million. So there you go. So that's 1.6 million with the buyer's premium, 1.3 prior to. Highest price paid for a PSA 8, which is valid. It is true. So now the 8 is over $1 million comfortably. And not surprising. As soon as so you can see even highest price paid for a Pokemon card set. So bunch of new highs. But as soon as the 5.2 million came for the PSA 9, it was only a matter of time, especially with the Goldin auction there with the PSA 8. It was just like, yeah, that was the next shoe to drop. So now it's reset all the comps all the way down the chain. So if you have a 52 Topps Mantle, even in like a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1, everything kind of recalibrates all the way down the chain, especially for a lot of that high grade vintage and even mid grade vintage, especially for some of the key cards. So that's the market impact of stuff like that. That's why I say I thought it was very interesting. Good timing on Goldin to come out and do that Instagram live, because it's like there's a captive audience, and I think there were well over, I might be wrong, but I felt like there were over 2,000 people watching when it went live at one stage, because obviously when GaryVee comes on, then Lefko comes on, and then Goldin himself is kind of holding court. So there was a lot going on. Okay. So Jeremy has a good comment here, which is true. I forgot about that one. That's actually a good one to mention here as well. And it's about the Jordan rookie. So they did sell, he does say he sold 2 off of the auction site for that price. So it's it's quite a bit of attention. It's quite a bit of high profile sales. And then, like I said, it basically, even though, as you said, basically the comps almost don't matter to some of these buyers. Um, the end result is still that you still end up recreating a comp because then you've got 4 sales, basically verifiable. So yeah, over 2,000 when GaryVee came on. Yep. Which makes a lot of sense. Is it still running? I guess they're watching the replay because I think it's done, or they might still be going on. I'm not sure. I was definitely watching it for a bit. I feel like it went for like almost an hour and a half. So wouldn't shock me though. Oh, sorry, views. Now I see you. Yeah, views. Yeah, but they had a lot of live viewers as well as part of it. So it was definitely a lot of people were paying attention. So that's where I thought it was kind of interesting and definitely noteworthy. So we'll have to find out. Yeah, I'm just taking a look here at the chat. See if StreamYard ever speeds up the little lag time. We'll read about this in the Times tomorrow. Who knows? I'm sure. The thing is, Goldin does the rounds with media, so it wouldn't shock me if some of these points ended up on TV, not in the not too distant future, because you got to amplify it. Like Instagram is like your first like line to kind of get it out to collectors and interested parties, and then GaryVee coming on obviously expanded the audience, and we'll probably get those clips distributed around. And then from there, you're going to see more going down the line, down the chain. So it's a little while. So yeah, okay, perfect. That's what I thought. Because I was pretty sure it was already over by the time I was watching the replay on the IGTV thing, which I don't mind. I like that you can actually fast forward a little bit through it, which is cool. But I would love to have the accelerated playback feature. That would be something great for Instagram to implement. Although I do also wish that they would let you shift over the orientation, because the whole vertical video thing is really annoying. I'm just not a fan of it, because I'd love to be able to watch Instagram video in a more natural viewing angle. But that's all good. That's just an Instagram thing more than anything else. But it is a venue to get a hold of people, because people find out when you go live really quickly, especially if they're on the app. Anyway, so that's it for kind of is what I wanted to talk about as far as the Goldin piece, as the Goldin auctions and that. It is interesting because now a lot of these things are going to probably have some downstream impact as far as where some of these markets go. So let me grab this comment from Paul here. Just me, or are the record sales turning into the same specialness of launching astronauts in space? Used to be big news, but now shoulder shrug. Yeah. Well, the thing is, as soon as you keep re-breaking records, it becomes less of a big deal. When you had the LeBron RPA, it was a big deal. When you had the Trout Super Factor, it was a big deal. Then you had this other one. Then you had this other one. Over a million, over a million, over a million. There was even like a post. I want to say it was Card Porn that did it on Instagram. And then as far as you go, when you go through it, it basically ends up being this long list of $1 million sales, because basically Goldin now gets to boast about how much million in terms of sales he's put through in volume, because he did. And then after a while, though, it doesn't mean anything anymore, because once it's like $1 million sale becomes the kind of the common thing. It's like, okay, great. So such and such card sold for $1 million. Well, somebody has a lot of money and decided to spend it. Okay, let me grab this comment here. But I do tend to agree with you, Paul. And that's kind of playing into Jeremy's comment here. It is. You always get the law of diminishing returns when something becomes too commonplace. Random question. Favorite rainbow? Honestly, I love the 97, 98 Black Diamond set. So for me, having all the base cards, including the quadruple diamond out of 50, and then all the premium cuts, including the vertical and horizontal, those are my favorites. A more modern one was the... It was that Upper Deck set that came out just a little while ago. It was the one where I was able to get my hands on the 1 of 1. I will find it and tell you. But it was just a good looking card set. And that was part of the reason I liked it so much. And I will see if I can find it for you. So speaking of Billy Celio and Upper Deck, so they'll be pleased that that's probably one of my favorite kind of current ones. And I will locate it. It was one of my top pickups for the year as well. Just because it's just a cool looking card. At least design wise, I did enjoy it. There's a lot of Instagram pictures ago. Let's see here if I can find it. I'll see if I can locate it, and then I'll include it in there. I'll come back to that one, Mason. But it's a good question. Thank you. I'll see if I can find it. It was Stature. It was Stature. Now just see if I can find the specific card, but it was Stature. That is the one. Good timing, Steve. Good timing. Absolutely. Yeah, they did a good job on those, I will say. I did enjoy some of the subsets and things, and I thought it was very reasonable. I did actually make a pickup, not related to stature, but it was related to one of the new products. Let me grab Paul's comment here. With the law of diminishing returns, Sega favors the law of unintended consequences. Yeah, there's always something, Paul. It's we may get the law of unintended consequences because when you do keep, basically what Ken Goldin said in that, the reason why I took that away from it and I thought it was worth talking about for a little while is that in effect, he basically said that there is a buyer base that is now entered into the market who basically doesn't care. As if they want it, they will spend whatever it takes to get it. So if you didn't have any of the cards that are now in that category, you've got them in addition to the fractional shares, in addition to other institutional investors and institutional money, in addition, and you just keep stacking these groups that have a lot of money that are willing to throw it at, the whole thing. And as soon as you've entered into that realm, it's basically kind of game over. If you're in that realm, or if you're looking for a card that is a little bit lower in the grading scale as far as that's concerned, good luck to you, I suppose, if you haven't already captured your own copy. So that kind of, it's interesting, but at the same time, I do feel for those folks that hadn't gotten into that market already. If you were saving up for it, you might want to pick up pace on that one. Although I suppose the downside of that is it also does create a bit of FOMO, which basically is its own self-fulfilling prophecy. It's a bit odd, but it is what happens sometimes, I'm afraid. Let's just take a look here. Sounds good. Okay. Yep, exactly. If you got your cards not that long ago, then I think you'll do all right. I think it's one of those deals where you'll have a little bit of, you'll be able to enjoy holding on to them. If you're a collector and you already have the card, then it almost doesn't matter from your perspective because you've already got the card. So now, if you're a person who's investing, it's like, well, now you're looking at something that's already on the upslope. So you're almost trying to catch the falling knife, but in reverse. So you have to be very careful as far as that piece is concerned. So what I'll do here is I'll kind of show you. I still have to see if I can find that specific picture. For some reason, I'm scrolling through it. I think it was in a multi-card post, but that's what's making it trickier for me to see. That's what made it a little tricky here. Okay, just Paul keeping us tabs on the game. That's cool. So I'll show you guys this one. This one is the only Medano card in the Artifacts product that I was able to see. So I was able to acquire it literally minutes before before the live stream. So that is the Admirable Impressions. They put one card in it. It was a jersey patch out of 24. I was not thrilled. I was not thrilled. This is you put one card in the damn product, and this is what you come up with. It's a nice looking card. Don't get me wrong, but this is what you decide to do. Thanks a lot. So I was at least able to get my hands on it. Maybe minimize that one. There we go. So yeah, it is a nice looking card though, I will say, and I'll be happy to have it in hand. And as far as that year's set is concerned, I get to scratch that one off, which is cool. So good looking card, nice patch. So it's got that going on. So I'm done as far as that set is concerned. So there you go. So that one's out of the way. So it works out. Thanks, Jeremy. I do like it. It is nice. Yep. Yep. I bid aggressively for it because I wanted to make sure I got that one out of the way because the other one that was on there was like a really high buy it now. And I was like, I really don't want to do that. And I don't even want to offer if you're starting off at a buy it now that high. So I was able to get in an auction a little bit more reasonably. So that's good. Good stuff. So let me grab this one here. Ken's take on the Jackie Robinson rookies. I think I caught a little bit of it. I think was it the one where he was referring to, because he was talking about how some of the vintage cards are going to lose some of their luster over the years. I don't think Jackie Robinson falls in that category. I think he was talking about mainly the value still being there for certain vintage. For me, Jackie Robinson would qualify as a player who has his place in history secured. So if somebody wanted to pick up the cards for Jackie Robinson, they probably do quite well. I remember him mentioning Jackie Robinson. I just don't remember what the specific words were. So you'd have to kind of remind me, but I'm not sure exactly what I heard it, but I just wasn't sure what he was referring to. I would love to have taken some notes, but I was kind of walking around doing some things around the house while I was trying to listen. Most important player in card. His significance in baseball history is definitely assured. He's definitely one of the most important players. Most important card. It's an interesting one. I definitely like the card because you've got that one. Now, I'm not sure. I'm assuming it was like the Leaf card that he was referring to because you got the 49 Bowman as well. I'm assuming it's the Leaf card because that's kind of the classic Jackie Robinson. Both are nice though. They are iconic cards. I think player. I think you can make the case, especially because of his place in baseball history. Um, it's hard to get away from the mantle just because it became the iconic card of the 50s. But as far as a player's place in history, I think you could do worse than Jackie Robinson. I think it's a solid bet as far as that piece is concerned. I wouldn't have any issue with taking that side of the argument. As contrarian as I like to be, I don't think I'd fight him too hard on that one, on that portion of it for sure. Cool. Okay, so let me grab. I actually had other topics, but I wanted to start with that one. So what I'll do here is kind of while I'm chatting about a couple of those other things here, I will grab this and let's see if I can do this like last time. Let me see if I can save this. See if this works. I'm going to add the link to the StreamYard onto the chat window. So bear with me for a second. So let's do that. And then I believe I can pin that, so I will. So there we go. And I believe, there we go. The message has been pinned. So if you'd like to join me, you're more than welcome. Otherwise, I've got it on here as well for a little bit, just while I'm chatting away. But yeah, the Goldin thing was one of the first ones that I wanted to get out of, literally because I was catching it just as I was coming online. So that's kind of cool. And I do want to talk about a couple of other things here because it made me laugh a little bit that he did refer. I left it out of my summary because I felt like it was his own category. I did get a kick out of him effectively directly responding to Vegas Dave's market outlook about the next 24 to 36 months. The hobby's crashing, as you may not be aware from Vegas Dave. The problem with it isn't if you want to make an argument for the hobby crashing, you can. But it's funny coming from Vegas Dave after he took a $400,000 card and sold it for almost $4 million, and now it's no good. The idea that the dollars are going up really fast is true, but at the same time, I think what hurts that case, if any of you got a chance to see it, the part that made it silly was the comparison to the basically the comparison to the mortgage. To the mortgage problem that happened in 2008. That's what made me laugh. So it's like, if you're going to make a comparison, at least make sure the fundamentals make sense. That's the part that made me laugh because I'm someone who spent a fair bit of time studying the financial crisis and the whole, precursors of it. It's like, well, it only works if you think that a lot of these people that are spending a lot of money are borrowing it all. Because if you got bad debts all over the place, and it was funny because Goldin went specifically into the amount of defaults, and he said it was a very low percentage, which wouldn't surprise me if you're vetting people properly, which is effectively what he was trying to get at. If you're vetting them properly and they're valid bidders, then so be it. Then you're probably going to get completed sales, and if you're getting completed sales, whether they make any sense or not. We always joke about the Ziggy Palfy thing, but if you put a Ziggy Palfy rookie in Ken Goldin's auction and somebody pays $550,000 for it, what are you going to do about it? If it's a valid sale, it's a valid comp. Now, good luck selling another one for that. But a valid comp's a valid comp, even if it's silly. Good luck on that regard. Good evening, Max. But that's just reality. Is if people are willing to spend money and do no research, don't really care. They just look at a card in a holder and they say, well, I have to have it no matter what. And somebody else is willing to go with them at least to right up to that, bid limit. Then that's kind of it. I was trying to remember the right verbiage. It was the subprime mortgage is what he was referring to. And I'm like, it really has nothing to do with subprime mortgages. If you want to say it's a bubble, you can make the argument it's a bubble, but it's a bubble that's hard to figure out the position for because more money's getting flooded in. So it's, if you want to make an argument against the current market for it, you're probably better off shooting for the greater fool theory. Just keep throwing more money at it and just keep pumping up the number and pumping up the number. 5 million for the PSA 9 mantle. Why not 10? Why not 20? Why not 100? Why not $1 billion? It's not my money. Do whatever you want. I have no issue with that. But I did find it funny. I thought it was kind of cute that Goldin tried to kind of paraphrase Jordan. He goes, and basically he says like, and that's when it became personal with me. And I was like, that's adorable. I think he botched the quote a little bit, but I think that's what he was trying to get at with the Jordan thing. But it was funny. I will say though, the Vegas Dave thing, the takeaway really isn't really what he said. It kind of doesn't hold water coming from him. But I will say what the takeaway is whenever you hear anything from anybody who has any kind of a media presence or profile, it's, well, take it with a grain of salt and consider the source. That's really the best way. Consider the source. And then from there, you can do your evaluation. So I always think that's kind of a good approach to take as far as that's concerned. And that's kind of the approach that I would take to that. So that's kind of the only piece I wanted to add as far as that's concerned. Next thing I wanted to look at here a little bit is Beckett did I want to say Jeremy from Beckett did an interview on Beckett live, I believe. I think that's what it's called, if memory serves me. And he was finally addressing the fake BGS slabs. So that was another interesting thing that I thought was worth talking about for a little bit here. I didn't have an issue with what he said, but just what I thought was interesting and what I thought was kind of funny is that, okay, so you said, more or less a little more than the bare minimum, which is fine. I get it. But what was fun for me was that, okay, so you finally got around to responding to it. That's cool. That conversation started back in November, and we're at the end of January, but good on you for getting to it eventually. But in reality, not too much was added beyond the original. And it actually emphasized to me that it would have made even more sense to have taken the simple, boring PR tack back in November, because all he would have had to say back in November, and we talked about it here on the show, and Joe was on here when we talked about that a little bit as well. If you had gone the boring PR answer and said, hey, we're aware of 3 bullet points, basically. 1, yes, we're aware of it. 2, we're thinking about investigating. We're thinking about it. We're doing our investigations into it to find out what's behind it. And 3, we'll update you all once we have a better grasp and understanding of what's going on with this, because we're taking it seriously. 3 bullet points. You hit on those 3 and you're pretty much going, absolutely. No, as far as that's concerned, the message was infinitely better. The problem is it's kind of a day late and $1 short. So it's like, well, congratulations on finally figuring out how to say the bare minimum, but you waited a really long time. And he threw in there that there were going to be rate increases on certain levels. I was like, okay, so at the same time, you acknowledge that now it's a real thing. You acknowledge some of the key points as far as that's concerned. Cool. I thought that was interesting. But then after you did that, you include that you're going to have a rate hike, not across the board, but on certain specific categories. And then you acknowledge that you guys are going to look into beefing up the security features on the slab. Now, it's not imminent, but you're looking at beefing up the security features. And it's like, well, yeah. If people can find fake slabs, even if it takes a lot of work to reproduce them, yeah, you might want to look at some security features. It's like, well, yeah, you figured out the bare minimum you needed to do, and I guess you did that. And rate increases. So good on you. I suppose that's a message. I still think Beckett needs to work on his PR firm. I'm not sure who's authorizing these messages. It's like, yeah, at the same time, you're having a conversation acknowledging that you need to possibly beef up your security features and that fake slabs are out on the market that do exist. You don't know how many, but at least you can confirm they exist. Cool. We've known about that for months. You said that some of them obviously weren't fake slabs, which is legitimate. You don't know what the real population is, but you can throw in a rate hike increase. Yay, Beckett. Let me go buy some of that. If BGS was a stock, I might be shorting it right now. I better make sure those other guys can't be on the other side of that deal. But as long as I can still short it, I would probably consider shorting it. I don't know. Like I said, I think it means well, but it was one of those things where it's like, who authorized this message? Especially after it took you that long. You didn't need to do more, but it was like, don't throw in the rate hike announcement in the same conversation. maybe throw that in a separate press release at a different time. Timing is the point I'm trying to get. Timing is everything. I just thought it was kind of funny. So I was just curious if you guys had any thoughts about that, or if you'd heard about it. I did think it was kind of hilarious from my perspective. Yeah, exactly. I would love to see if that was the justification. It's like, well, we need to pay for those improvements in security. We're going to need some extra money. We need some extra cash. Yeah, exactly. I've heard rumors. You want to be careful to be on the wrong side of Reddit as far as that piece is concerned. But I did think it was funny. I got a kick out of it. I thought it was worth while. Okay. Okay, so why not? Channel friend, sharpshooter. I did get a chance to catch Jeremy's episode with Vegas Dave, and I actually want to talk a little bit about that. I do want to talk about a little bit about Top Shot for a little bit as well. But I did catch the episode, and our good friend Sharpshooter here. Now he's interested in what I have to say. That's what I found very funny. I caught it after the fact, but I watched. That's the benefits of replay, I suppose. But how junk wax era cards are now selling for $1,000 because someone decided they wanted to pay $1,000 for junk era wax slab. That's it. It's the same reason why somebody paid $600,000 and $700,000 for a Jordan rookie that was $200,000 a month and a half ago. Why? Because they had thousands of dollars and they decided, well, this seems like a good place to spend it. That's it. I'd love to pretend there's a more complicated solution, more complicated issue with it, but somebody is paying. At least enough people are paying. If they were all fake auctions or whatever, then that'd be one thing. But I think enough people are throwing money at it. And effectively, that's why I thought the Goldin thing was interesting. He all but basically said, he said it in a very polite way. He positioned it as they're not as sophisticated. Read, they're stupid and have a lot of money. They just decided that I don't care. Now, why junk wax era cards specifically? Because you think, well, why would they get into that? It's like, well, somebody is. Because a lot of the collectors who've been around for a while, I don't think they're the ones running necessarily to be like, now I have to have my junk era wax era cards specifically. And it's got to be a PSA 10, or nothing else. The timing on it is interesting. But so I suspect that there's probably certain groups that are picking up stacks of them, because I don't think it's like a one per collector kind of thing where they're just buying one or two at a time. I would suspect somebody's probably buying more than one or two at a time. And that's helping to increase those volumes, because a lot of those cards are not rare, even in graded condition. Some are, but not most of them aren't. So BGS needs to add security and counterfeit features. Yep. And that was acknowledged in that talk. That's why I said, I didn't have an issue with what the guy said. It's just the timing of it. And then, like I said, throwing in the little rate increase comment kind of in the middle of the whole thing, while acknowledging, yes, we probably need to beef up the security on that. But it's not a big problem, guys. It's not like a widespread problem. And I agree with that. Mathematically, it's not. But in the game of graded cards, it's confidence, right? It doesn't matter if it's one fraction of 1%. It doesn't matter if it's 100 cards out of a pool of millions. Whoever has that 100 cards is going to yell from the top of the mountain, don't buy BGS, they're junk, whatever. And they put their faith and trust inside of that slab. And that's an issue. That's why I said, even when I talked about the Goldin piece, when he was talking about it, what you had is an acknowledgement that he's looking at adding even that low tier, like as low as like $100. Well, but only if they're graded. So even with that model, Goldin is only looking at graded cards. So there is that minimum layer of evaluation where they're like, at the bare minimum, you have to submit graded cards to us because we don't want to be responsible for dealing with ungraded. And then, I think he added in that they'll examine the case and stuff like that. So, it's probably a response to basically the BGS problem they're having. So I don't think it was an accident he mentioned that, which is very smart. Very smart. Yep, the rate increases part was very fun. Godzilla versus King Kong, and now it's Griffey versus Jeter. I'll take Griffey in that fight, but yes, absolutely. Junk wax movies taking place before our eyes. It's a fact. But the important thing is, Joe, now, of course, in that kind of movie, you're never going to have a definitive winner. But if you did, who do you got? Godzilla or King Kong? Griffey or Jeter? These are critical things to think about. PWCC has gone to graded only. Yes. And makes logical sense. It increases their liability. Like, if they have to go, then they can do this thing with the sticker and say, like, based on this grade, this is in the high percentage of whatever. That's still a little nebulous, whatever, based on PWCC's assumptions about whatever. But at least if it's a graded card, you're starting with a bare minimum baseline. You're saying at the bare minimum, the holder says PSA 9, it says PSA 10, whatever. So based on that, we think it's a good looking 9. It's a quality 10 or whatever. So at least they're starting with something, and it makes sense for them for liquidity, it makes sense for them to do it. Let's see here. So they're saying Jeter is being helped by the Mantle sale, New York factor. Well, I think being a New York Yankee always helps. It helps the profile. But just out of curiosity, Joe, who is they? There's a lot of theys right now in the market. There's a lot of people throwing out their 2 cents. I'm just curious who they is in this particular instance. Although the Jeter, the thing with the Jeter, and I'm assuming we're talking about the 93 SP rookie. That card had a couple of things going for it, where it is a nice card, especially for a modern card. But it's also, because of the foil, it's very condition sensitive. Now, mind you, the one that made me laugh when I saw it really exploding was the 93 Topps Gold. I absolutely loved that the 93 Topps Gold took off. Because I remember I was opening packs in 93. I don't think I ever pulled a Jeter. I don't recall, but the Topps Gold were, I think, one per pack. Now, mind you, there's a lot of cards in that series, but it was just very funny that a relatively simple one that I remember they were on sale for years, a couple of years after they were still available in some of the stores, like for $1. So you could have bought a bunch of packs at $1 and probably pulled a Jeter or a Jeter Gold, Topps Gold at that time. So yeah, if you could let me know who's they, that would really help kind of clarify what you're referring to. Although, like I said, New York always helps, at least as far as pricing is concerned. Sounds good. So let's see here. Okay. I got you. Sounds fair. But I think it'll be interesting to see, because it's one of those things where Jeter's interesting only because he's still a modern player. He's still out there doing stuff. So if you didn't want one before, I don't know why you'd suddenly need the 93 SP Jeter. But if you're a Yankee fan, probably you want one. It is a key card, especially for the early 90s, because at least it has that condition sensitivity going for it. So if you want something that at least feels like it's relatively scarce because of condition predominantly, that's a good card. And the 93 Gold has at least a little bit of that going for it as well, just because it's not super common because of the amount of cards in the set, even though it's not super rare either. I don't know what the pops are, but it wouldn't surprise me if you could submit quite a number of them and get at least decent grades on the Topps Gold. The SP less so, for sure. So that's fair. Just include the second comment there. Yeah, it's always somebody. I get you. Sounds good. Okay. So as far as that's concerned, I think that covers a couple of the main ones that I wanted to look at and talk about. So let's go here. The other one I've got here, if there's nothing else on those two pieces, it's on those pieces that we talked about so far. We got good old Top Shot. So NBA Top Shot. So I'll leave the link in there for a little while, and I'll be honest with you guys. I'm going to do my normal approach when it comes to this. I leave it open. So if anybody wants to come in and join in, you certainly can. Joe is already out there, I know. Yeah, the rings do help, but it's one of those things, like a lot of the rings that Jeter got, obviously the last one was in 2009. So, you know, his career is done. The rings are had. I think they ended up with, if memory serves me, I want to say 5 World Series. I want to say 5 World Series rings during his time. 96, 3 in the middle, and then, yeah, 2009. So 5, which is really good, especially for the modern era. 5 World Series is a lot. That's kind of baked in, though. You do have that, and you also do have, and you've also got the fact that he's really the notable Yankee of that era. Obviously, Mariano Rivera is a name. You've got that. But, you know, I don't think you're going to have too many people clamoring for the Paul O'Neill, the Tino Martinez. But there were a lot of other great players on those teams that worked really well. But Jeter was kind of the face of the Yankees during that run. Even the last one where A-Rod was on the team, it was still Jeter. Jeter was the captain. So he does have that going for him as well. Yeah, almost bought the 8.5 1100 last year on the Jeter. I'm assuming it's the SP, which that would have been a good buy because those really are condition sensitive. Yep. Oh, here we go. I got it. Yeah. Jeremy with the economic theory, Joe with the grammar. That's true. Paul with the commentary. Correct. Cool. All right, last one. So then we're doing the Top Shot. And after we're done talking about the Top Shot, if there's nothing else you guys want to talk about, then I'll call it a night, have my beer, and move on. So I'm good with that. Yeah. Well, at least we know you've got your attention. See, you should have been watching the Royal Rumble, Paul. I think that's where Dave is. That would be my guess, because I think the Rumble's on tonight. So Wouldn't shock me if he's doing that one. Yeah, the SP. I thought so. Sounds good. Sounds good. Cool. So last one is I was looking at that NBA Top Shot. I was listening to the after hours that Jeremy did with Vegas Finds 777, and I thought it was very interesting. I thought I got a chance to check that one out after the fact on the replay. Got to do this sped up version of it, so that's kind of cool. So it works out very good. There you go. Nice. I thought so. I thought so. Don't blame you. The Rumble is probably the one pay-per-view that I would still watch, but it's like WWE's product is just killing me. It's one of those, I feel like it's anticlimactic. There's almost no scenario you could give me that would shock me. It would be very difficult to show me something that I couldn't probably have on a short list of possibilities. And it's like, none of them really interest me. But hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate you having this on one screen. But the thing that made the Top Shot discussion interesting, I loved that Vegas Finds actually did a really good job, I thought, breaking down the underlying technology. That was the first part of the conversation that was interesting to me. First, I wanted to hear his take on that. I have some understanding of blockchain because I've done my research on it separately about blockchain in general, the whole non-fungible token thing. I'm not going to get into those weeds again. If you did get a chance to check it out, I thought he did a really good job building a primer. That was the baseline. And then it got kind of caught up into a back and forth like, oh, is it worth it? Is it not worth it? I don't want to get too far into that side of it. I think there's a list of pluses and minuses. It'd be one of those things where I'd love to have a more in-depth discussion on that portion of it. Because I think if you focus in on the merits plus or minus, then I think you can really break down the product a little bit more. One thing I will say that I thought was interesting about that discussion though, after you get past the technical aspects of it, is that I agree with the idea that it's not really marketed for card collectors, although they put the veneer on it with the whole NBA thing. One thing I'll say is that it is a cryptocurrency by definition. It's a non-fungible token, which is correct by definition. But the thing that makes it interesting for me, not interesting in the sense that I'd be interested, but I do think it's interesting as a concept, is that right now that can change, but right now you're kind of stuck with their marketplace, which is to say it kind of gets past the whole idea of decentralization. If I want to go buy Bitcoin, there's a bunch of exchanges I can use. Again, we don't need to get too far into the weeds, but just conceptually understand that if I want to go buy a Bitcoin, I can open up an app on my phone right now, hit a couple of buttons and buy. And it will be at whatever the market rate is. And as long as there's something available for sale, which generally there is, I can buy it. And I can buy a fraction of it all the way down to a very low decimal number, which in Bitcoin parlance is a Satoshi. Again, I'm not going to get into the super depths of crypto because it's not interesting, I think, for most people. If you're already interested, you probably already know that. So I don't need to explain it to you. And if you're not interested, well, then I don't need to explain it to you because you're probably not interested. The bottom line, though, is that accessibility is really easy. Now, with the Top Shot, they put it into this pack format and create this whole thing and attach it to these highlights. And the back and forth was all this whole idea. It's like, well, why would I want to pay for highlights when I can get them on YouTube for free, which is true. My thought process, though, what made the back and forth funny for me to watch was that, yeah, if you just want the highlights, well, then it's stupid. It's a waste of time. If you're interested in the underlying technology, I can buy that. But at the same time, and the argument that Vegas Finds included, which I thought was reasonable, I understood where he was going with it, is that it has a scarcity to it. Each one of these moments have their own like individualized code, so it's like separated out, the whole non-fungibility thing. For me, though, with a traditional cryptocurrency, the fungibility is actually a feature. So to give a silly example, like if I have a Bitcoin and you have a Bitcoin, and we decide to trade Bitcoins, like I'll send you a Bitcoin and you send me a Bitcoin, we're making a trade. This trade is silly. Why would you bother doing that? It's pointless. But as far as the blockchain, as far as the ledger is concerned, it acknowledges the transfer of one Bitcoin away from me and one Bitcoin towards me, and they're two different. And the information, the data is all included on the ledger. That's really what blockchain is. It's a ledger, digital ledger. That's the underlying technology this whole thing is built on. But then what effectively I've done, though, is I've traded the same thing for the same thing. Even though they're two separate Bitcoins conceptually, they're worth whatever the market says they're worth. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. But if I take two of those moments and they're both out of 50, I'm just picking a number. So good evening to 90s Hockey Collector. If I'm taking two of them out of 50 and one's a LeBron James out of 50, moment out of 50, and one is Kawhi Leonard out of 50, even though they're both star players. If I trade you the Kawhi for the LeBron, if the market says the LeBron is worth 3 times as much as the Kawhi, I'm actually, I'm winning this deal, even though they're both out of 50. So it creates this interesting thing where kind of the back and forth argument, became kind of silly because on the one hand, you're saying, well, it's not about the highlight. Well, it kind of is though, because if I remove the highlight from it, it's 2 tokens that in this scenario, they're both out of 50. So the scarcity is the same. So if the scarcity is the same and I remove the highlight, you're literally trading nothing different, except there's 2 completely different price points. So from a gambling perspective, I get it. From a flipping perspective, I get it. As a collectible, it's a digital asset. That was the verbiage used. Cool. If you're interested in digital assets, I guess. Not for me, but I'm in a position where at least I understand what the underlying concept is. The fact you can't get out of the market currently is not great. The fact that it's this scenario and almost the way I would put it. So I appreciate that, Mason. Thank you. The way I would almost put it though, is it's less a traditional cryptocurrency, I guess. It's less that. And it's more like, and this is a silly analogy, by the way, I'm making this clear. It's a silly analogy, but I want to give it to you anyway, just so that it helps for those of you that weren't able to get your heads around it the first time around. It's less like it does have some similarities with like buying a pack of cards, only because if I take the whole cryptocurrency thing, you know what a Bitcoin is probably by now. Litecoin is just a different cryptocurrency, but it has different setup, different quantity out there, all that, different values, fine. And you've got all these other alternative coins, Dogecoin, which is silly, but it's out there, it exists. But imagine you open up a pack of crypto. I'm just making this thing up. Imagine there was this pack. You pay a static amount. But in this static amount, you could pull a Bitcoin that's worth like 40,000 Canadian right now, give or take. The price might have fluctuated, so I might be wrong on that right now. You could get a Litecoin, which is worth like $170 Canadian, or you could get a Dogecoin, which is worth X amount. Out of the same pack, one of these comes out, but you don't know which it is. So you could pull the really good one, you could pull the okay one, or you could pull the one that's like, not so great. Or you could pull a Ripple that's worth like less than $1. That's basically what we're talking about with this whole Top Shot thing, because it's like, well, you don't know what you're going to get. You open up the virtual pack and so be it. One more thing that I'll cover. So I'll come back to this one in a second, Patrick. I don't want to miss that one. But there was one more thing I was thinking about, and this was something that came up in the conversation that I thought was really interesting. So really short version. Hopefully that kind of conveys a little bit about the whole Top Shot thing. I thought it was kind of, at least I thought the conversation was interesting, but I thought it was interesting at the first part, especially when it was talking about some of the underlying stuff, because I was like, wait, then I don't need to explain the underlying stuff. It's already been talked about. That's great. Saves me some time. But the other part that I thought was really interesting is, from my perspective, if you're a collector, it kind of sucks because it's not a real thing. It's a digital asset, which may not be interesting to you. So from that perspective, I don't like it. As a cryptocurrency, the fact that it's available only in one marketplace, I kind of don't like it. Now, if they expand it and open it up to more marketplaces, then so be it, whatever. And if you're in the crypto space, well, great. Then maybe if they expand it and keep building on it, and there's nothing to say they wouldn't. There's nothing to say they can't or they wouldn't consider it. But if they expand it and make it more like a real crypto thing where you can buy it in different exchanges or markets, that could be interesting. And what if you wanted to treat it like a real cryptocurrency and you wanted to be able to put it into a cold storage wallet, into one of those, instead of a virtual digital thing. Again, I'm not going to get too far into the weeds. You can Google the stuff if you want to find out a little bit about it, or watch some YouTube videos on it. You can get a little primer on it. But basically, it's a glorified USB drive that contains the information, and it allows you to keep your currency offline as long as you remember the code. Because if you forget the code, then it's locked in this USB drive, and maybe you lose it forever if you get locked out of it. That has happened. Just throwing it out there. But right now, it's not a cryptocurrency. Right now, it's like it's a dumbed down, scaled down cryptocurrency with an NBA veneer on it. I agree that there's a bunch of people with a lot of money thrown at it. That's kind of cool. So that's fine if you want to do that. Yeah. So real quick, I'll just grab Brian's comment. So Mason, of course you can. There's a link there. Knock yourself out. So real quick here, I'll just grab Brian's comment. Been looking at Top Shot and watch both Chris and Jeremy. I even knew when Chris first started. I'm like Jeremy and have thrown lunch at it, but in the end, I'm not super stoked on it. That's fair. That's totally fair. That's reasonable. Reasonable. Wait here. And to Chris's analogy of buying a game skin, yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you for reminding me, Brian. That's actually what I really, really wanted. That's actually what I wanted to know. As far as that's concerned, because I want to get back to that. Okay, so real quick for Patrick. I'll be honest with you. So let me quickly, because this one I can cover really fast. I don't have too many thoughts on Lafreniere right now. To me, he's like a really young guy. And the problem with that is that the expectations are that he's supposed to be like this thing. And most of these rookies in their teens don't do a lot. It happens, but it's like the expectations are unfair. And he's being thrown out there because he's basically the pole from Upper Deck. But it's like, he could go a couple of years and do nothing, relatively speaking. What if he's a 15 or 20 goal guy for a while? Now for the card, that'd be terrible. But in reality, he could just be developing his game, growing into the NHL game, NHL speed. Also, we really haven't had a real season in the conventional sense. Like, we're doing this thing, 56 games, but we didn't have to have training camps. We didn't have preseason games. We didn't have all that stuff that normally a rookie would get in order to build up their abilities. So it's a weird year. And then Lafreniere is kind of thrown into it. So I would put honestly, this year's almost a throwaway. It's like Lafreniere right now is playing preseason games, even though they're, regular season games. That's kind of the thought process that I have with Lafreniere. I would say the jury's out, but the jury needs to stay out for a while. That would be my opinion on it. So real quick here. So hopefully that covers that. Let me quickly grab this. Grab this one quickly from Jeff. Do you see similarities between high-profile rookie cards being sold at record price and the Reddit message boards sending Wall Street big shots running in panic? Well, the high-profile rookie cards was being sold at record prices before that. To be honest, the high-profile rookies right now have been coming out of the blocks really hot. And that's been because the Lafreniere is a good example. Like, technically, he hasn't done anything. And even then, he hasn't done anything. So, and it's not his fault. He's a rookie. Give the kid a break. Give him a little time to at least be able to do something. So it's like, give him a shot. If you really believe in his talent, then he might need some time, and that's okay. That's not unfair. I wanted to quickly hit on this. I loved this analogy. And again, thank you, Brian, for bringing it up, because I totally forgot. And I was trying to get back to this one, but I forgot. One thing that makes it interesting for me. My bottom line is, do I care about Top Shot? Not really. Does it interest me personally? No. And that's as someone who does have some interest in crypto. But even then, this feels like a watered down crypto concept for me. But do I think it'll last a while? It could. There's enough money behind it. I think they would push it out. I think they'll improve the product. I think that'll be a thing. Does it have long-term viability? I have honestly no idea. And anybody that tells you they do is lying. And I'll go further to say they're wrong, because whatever it is they're doing, it's a pure guess. Maybe they'll luck into it. Maybe they'll hit it by accident, but it's a guess. Right now, your guess is as good as mine. My guess is as good as anybody else's out there. You cannot predict that. But the reason I like this comment here, and the reason why I thought I appreciate Brian bringing it up, is that when Chris mentioned it, I kind of the light bulb went over my head, because I was thinking about a little bit of that. And then he mentioned the game skin thing. And the reason why I think that's interesting is that NBA Top Shot is not designed to replace sports cards. I agree with that premise. Totally 100% agree with it. However, it may still yet be the precursor to doing that. Why? Because you've got an entire generation of kids playing the games who are already comfortable with a digital economy where they trade things like game skins. And even some of these game skins are traded for real money. These are literally digital assets in the vein of NBA Top Shot. Well, if the kids get used to this idea, which they are already doing so, it's already in progress. This is not new. This wasn't this year that this concept started. It's been out there for a while, and there's a generation of kids growing up with it. At a certain point, will they even have any interest in the physical, tangible version of the collectible when the digital one is just so clean and tidy? You can do transactions super fast. You can move things back and forth. If you're already used to the concept, like for me, I'm used to the tangible card. That's an Ovechkin Ultra Rookie. That has some value in the market right now. It has more value now than it did not that long ago. But it's a tangible thing. I've got it in my hand. I can send it off to PSA. I can grade it. And depending on what it comes out to, that brings something into the game. That changes things. But will the kids even want The physical thing is the part that I'm interested in. And something like Top Shot could be step one to transitioning over to a product that has the sports element while still having the digital element that is similar to the game skin, if you get what I'm trying to say. So it could be, that's why I say this comment is something that kind of sent my mind thinking a little bit about it. Good evening, Mr. Joe.
Good evening.
How's it going?
Pretty good. Pretty good. How are you?
Not too bad. I hope you didn't mind me opining on the NBA Top Shot for a little bit there. I had some thoughts.
And yeah, we missed you last night. So glad to get your perspective.
I just laughed when I saw it. I was like, wait, now you want my comments? It's like, now you want, because I had to think about it. I was like, wait, so who is this person? I was trying to figure it out. Like, who's this person? And then I had to think about it. Oh, I know who it is. Now you want to hear what I have to say. How interesting.
Well, and even outside of that, I found it amusing that, a little conflict mediation. Who's your man? Carlos.
Well, the thing is, for me, I genuinely, I wanted to give tremendous credit. I wanted to give huge credit because I thought it was a very interesting, as soon as it was done, I literally reached out, I sent a message over, and I might have to send an email. I want to have part 2 of that conversation. I want to keep talking about it because I thought it was very interesting. And I thought, like, you just scratched the surface. It's like, no. I was like, don't get into this protracted argument. I don't care about that. Don't care. Because even think like the skins thing, it's like, no, that's interesting. Hold on. I actually think that's really interesting. I want to delve into that a little bit because there were so many little things. It's like, I love it. Like, please keep talking about, look, forget about, I was able to outline it in a couple of minutes. I said, guys, if the highlight doesn't matter, then there's no reason for the LeBron one to be worth more than the Marvin Bagley. If they're the same scarcity, but they're not, there's a difference in price. It's because it's LeBron versus Marvin Bagley. So it's not the scarcity, which means the underlying token is irrelevant. So it's like, it's a part of the technology, but we're putting the LeBron veneer on top of it. So then we're still putting a difference in value. It's not strictly the scarcity. Otherwise, the two would be worth exactly the same, and they're not.
Well, so now you're making me rethink what I thought I took away, which was, this idea of the token or the thing underneath it all that has nothing to do with sports cards, but is more in the vein of cryptocurrency having a value in and of itself, an agreed upon value.
And it could. But the reason why I brought it up and the reason why I made the point, by the way, Mason, I can see you. Hang tight for 2 seconds and I'll get you. But the thing that I thought was interesting, the reason why I said it is it was almost like, and again, I'm not blaming the guys because they were in the middle of like an engaged, back and forth. So I understood. But it was one of those things like, don't take that bait. No, stop 1 second. You got to pull back. You got to resist because the conversation was going down an interesting path where you could have developed the thought to really break it down because it became almost like talking out of both sides of your mouth. On the one side, it's like, no, guys, it's not about the highlight. Well, then if it's not about the highlight, then who cares about the highlight? Then it's the underlying token. But if it's about the scarcity of the underlying token, then every single token out of 50, I just used a random number. It could be whatever, but every single token out of 50 should be valued at exactly the same. The same way that every Bitcoin is valued at exactly the same, but it's not. They are different. It does matter whether it's a LeBron versus a Steph Curry versus a Kawhi versus whatever. So then it does matter who's on it. So the highlight suddenly matters again.
So do you think two things can be true in that case? I mean, or are you just noticing that like the argument is a little bit like it needs to be, it's inviting further investigation.
It invites further investigation, but the way I summarized it was I said, if you're a card collector guy and you like the tangibility of it, it's not ideal. And if you're a guy who likes cryptocurrency, this is not ideal because you're limiting it to one marketplace. So it's actually a watered down crypto with an NBA veneer on it that looks cute. It's a nice looking site, but it's like, but guys, I don't care. Even if I was a big NBA fan, like this is the highlight isn't a value add for me. And if you're saying the highlight doesn't matter, then the underlying token doesn't really matter because I could do it a different way and get it in a better marketplace and have more availability and be able to grab whatever I want and be able to do the trading that way.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I didn't hear them saying that the highlight didn't matter. And also what was added on for me in the whole conversation was that there could be something outside of the highlight that was agreed upon as valuable. So I guess, you know, I'm not as troubled by that. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not all that interested either. I've got too many other, I mean, the card world these days is complex enough.
Yep.
But, you know, I was trying to understand it because obviously there's money moving into it, and
Yes.
we probably all do well to learn what the attraction is, or, you know, on what basis people are, you know, getting in.
Mm-hmm. No, that's valid. And the thing is, my argument isn't that it's bad. My argument is never that it's inherently good or bad. I'm kind of in the middle of it because I do understand enough of the technology to go like, for some people it's attractive because it has the flipping potential. As I said, the problem with Bitcoin is that when you buy a Bitcoin, you're buying a Bitcoin. It is what the market rate is. And if it goes up, it goes up. If it goes down, it goes down. With Top Shot, you can go for Dogecoin, cross your fingers, hoping for Dogecoin, and accidentally get Bitcoin. Like it's just to use a silly analogy, just to understand, like, because there's a difference in value proposition. Mm-hmm. So you could be hoping like, okay, I'd be okay with a Marvin Bagley, and you accidentally get the LeBron. Oh, great. Well, now I'm rich. Fantastic. So that's right. So there is like that pack opening aspect to it.
Right.
But the thing that was mentioned here about the digital part, that makes it really interesting because there's a generation of kids that are already growing up with digital predominantly. Yeah. So for them, this could be the media. I don't necessarily think though that's a gateway to cards because these aren't cards. Like they're not. But there's something. And there are NBA related and there's a lot of money behind it. A lot of people who have money on it. So I agree with all that portion of it. Because I can't disagree with it because it's true. Yeah. I don't make it a policy to disagree with something that's true. It's a good starting place. Okay, so real quick, I want to bring Mason on here. Good evening, Mason. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. So what's going on? What were your thoughts?
To be honest, this is the first time I'm hearing about this. So I've kind of just been listening, and it's very intriguing.
Sure.
When you related it to, like you said, you know, if you're hoping for the Dogecoin, you get the Bitcoin. I mean, that'd be like the dream, but in reality, you know, probably not going to get it.
No, and the thing is, that element of risk adds something different. That does add that sports card-ish element to the digital thing because you open the pack and you don't know what's in there. So it does have that aspect of it. But again, if I can get my satisfaction opening the digital pack and get instantaneous gratification, I don't have to worry about taking the box home, sorting the cards, sending it to PSA. I don't need to worry about any of that. And I'm already growing up with digital assets as the norm for me as a kid. Why do I need the physical card again?
Yeah.
And the intermediate steps are already being taken anyway. ComC, you can operate buying and selling cards without ever touching the physical card. You can do all the buying and trading inside of that platform. StarStock, you can do all your buying and trading inside of that platform. So that's like the middle. There is a physical asset, but it's over in the warehouse. You never have to touch it though. You don't need it to ever be in your possession, and you can buy and sell and trade. Well, what if we remove the need for even cards? What if down the road Topps and Panini and all those guys just produce digital? They never produce another card. Another card never rolls off the line. We don't need them anymore.
Yeah.
Don't even worry about it. Don't even need it. You don't need boxes either. You don't need top loaders. You don't need any of it. Save your space. So let me grab Jeremy here. Go ahead.
I used to collect the top state and the top bunt and all that, and it was a cool idea.
Sure.
I don't know. I just like the physical card itself, but I do agree with like my generation. You know, we're growing up with technology and everything, so I can imagine how my generation and younger, the digital asset, you know, might be more appealing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the thing is I always start off with the same premise, and this is maybe a good spot to just remind it again. I don't care. Cards could end tomorrow. Topps could fold. Panini could fold. They could all fold. Goldin could fold. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Doesn't make any difference. If I want the cards and I still want to collect, I'll still collect them. The cards are already made. The cards that I'm interested in are already made. Now, a market would then erode. It would be gone. It would collapse. I doubt we'll ever reach 100%. Like the kids won't want the cards. No, that's the likelihood of that is very low. There will always be a handful. But if the number drops enough, then the values of the physical asset drops. Sometimes it's because a different technology takes over. Music already had a taste of this. It's not that nobody buys CDs, but very few people buy CDs relative to what they bought at one point. There was a renaissance in vinyl records. Why? Because it was quaint and the kids thought it was kind of cool. But then vinyl was literally on its way out until it suddenly had a resurgence when it became interesting for them again. But those prices out of the new vinyl is very high. Well, it turns out we can sell it. They almost can't make enough vinyl because all the old factories got shut down because the quantities had gone down for so many years, and suddenly it had a resurgence, a renaissance. But if they get bored, then those factories go quiet again. But you can now, and then MP3s, they were going to be the takeover. Well, now you can do streaming. You just develop all these technologies. So how many people are you going to see that grow up that don't have a cassette, don't have a CD, don't have a vinyl record, but they can stream all their music online? People like music. They still like music. It hasn't gone away, but now it's all digital. It doesn't have to be, though. You can still buy the stuff, but it's less common than it once was. Just a separation. It's just another angle of it. And again, I'm not saying that's going to happen in a month or 24 months or 5 years. To me, it's interesting just because you want to see what it is, but I took it beyond the specific product. I wanted to see what else we could drum up thinking-wise beyond the product itself. Product is either good or bad, depending on how you like it. So what's up, Jeremy? What are you thinking?
Not much, man. Just came to say hi, hang out for a bit.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
I liked your analogy earlier about and you prefaced it by saying it was silly. You said it's a silly analogy. I didn't think it was that silly though. Talking about buying a pack of the Top Shot, not knowing what highlight you're getting.
Correct.
You know, instead of getting like a Bitcoin or a Litecoin or a Dogecoin or whatever. Mm-hmm. I thought that was actually pretty good, and it helped me understand what you were saying. That was a good one.
Yeah. That was the one that came to mind when they were explaining it, when they were explaining the Top Shot, because I said, well, really what you're getting because otherwise it would all be the same, and it isn't. Because a LeBron highlight out of whatever is worth more than a standard player, even if the rarity is the same way a card is. A random player out of 50 or 100 is not worth the same as a LeBron out of 50 or 100. That makes sense. Conceptually, that makes sense. So that means the highlight kind of matters. It's not even just the scarcity. It has to be combined. The two have to work together. Otherwise, the value is not there.
Just like sports cards.
Yeah. And it's strictly in the digital realm. So it's kind of interesting.
So the highlights do matter. The highlights certainly do matter. Yeah. Just like the picture on the front of a card, the player portrayed matters.
But that's the thing. It has to. All we did was put it in the digital realm, but that part of the concept stays the same. The only thing I thought, and I didn't mind Chris's enthusiasm for it because obviously he's an early adopter and he's done tremendously well. Like I heard how his portfolio expanded. Oh, yeah. If you turn a couple of grand into 300,000, it's hard for you to say bad things about the product.
Yeah. So 380, I think he said.
Yeah. So like that'll do, that'll do. But at the same time, I just looked at it. I tried to look at it from the two pieces thing. As a collectible, it doesn't interest me. And as a cryptocurrency, it doesn't interest me because it's like I'm getting the worst of both. So it's like, I'm getting kind of a lame version of a collectible. I don't really care for that. And it's like, as a cryptocurrency, it's like I can literally buy crypto anytime I want.
Yeah.
And I don't have to go to your marketplace. I don't have to wait for the drop.
And he said that, his portfolio has gone up in value so much, but it's because of the work that he's put into it. He's on there 16 hours a day hustling Top Shot. I don't know exactly what that means to hustle Top Shot, but that's what he said he's doing. And that's, I think he's really got himself the edge that has now paid off in portfolio value. So, if you have time for it, maybe you could do it. But I don't think, that what that tells me that not everybody will have experienced those same levels of returns. But even a fraction of what he's done is still very, very good.
Yeah.
if you got in early.
With grinding, I'm converting it to what he would be doing almost at poker tables because that's the verbiage. I'm guessing he's doing a lot of flipping. I'm guessing he's doing a lot of little transactions and slowly upgrading certain cards and moving up the chain. That would be my guess.
I think he was talking about more like having an edge by doing the research into the players and studying the market and looking for the opportunities to buy and or sell moments, I suppose. But in any event, he's working very hard at it, spending a lot of time hustling it. So that's got to be partly responsible for his success and his enthusiasm, of course.
Yeah. I had no issue with the enthusiasm. I just thought it was funny once it bought, like I said, as I was listening, I had to listen to a replay. Like I was still watching some hobby content and listening to replay to tell you how deranged I am. I was listening to hobby content well into 4 a.m. I finished up that thing like at 4 a.m. my time. And I was sitting there listening to it fast speed after watching a bunch of other things. But as I was listening to it, I was like, no, don't get bogged down in the back and forth. I don't care. Like, move past that. Like,
Yeah, you were right. You said earlier tonight that you wanted us to get more into the way that kids are used to trading digital assets for real money and that kind of thing, and go down that path. Yeah, I wish we would have. That
because it
would
was
have been
interesting
more.
because
That would
I
have been-
thought there was potential there for a really interesting
sure.
discussion.
There was for sure. I agree.
Yeah. So I think
Justin,
that's a good part two. That's a good part two, I think, because I think I loved what Chris was saying. I enjoyed a lot of that. So it's like, yes, that's as soon as they brought that up, that's why I say, like, that's the kind of thing that sparks the imagination a little bit. It's like, yes, let's have that discussion because I think it's interesting. So let me grab here. So let's get this question. I want to get caught up on these comments here. So Patrick's just asking, what year in the hobby will be more memorable, significant? 2020 or 2021? So do you give credit to the one that gets the ball rolling, really accelerated, or do you give the one that just kind of continues and then puts more fuel on the fire? Because we're starting 2021 with some big stuff.
It's 2020. It'll be 2020. 2020 has never been seen before. So anything that happens in 2021 is going to be built off of 2020. 2020 is I think is more memorable, significant.
I think that's fair. I think you usually give credit to whatever the starting point is. Like when
the rookie card
moves.
The rookie card of crazy years in the hobby.
There you go. So just here. So Richie says, good analogy. People used to live on VHS sets. Who would have predicted generation now couldn't care less about that and rather values the access to streaming services? Yeah. And it was interesting because there was that middle ground, if you guys remember. There was the moment in time when you had Napster and you were getting your MP3s for free, and then Apple convinced everybody to pay 99 cents. And it's like,
well, it's not a regulation.
but that's the thing though. The regulation was from the perspective of shutting down Napster, but people could have still gotten the MP3s if they really wanted.
So the artists could get paid, which is, of course, as they should.
Yeah. But then suddenly they convinced those same people who are pirating the same thing to somehow pay 99 cents and then eventually go to streaming.
Yeah.
Which became very interesting. Yeah. Normalcy is a relative term, Patrick. Normalcy is a relative term, especially at this stage. If you listen to the beginning, the preamble with Goldin, that's why I wanted to lead with the Goldin thing. I thought it was very interesting. His state of the hobby, I thought was very interesting. I got a lot out of a very like tight window there. I was like, wait. I saw you sneaking in that platform expansion thing. Don't think I didn't catch that. I heard that.
Oh yeah. I enjoyed it. I watched all of it. I enjoyed it. Very informative. Nice it's good to see the person behind these brands, it's smart of him to go get out there, I think too, but it's good because you get a better sense of the person. You're quite cynical, but that's your nature, about in terms of motivations and things like that. But I thought he did a good job tonight.
I always try to be even-handed about it. It's like, look, he could be the devil. I don't care if he kicks puppies on his own time. That makes no difference to me. I'm interested in what he.
You don't care if he goes out of business.
Correct.
His house
I
to
don't
the
care if he's
bank.
on the street, whatever. I'll walk by and laugh, and I'll point, and it'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
You don't care if any company goes out of business.
No.
People lose jobs. I don't care.
Whatever. It's fine. Deal with it. That's capitalism. Quit whining. Anyway, so let's look here. Yeah, so most of us value the ownership aspect, and yeah, I think for the traditional collector, that's going to be the biggest leap. But the thing is, and what I said, even in my doomsday scenario where everything goes out of business, the cards still exist. So it's like if you're a collector and we wish to collect, the cards don't magically vaporize. It's not a Thanos, snaps his fingers and suddenly the cards disappear. Like they're still there if you want them, and that's the key.
Paulie P, it was proven. Someone else independently verified that he made 380K. It's public record. That's what blockchain is.
Yeah, it is.
Someone else in the chat last night went to the website that logs this and came back and told the whole chat exactly to the dollar what Chris's portfolio was worth. It's public domain. Yeah.
You can actually, I saw a video on it because like I said, I've been doing my research. Whether I think the thing is interesting or not, I still do my, that I think is, I guess this would be the takeaway. You can use stuff like this to supplement, but if you have legitimate interest, take a little time, watch some videos on it. I literally watched a video that was maybe like an hour earlier today where, even though I had some background already, where they did their breakdown of Top Shot, guys that were trying to explain it and trying to use examples and whatever. And I go, great, let's use this to supplement what I'm already familiar with. And they went into the website and went and specifically looked up somebody's collection to get the total, because there are sites that basically do like a market evaluation based on the current market. and you can get a general overview of the current market. These are all the ones they own, and this is what the current market rate is.
Yeah.
So that's where you can take advantage of blockchain because the record is there. You can look it up. So from that perspective, whether you believe it or not, actually doesn't matter because you can actually check it yourself. So that part I'll give you. So there we go. Yeah, seeing the downside. Yeah. But you want to, and I appreciate that, Brian, but you want to, the thing is, if you look, Chris didn't get a chance to, I think, cover it as in the depth that, because obviously it was a conversation where there was a lot going back and forth. But as a poker player, he's looking at his downside. He talked about negative and positive EV, expected value. Well, when you're a poker player, you're doing calculations because you're dealing with incomplete information. Stop me if this sounds familiar. You're dealing with incomplete information about something happening around you. So you're making a best guess. You have some information, and as you try to get more information as you go along, but you still can't predict what everybody around you is going to do.
But what he brings to the table, is his sports card experience, which there is a similarity, and his poker experience, and also his ability to navigate those platforms and payment, all those new websites you got to get into, and wallets and whatever, transferring crypto, and probably the reason why I never got into it way back, even for a few bucks, just to dip your toes in, was because didn't understand it, just like most people.
Yeah, and the thing with standard cryptocurrency is that it was actually kind of complicated. There was a long time where it was kind of complex. It's like, could you get into it? Yeah. But at the beginning, you had to mine it yourself. It's like, well, how do I do that? What do I have to do? It's like, okay, that's kind of complicated. It's like, do I have the time and the energy to do that? And now you wouldn't want to mine it unless you have resources and time and electricity.
Well, it's running out, right? Isn't it? So it's coming in slower and slower. And
it's coming out slow and slower, but it slows down to the point that the last of the Bitcoin will come out like in 2040. So like it keeps slowing down as time goes on until the point that the very last bit of it will be like in 2040. It's not going to be like it's going to be a while.
Yeah.
So most of it is out there now, but it will still keep coming, but it gets lower and lower as you go along. Sounds good. Yeah, no worries. The point that I was making though about the downside as well is that it helps. It's here. We use a term that gets used a lot. Risk mitigation. That's all it is. It's risk mitigation. Can you take a shot at it? Of course. If you're not in for a lot, well, knock yourself out. Have some fun. If that's what you want to do, I'm not dissuading you. I'm just giving you some alternative thoughts about it. And if you, after all that, you still want to do it, go with my blessing, my child. Please continue.
I think what I take away from it all, and last night was really helpful to that, is kind of the interesting parallels that the founders are capitalizing on. In other words, a sort of imitation of the card market, the stock market, the COVID times. Mm-hmm. I mean, the ease of transference. You look at something like Slabstock, and that it's getting us more alacrity of transactions, and it's just creating things that are more seamless, less actual physical passing. I mean, for some people, the post office is quite a chore, maybe even a dangerous chore at this point. So I find it interesting that it's coming in now. I mean, interesting and not surprising, I guess is what I'm saying. It's not surprising. There's a lot of ingredients that I think are onboarding it or on-ramping it in a way that could very well be successful.
Yeah. And I think I'm a technology guy, so I'm never going to be like, oh my God, this technology is like, no, I've been on with the technology for some time, and that's part of what I do for a living. I have to pay attention. So it's important for me to at least have an understanding. Even if it doesn't interest me, it's like, no, I still need to understand. Because you can't go in with ignorance. That's the one thing. Like, don't go with ignorance. If you don't like it, then build the case. And the best way to build the case is to do the research. If you do the research, then you can build the case and say why this sucks. And then at least you can present the case and be like, okay. And then somebody can be like, wait, I like it because of this, this, and this. And that's a debate. At least you're building it off a foundation of something. Long term, anybody's guess. We don't know what that's going to look like. There are some benefits to it from an ease of use. Kind of to your point, Joe, is that the fact that you can make these transactions seamlessly and almost instantaneously. That's kind of handy. You can't do that with cards, until the teleportation technology gets here. So until then, and I can send it to you, it's like, oh, I didn't get it. No, seriously, I teleported it to you. Don't lie to me. The tracking's on here. Until we get to that point, it's like, no, you're going to have that delay.
I don't like the comparison. Sorry,
Go
about
ahead.
you brought the comment up, but I don't like the comparison to ComC and Star Stock because in terms of Top Shot, because with the ComC and Star Stock, there's underlying cards there. Let's call them assets just for the top. There's
I didn't compare
underlying.
it. I was talking about
No,
the
I know-
kids getting
I'm
used
not-
to a digital future.
I know you didn't, Chris did, and I'm
Okay,
not
yeah,
knocking,
gotcha.
and I'm not knocking him for it. I'm not knocking him for it, but I'm just saying it's not a similar thing because
Yes.
there are similarities, but ComC and Star Stock, you can take delivery of those cards. Those digital assets are backed by actual, just like when the dollar was backed by gold. It's not a fiat it's not a fiat currency like that. Like money is now.
Yeah.
On Star Stock and ComC, whereas on Top Shot it truly is.
Yeah, and that's fair. I think where I put the ComC and Star Stock thing and where I brought it up in this one was that it's like an intermediary. It still has the physical element, but it has the aspect where inside of the warehouse you can now trade without taking physical possession if you don't want to. So it's like that intermediate. It basically lays the groundwork for it becoming more common to the point that people kind of get comfortable with the notion. It's like, so you're flipping cards, but you never have them. Ever.
But a lot of people do take delivery of them, myself
can.
included, from
That's
ComC.
right.
But that doesn't matter because it's a hybrid, right?
Correct.
It serves both sides.
Yes.
Some people use it purely, but it's backed by actual cards.
That's right.
That's a distinct difference.
Yeah, but I just think it's one of those things where all of these are like a step towards you could conceive with enough things moving in that direction to a future where eventually it's like, so do we even need the cards? Because the kids that will grow up in the hobby, maybe if they're used to that concept, even if they go in and get acclimated to flipping on ComC, they never take possession of the cards. If that's the way they decide to do their business, they could.
Even now, the PWCC vault and things like that, where people are sending their cards and having them held. That's now it's just an image on a screen.
Yeah, it's just a step towards it. So you want to talk about this one?
I'm hearing that it's highly unlikely. I did talk to the guy who runs it recently, and he's not hopeful at all that there will be one.
Yeah, I think May's too soon at this stage. Like, I don't think they're moving quickly enough for that to be viable. Doesn't shock me.
Vegas Finds did not cash out, but what he did was he consolidated. He sold a whole bunch of cheaper moments and bought like a really expensive one, and it's like a LeBron, maybe even the jersey numbered. And he said he's had the fractional companies contact him about it. They know who to find because they can just look up and see who owns it, which is a big. I don't know. Is that an advantage or a disadvantage relative to sports? The model of sports cards and the physical ownership, and that it's not recorded, except for what's in registries and that.
Well, I think it depends on how much you value transparency, because it builds in a layer of transparency where you can be like, it's like you don't have that. It's like, actually, yes, I do.
There's no anonymity. There's no
That's right.
anonymity with it. There is, well, except for your username might not. But if you're known, if people know who you are, then it isn't.
That's right. Yeah, just following up here quickly through these. Yep, no, that's fair. I appreciate that, Justin. So let me grab this one here. Yeah, so supply and demand. 96 Kobe PSA 8. Can't, in your view, Patrick, sustain $400 a card in 2021. It's going to be tough because if there's enough people that really want it that badly. Now, the thing is, I assume that's the paper tops, not the chrome. So I assume it's the paper tops. It's interesting because it's not like, the thing is, I don't remember, I didn't buy basketball products in the mid 90s, but I don't feel like 96 tops is that short printed. I feel like 96 tops should be available in abundance, but there are a lot of Kobe fans, a lot of people stacking them. So it's one of those things like, doesn't matter.
Look at the Trout. Look at the Trout rookie. That thing's doing $4,000 now, US.
Yeah.
Well, for a PSA 10, sorry. But,
exactly.
But
we're talking about a PSA here. So I'm thinking for a modern card, that feels a little high at the moment.
Does it though? I mean, it's a 10x increase since when? They used to be 40. Whenever used to be was, he's saying they've gone up 10 times. So lots of cards have gone up 10 times in the last year.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah, of the cards that have gone up, I actually think Kobe's one of the most likely to sustain the craziness. Yeah. I had two of them in my hands just this weekend. My buddy brought over his card collection, and it's like, oh yeah, there's a 96 Kobe paper. Oh, there's another one. Cool. So he was stoked.
They're worth money now. And it's easier for a $40 card to go for 400, I think, than it is for a $400 card to go to 4,000. So That doesn't surprise me.
Well, from what I hear, it's easier for a $200,000 card to go to 700,000. Apparently, you can sell 4 of them in one shot at that price point.
I got to watch this Instagram thing. So
it's interesting. It's
The
interesting.
thing that's been on my mind this weekend, fellas, is just like the news out of the Dallas show. Like,
Yep.
you know, a lot of different little, you know, sort of reporter inside, you know, kind of moments, you know, people in their hotel rooms or out in their car or around the floors. And what everybody's saying, I'm sure you've heard it too, is it's just like beeline for the Jordan, MJ, and the Michael, the LeBron, and the Kobe. Like everybody's going after that. At least, you know, that seems to be what everybody's saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I
It was-
definitely
it
heard
was-
those reports.
It was nice to see footage from inside there on Instagram, different people's feeds, and that was fun. And especially when you get to look at inside showcases. You know, I like to see the crowd too, but I like when they point down and show you the showcases. You're like, ooh, there were some crazy ones there. Holy.
Now, what makes the thing interesting, though, so there's what makes it interesting from that show is that obviously there was a lot of activity, a lot of action, a lot of people in there, but at the same time as this market is moving, is that means a lot of those sellers were probably looking for basically top dollar. I would be very shocked if a lot of them, especially with the aforementioned names, I don't think there were discounts. I think they were like, so yeah, about that whole thing. It's like, I'm going to need you to bump that up 15-20% and I'll think about it. It's like built-in inflation. It's like, wasn't it $100 an hour ago? Yeah, but now it's like 150.
If you were planning to buy a Jordan rookie that weekend, but you were going to wait until this weekend at the Dallas show, but you were going to wait until Sunday to buy it, and you didn't buy it on Saturday, now you just hooped yourself. You're going to be paying double today. Thank you, Justin Bode. Appreciate that.
Yep. So good evening, Bobby.
Hey, Bobby. Hey, Mason. Don't think I said hi to you when I came in.
So feel free to chime in anytime you want to, Mason. By all means, you're more than welcome to.
Mason's my son's name. Sorry, I just cut you out, but Mason's my son's name. So yeah, let's hear what you got to say.
Great name. It's funny you said how if you didn't buy out on Saturday, Sunday you're gonna pay an arm and a leg. I felt like always anytime you went to a show before Sunday is when you get the deal. So it's weird to see that now if you wait till Sunday, they're just gonna upcharge.
Seller's market. Seller's market right now.
It is, yeah. And the thing is, I can't blame the sellers for holding the line. That's why I showed that Jordan for the $875. It's an asking price, but I don't blame them for suddenly having an asking price pushing $900 off the heels of like, so then, oh, this is a bargain. It'll probably be like $1 million by next Thursday. So it's like, who knows? And that's why I said like, it was fun watching kind of the wave of the way the Goldin conversation went, because in the first part he basically said, look, and he said it more politely than I would have. It's like, look, these morons have a lot of money and they'll throw it at anything. Like if it says it on the label, it's like, isn't it like shoot in half? It doesn't matter. It says PSA 10 on the top. It's cool. They're not even looking at the bottom part.
That was something Ken Goldin made very clear tonight, was that he said it just like this. He said, which there's truth to it, because
Correct.
it's where I'll say what he said was, if you are buying to collect, buy the card. If you're buying for investment, buy the grade. Very simple, black and white. This is how to proceed, and makes sense. It's simplified, but it makes sense, at least to me.
Yeah.
Am I alone?
No, you're not alone. And was one of those Jordans the PSA 9, the one that was sort of off center, and they were saying like if they tried to cross that over, it'd probably go down a grade?
It was 10. One of the 10. It was the 10. It was one of the 10. Yeah.
The 10, that, because I was like half asleep and kind of doing the Instagram thing, and I was just like, that's a 10? Or like I thought it was a 9 actually in my memory. So I thought it was a 9 going back to an 8, but it was a 10. Oh,
I think so. I mean, I was more focused on seeing what the 10s were doing because that was just so exciting. But
yeah,
$738,000 each, and then he sold 2 more.
It was an old PSA case, so pre 55-45, 60-40. There was that discussion, I guess, going on.
Which applies if you look at PSA standards: 65 or 55-45 on the front, 60-40 on the back, are the tolerances. Makes sense that you can have PSA 10s that aren't. PSA 10 isn't meant to be flawless. I think the only flawless grade in the hobby the closest we have to it is the Black Label Beckett.
Yeah, basically that's what it's supposed to be with all perfect subgrades and all that stuff. It's but the thing is, it's funny because, like I said, I did appreciate the candor, and I thought he was very clear. And I basically said, like I said, his polite way of putting it is that they're not as sophisticated as some of the collectors.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he was implying that they're stupid. What they're implying, they're just not as experienced. They don't have the knowledge base that collectors do. That advanced collectors, experienced collectors, whatever you want to call them, that some do. Ken does, as he said 2 or 3 times tonight. He's been in the hobby for 40 years. Since he was 12 years old, he's been in the hobby. Mm-hmm. So he's got that experience, and it's a huge competitive advantage too that he has.
Not for sure, but it's one of those things. Once it's in the holder, like I said, the reason why I keyed in on that is that if, let's put it this way, if you have a lot of, I guess maybe this would be the way I put it. So let's put it into a perspective that makes a little more sense. You buy a lot of cards, you're more than comfortable spending good money on cards or whatever. If you were going to go buy a card and it was $50, sight unseen, and it just said whatever on it, would you just hit the buy it now? If it's like, oh, well, sure, yeah, whatever. You'd the bare minimum, you would at least go, hold on, let me just at least look at what the thing is. Let me just, hold on, wait. Take 2 seconds. Just before I hit the buy it now, let me just see what the heck this is. It's like, wait, that says Michael Jordan, and it's a Greg Jeffries 1988 Donruss in the holder. What the heck is that thing? Why is it misholdered? What's going on here?
Yeah, no.
And that's for $50. The point I'm trying to get at is it's for a relatively nominal amount of money that isn't a big deal to you. For some of these folks, it's like, well, $600,000 might be the equivalent of $50 to them. To the point that they're like, yeah, whatever, sure, yeah. $600,000, put in the bid.
Yeah, like you said earlier, they don't care what the most recent comp is. They just want to win the card. They want to buy the card. That's all they care about. And when it's like the comp at that point, there's 2 sets of comps. I have to think, because unless that person or that class of people in the hobby, and there's enough of them, are going to keep on buying them at that price, that comp will not last. It will not. The next comp has to be lower, back who knows where. But closer to that 350 level, I would guess, because 2 people caused this to go to who knows how many, but at no less than 2 people caused them to go to 600 plus BP tonight. And now if that guy's done buying them up, which I don't think they may, I doubt they are, but if they are, then the next one is only going to go for 1 increment higher than the $350,000 guy. So. Hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes sense. Makes total sense. And I think my curiosity is, so like it would make more sense if they knew that this was their first of many big splashes, right? Like if they know, oh, we're going to assault this market. We're coming in so strong where you're going to look back at this 6 and think that was cheap after all. Do they have that kind of money? I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe for the next 10, and then it slows down. Like, it might be a question of duration of this upwelling, or it might be a one and done, like aberration.
But it wasn't. He did go on to sell 2 more. So 4 sold, 4 comps at $600,000. I'm sure two of them were at least 738. Maybe the other 2 were, who knows what deal he cut on those. It was likely different than his auction deal, though, because he didn't have to market it.
I'd be curious. I don't think he would put the 20% buyer's premium. So if he sold it for $600, they got a quote unquote discount. That'd be kind of interesting.
Who knows what they exactly went for, right? But those are having 4 comps. That sets the It sets the market on the next one, as long as there's more people that or those same people are going to come back and buy them again. Because until then, the most anyone was willing to pay was $350 or whatever that amount was.
Yeah.
But there could be more and more people coming in. So
yeah, I want to play off of that because there's a question here that plays into that. But give me 1 second here. I'll quickly grab this. I don't know if Burlington still does the monthly card shows. I know that there used to be, but I don't think anybody's really doing the card shows right now. But I know there used to be like monthly card shows all over the place for a while, but they slowly phased out. Yannick's comment here. How much cash do you bring with the show? 0, because I don't think there's going to be a show in 2021, at least not around where I am. So infinity or 0, whatever you prefer. It can be one or the other. We're somewhere in those things. I don't even want to touch that because I don't know. Keep an eye on hottest rookie. I have no idea. You want to take a stab at that one, Jeremy? Who do you like?
Oh, there's one guy. It's escaping me right now, but what's his Kiviranta in Minnesota?
Okay.
Yeah, Mason's nodding.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say Quentin Byfield.
Byfield too. Is he? I haven't seen much of him. Is he? Well, because we're in the all Canadian division right now up here. But is he doing? Is Quentin Byfield producing and being effective?
He's not necessarily producing in terms of the score sheet, but it's just interesting to see a really big center. I just think, especially in that, well, now it's the West division. I think having a big center, because a lot of those teams, as of lately, it's been starting to build towards speed. Because for a while, it was a lot more hard hitting, especially with the Kings during their cup years. So I think now that you have the big center, it kind of offsets the speed in terms of big net front presence, as well as just being able to just move guys out of the way. Because although speed's really good, and obviously the game only gets faster, I still think you need that like nice hard rock to like really be able to just move the puck in a way that isn't just with the stick. I mean, in terms of, I can hold a guy off, I can take it deep into the zone, and I can always pass it out. I mean, they're still big defensemen, but to have a really big forward that also can score pretty efficiently, I think that's a really unique asset. I'm just intrigued to see, how the Kings use them, and especially just because, so young, and they're rebuilding. You never know.
Are you a Kings fan?
No, I'm a Coyotes fan.
Okay. Is that him? Yeah. Is that Byfield?
Oh, that's Kiviranta?
Kiviranta,
yeah. Sorry, my lights are kind of low, but you said that name. I was like, I think I got that one.
I got that guy.
There's like an international card for him too, like a Finnish card with him. I'm laughing because during the playoffs I went and bought the Finnish card because I thought it'd be funny to have the collection. I grabbed one of those just for fun. It wasn't expensive. That's why it was okay to grab one. So let's grab this one here. So hopefully that helps, Patrick. I wanted to make sure I deferred to the guys who were watching the games a little more closely than I am, but at least you were able to get a couple of names there. So Paulie P here. So right now, a couple of the next couple of comments are related to this, but I want to quickly touch on this. So right now there's demand for these cards. What happens if demand goes away? Here's the thing. Let me take my 2 cents at it, and then I'll be happy. I'd love to get your takes on this. The Jordan PSA 10 is interesting because it is a pop 316. So it's not like a couple of cards, not a pop 2, a pop 10. It's a pop 316. It's, there's a lot of those.
Oh,
With that said, it's kind of a situation where like that one may see some movement back down closer to the mean, kind of like where we expect it to be standardized. Maybe a couple of people pay top dollar, but then what happens is where it's more interesting is where you got those vintage cards that have the lower pop, where even if the market quote unquote fell, it's like the old philosophy question. If a tree falls in the forest and no one is around to hear it, if the market price falls on a PSA 10 Gretzky and it's a pop 2, but no one sells it, does the price go down? Not really. It only goes down if there's a completed transaction at a lower price, technically. So technically it can stay up forever or until the price finally comes up where they can sell it for more and then they move it. But they don't have to move it if it's a low pop. If suddenly a bunch of people like run into hard times financially and sell the Jordans for 50 grand PSA 10, well, and a couple of people sell those, it would bring the comp suddenly way down. But the likelihood of someone who's willing to spend $600,000 on a PSA 10 Jordan suddenly accepting a third of that price seems kind of low. And if you're a holder of that card and you don't need to sell, why would you sell for less than the last one? So the comps almost force it up simply by looking out for your own best interests. Why would you sell for less than the last one? At least sell for the same.
To buy a house? No, just kidding.
But that's the thing. If you got 600,000, you don't need it. Like you don't need it. Like it doesn't matter to you. So Cardboard Max's statement is true, but demand would have to drop a lot, and there's enough out there where it's like, why bother?
That's a perfect. Cardboard Max's answer is the correct answer to Paulie P's question.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the correct answer right there. Simple as that. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the thing. The reason why
I said Kiviranta before. It's not Kiviranta. It's Kaprizov. Kaprizov is the rookie on Minnesota that is I think already an early rookie of the year favorite.
Okay.
Back into the box here. I'm going back into the box.
Yeah, Kiviranta had a great game in the playoffs last year as a like 18-year-old rookie, I believe.
Yeah,
like a
fair.
4-goal game. He had a 4-goal game, something like that.
See, I got everyone but Lafreniere, so
Okay. Well, don't worry. If he doesn't score goals for a while, you'll be able to get him for $8-9, I think, something like that. Not quite that bad, but it'd be funny.
Is this the one, Joe? Karashov?
No.
Karashev?
No.
Different.
Justin's comment, there's two things there. They say they may already have 18 of them. That's right. I heard of some guys talking today saying that probably half of the Jordans are locked away and they're like out of the float for the long-term future.
That could be.
So how many are actually of those 316 or 17? How many of those are actually in the float that are available for purchase or will be in the next however long? Call it a year.
Yeah.
We don't know. Yeah. And then bringing up the value, if some of them already have 18 of them, bringing up the value, dollar cost averaging them upwards, you spread that increase over all the other ones, and it's not so bad if you believe in the card.
And you can parse it out. If you do decide to sell them, you can do 1 or 2 here and there every year or so, and you don't really you can collect your money over time.
Ken Goldin's comment earlier about his comment where he used the analogy to the subprime mortgage, issue back in 2008.
That was Vegas Dave.
I took it more like he was comparing it to the way people were suffering financially, just like people thought they're suffering financially during COVID and all as well. I think that's the similarity he was looking.
You're talking about Vegas Dave, though? Vegas Dave is the one who did the subprime.
No, Ken Goldin tonight said that the hobby, in his 40 years, he's been through everything in the hobby, including the subprime. Sorry, if your reference was to Vegas Dave, then yeah.
Vegas Dave is the one who explicitly said subprime. That's why it came up.
Okay.
That's
so but okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Ken was pushing back against it because one of the shots he was taking was at Vegas Dave a little bit because he's like, hey, hold on, I've dealt with Vegas Dave, but hey.
So Ken was saying that he's been through it all, he's seen it all.
That's right.
And that the hobby got through the subprime mortgage crisis just like it's thrived through COVID, and basically saying that in the hobby, if you believe in it, and he believes in it in the hobby, and that came up during the discussion with GaryVee, and GaryVee's discussion with Ken tonight. I heard the talk earlier that was it planned? Was it just a big gimmick or whatever? Mm-hmm. But I saw the whole thing pretty clearly. It didn't feel like it was planned. Like Ken seemed really surprised when Gary did come on, and Gary had to leave suddenly because he was waiting to get picked up to go for dinner with his father and brother. So he said, but that's seemed very genuine. And
I was teasing about that because Gary's a busy guy, and he just so happened to be on Instagram at the perfect moment to hit the button.
But you know how much time that guy's on Instagram. He's always on Instagram. Yeah. Of course he is. He's attached to his phone.
What did he have to say? Since I haven't watched it, what did GaryVee have to say? Because he's always got something.
I caught the very beginning of it because at the very beginning it was standard GaryVee, where he throws in like every single reference he can make to a factor that could be involved. Throws them all like a laundry list. It's like boom, 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 fractional share, boom, boom, boom. It's like, okay, Gary, I know you have a list of things ready to go. I know.
It was Gary basically took over, and I felt bad for Ken because I didn't want to listen to Gary. I wanted to listen to Ken. I'm like, Gary, stop, please. Like, we want to hear Ken right now.
Jeremy still wants you in the show, Gary. He still wants you in the show. He'll let you take over his show.
Of course I do. But I don't want to watch on Ken Goldin's show. No, I'm kidding. I'll watch it.
That'll be Griffey versus Jeter. It'll be Jeremy versus Gary. That'll be good. Can't wait.
And it'll be like an hour and a half. It's like, so about the Jets. It's like, why was he talking about the Jets for an hour and a half?
Ken Goldin, he promoted that he was coming on. This whole Instagram live streaming, it's new to him. He put out there that he was going to be doing it today. It's in the middle of his huge auction. He announced they're breaking all sorts of records in terms of auction proceeds. $31 million yesterday in auction sales. 800 more lots ending today. So it was Ken's show, and then Gary comes on, and when Gary comes on, Ken can't get a word in edgewise.
Yes.
And it's like, let's hear Ken too.
It's like, have we ever watched a GaryVee interview? He's interviewing the other person, not the other way around. It was funny because I joked with him.
The viewers went from literally 450 to 2,200.
Yeah, exactly.
When Gary came on.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. Yeah, that's why I chuckled. I teased the meat because the meat likes GaryVee as well, and I joke with him. It's like if I ever had GaryVee on my show, it's like I'd have to make liberal use of the mute. and me's like, it's like you would. And it's like, yeah, I would. I would, but I'm sure he wouldn't like it. I'm just catching up with the comments, guys. I know there's a lot of them, so unfortunately I don't want to try to zip through too many of them quickly here. There you go. Bobby says, "Hey Joe, let's see your Gretzky rookie. Come on." There you go. He wants to make sure it gets some airtime.
Doesn't leave far away.
I was gonna say it's almost within arm's reach there. There you go. Yeah. So I'll just make sure I'm getting caught up on these comments as I'll show them on the screen, guys. I may not be able to read through all of them, but I want to make sure you at least.
What did I say then?
Which one? Up here?
Let me see. I'm not. The next guy got Jeremy. Jeremy got his box and it's supposed to be pretty good.
There you go. All right, Joe, here you go. Hold on. You got your moment. Go for it. You can put it right in the center of the screen. You're good to go, buddy. There you go.
Bobby, it's a 3 BVG. No subgrades on the back. Centering pretty good. Let's see if I can get it.
Yeah, it's a nice card, man. It's a nice card.
A few little, BGS.
I think at this stage in the game, and I think if people are buying, ironically, the one consequence, I guess, of BGS's PR efforts is that if you want to buy some cards on the cheap, you might want to look for some BGS cards.
That's how I got into that.
Exactly. It's like eventually.
Well, and I mean, so Carlos, we've chatted a little bit offline about the BGS, marketing communications challenges, shall we say?
Sure. Yeah.
And I kind of went from like wanting to, pile on to realizing, wait, I've got a lot of BGS slabs. I don't want to talk negatively. I just want them to like rally and regain consumer confidence, right? And so maybe I can help with that. I love BGS, Beckett Grading Services. It's the original.
The original. that was something. That was a pitch, Joe. I appreciate the pitch.
Right.
The original one. I just out of curiosity.
No, I think what he means is the original reputation they had.
Yes, they did.
That's what he meant.
Right, I understand. I just enjoyed it. It's like the enthusiasm to bring it.
I was trying to do a little extra supplemental to whatever the guy that was representing them did the other day, which was a little milquetoast to be.
Here's the thing, and this is not. It's going to sound like a scathing critique. It's not. It's really not. Like, I'm just being honest. You're on a Beckett show. Like you're about as vetted as it gets. You're in about the friendliest confines you can possibly be on. Why do you struggle to deliver this message? Why was it this hard? This could not have been the most softball of softball categories. You're not going to get any pushback on anything you say. You literally could have said, we're going to chop your cards in half with a pair of scissors. And he wouldn't have gotten any pushback on that show. So it's like, all you have to do is deliver a straightforward message. Go, hey guys, we looked into it. There was an issue. We're going to try our best to rectify it and make sure we take care of the brand, take care of our customers. We'll do what we can. Don't include the price hike in the same conversation. Include it in a separate conversation. Yeah, right. Don't include it in the same conversation. Like who allowed you to keep talking? That was the part that got me. I was sitting there like, you did not just announce a price hike that you can't even say what the price hike is in the same conversation where you're talking about. So yeah, there are some counterfeit slabs.
I'm just reading this comment Paul makes.
Which one?
It's down about 5 from where you are right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to get caught up here. So let me move on here quickly.
I love the analogy.
I don't want to ignore your comments, guys. So I want to make sure you have a second here just to get in there. But I'm going to try to zip down here. Is it this one here?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. Yeah.
I love the Hawaiian timeshare. I love that. That's what it's called now when people go in together on a card and pass it around. Each guy gets it for a month or whatever, you rotate it through. That's called the Hawaiian timeshare.
That's the next logical step, man. Listen, it's all good. It's all good. Ryan likes your Gretzky Joe. Good stuff.
Hey, back to Justin's comment about when Jesus, aka Gary, speaks. Now it's like, and Carlos loves this. It's like that's Ken Goldin. He's the Jesus. He gets so much of this right now, but you know what? In a way, he's worthy. He's been critical. He's been a big part of all the cards going up in value.
I look, as much of a curmudgeon as I
He's
am,
a big
and I am
dog in that machine.
Yeah, as much of a curmudgeon as I am, I give a begrudging nod. I believe I said, like, hey, I give you credit. I give you credit. You were more forthcoming than I expected. So applause. I'm not going to sit there and do the, Wayne's World, I'm not worthy. It's like, no, I leave that to the rest of you if you want to do that. Yeah. But like, no, I give you the credit. But you got it in your promotional element. I didn't miss that. I got it. Good job on you. See, Ken Goldin should tell Beckett how to do marketing.
Yeah.
Because he managed to successfully execute the marketing piece. That was a piece de resistance. Well done. Somebody who's hiring these people at Beckett? You have one job. Literally, you have one job, sir. Do it pre-recorded if you have to. Like, my God. Release a written statement. I don't know what to say to you. Anyway. I just thought it was odd. I was like, you made a video where you had an interview, where you had the opportunity to address this. It could have been so simple. All you had to do.
But they didn't, nothing bad came of it except that they talked about the pricing, which isn't even that bad. They're just being transparent. I mean, they're being forthcoming and forthright. And I don't think that that's a terrible thing, but from a marketing perspective, I see what you're saying.
From a marketing perspective, though, it was a day late and $1 short. They basically said half of what he said was what he could have said back in November without any concern, because he said, we're investigating it. And we investigated it. Now it's past tense.
They didn't know what it was for a long time. And I'm not here.
We're investigating it, Jeremy, makes no commitment. We are investigating it. That's as open-ended as it gets. We are investigating it.
Sure. Instead, he may have said that back then. He may have actually gone on to say, yeah, we're going to look into it. For now, buy wisely, which what he meant was buy from reputable sellers.
Yeah, the problem is the investigation part didn't make it out in the communication. It just said to buy wisely. And that's the only part that anybody picked up on.
Yeah, well, yeah. People, let's face it, people have selective memory here when it comes to things too.
I totally get you, but if you want to find the investigation piece from November, feel free. Go and look through it. I didn't see it anywhere. So 316 is a small pop for okay. So for the Jordan 86 fleet.
I agree.
Yes, I got you. Yep.
I agree. Super small.
So as much as I don't like about some things with PSA, they have 9 and 10, nothing more or less. Yeah. The 9.5 did make sense. PSA though made a strategic decision. Once they added the half grades, they actually stayed away from the 9.5 because it creates these weird murky middle grounds, because you're going to have a bunch of people with 10s. They're going to be like, wait, why is it a 9.5?
Yeah. And I mean, just my last thought, we can belabor the Beckett marketing debacle, but I go back to Dr. James Beckett on Jeremy's show. And I believe that the product is actually pretty damn good still. And I trust them. I don't think there's really the sky is not falling with Beckett grading services. I mean, there's some issues, but it's still I'm happy to have a high quality card slabbed in a Beckett holder. So yeah, it's not a worrisome thing for me, but it's more like the brains behind the operation is a little bit of a worry.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
The slab is good. I think, the brand, the grading, it's their business. Their turnaround times. That's their biggest problem right now. The fake slabs it's beyond their control. Well, they could have been defensive earlier and updated their slabs.
That's it. That's all.
That's yeah. But and now they will. He came out and said that, well, time will tell, but I'm sure they have to do something definitely, or this, there could be trouble with the brand.
Grading is a confidence game because it doesn't have to be.
The brand is good. To Joe though, the brand is good. I've got several Beckett slab cards and I love them. Like they're still awesome.
I think as a collector, the BGA slab right now is a value purchase at the moment, because you can take advantage kind of the fact that they're kind of dropping the ball on the PR side of it, and you can capitalize on it from your end of it for a collection standpoint. For resale, I probably wouldn't send it to them first right now, regardless. I probably wouldn't. But for the card you have, enjoy. You're good to go, man. You already got the
Well,
card in hand.
From a grading perspective and the value of their grades, they have the same, perception issues that every grading that PSA has too, in terms of consistency, and it's subjective, and are they on a good day or a bad day, right? That exists for all the grading companies. So from that perspective, the grade is the grade. That's Beckett they're still good at grading, just like PSA is good at grading. So you're fine. Your slab is fine.
Yeah, I think for the existing cards, I'm not too concerned about it.
However, if they lose their expert graders and bring in a bunch of rookies, which they are bringing in a bunch of rookies, but so is PSA. But hopefully they're all trained properly. Yeah.
So Brian's comment kind of plays into it. Yep, that answered it exactly.
BGS,
he's just saying is it basically a value prop to buy up the BGS cards because they're cheaper.
I don't follow what Ken Goldin said. I don't just buy the grade. I buy the card. So I'll buy BGS if that's the card I want. Yeah. But I don't buy them because I think I'm getting an edge. No. I'd rather pay more for the better card if it's in a PSA 10 holder versus a BGS 9.5 or 9.5 and 9, whatever it is.
Yeah. No, the better card part is fine. But I'm saying if you get a better card, quote unquote, in a BGS 9.5, and because of that, you can get it for a reasonable price. And it is a better card. You look at the card and go, it's clean. It's good. Centering good. Corners good. Edges good. Hey, if you can get it for a discount, nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah. Market perception can be your friend in that instance because Beckett still has the opportunity to fix that issue, but they're going to have to work on it. That's really good to go.
Paulie P's comment before there, Carlos, that Beckett slabs look 10x better than PSA. Like I don't.
They're a little blocky for my taste. And I've had them.
It's not just look. It's not just how they look when you're using your eyes, but it's the look and feel of them. And to me, they're too thick. They're too blocky. The corners are sharper. I prefer the PSA slab for the amount you can fit in a graded card box versus BGS. You can fit like 50% more of them in there, which is really good when you need to worry about space.
Yep, that's fair. Yeah. So for Hockey Guy here, there's a very good, especially I will say for BVG in particular, especially early on, they graded really harshly. So there's some opportunities there if you see some good vintage cards in those old BVG slabs. There's definitely something in there for it. For Justin's comment here, they probably need to go up. The thing is, just to stave some of the backlog, they could always. The increasing the price is a tactical decision. You can make it. The reason I teased about it is I said, well, don't include it in the same conversation.
It's the only lever. It's the only lever they have.
Correct.
Carlos. It's the only lever they have.
Yeah, to slow it down. Yeah, that's right.
They can't. They're having trouble hiring more people. They don't have more square footage. Like it's the only thing that they can do to tweak the deal flow in their company is to adjust the price. That's all they can do, right? What are they going to turn away shipments altogether? Like, which is really saying the price is $1 million a card. Bring it, right? Like,
no, I agree with that. I think the only thing that makes it, like I said, I like to tease and poke about it, but what makes it funny though is just like it's at the same time that the resale on some of the 9.5s and things like that are still struggling against equivalent PSA cards. Just from a market perception standpoint. It's just like, so I get to pay more, and if I did resell, I get less.
There are no market equivalent cards to a BGS 9.5 in terms of PSA because there's no PSA 9.5. There's a 9 or a 10. They're both called Gem Insure, but there is no market equivalent card. But there is there is an equivalent card because take the card out of its holder, the card is what it is. So I hear you there.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, so the 9.5 just doesn't hold water for someone on the resale side of it, but you can find some opportunities. So for Paulie, it's money.
Well, no, it just hasn't come up tonight. I don't know if you're talking about tonight, but we haven't talked about PSA's turnaround times yet.
No, the thing is we can talk about it, but it's people don't care. Like the turnaround times are bad, but they keep submitting. So like the resale value is there. If you get the card back in 2, 3, 57 years, eventually.
I think their turnaround times are better than Beckett's right now. I believe just from my discussions with the PSA Canada guy, with Brad Hartland, I believe that they're better at PSA.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So yeah, so Hockey Guy prefers the BGS slab, which I get. I'm with you. It's a preference thing. For the reasons we outlined, I do prefer the more streamlined holder. But
it does feel cheaper though. I agree with him. The Beckett holder is a it presents better overall. Except with that white label, when you get an 8 or lower, is not very attractive. But the silvers and the golds and the blacks, I agree with that. It does present better. The PSA slab is just it's technical. It's just it is what it is. But they do look nice. A lot of cards look nice in them still.
Yeah, they've streamlined it. They got it to a certain point, and it works for what they are. Just going here. Yep, demand exceeds supply, which is the key point there. Demand still exceeds supply, so it is what it is. That's why you've got the backlogs.
PSA has the least updated slabs. So the plastic part, but not the label.
I would say the label. I'd say they've done a good job updating the label because the lighthouse holders now have
several security features.
Yeah, and this is one thing that, like I said, for me, the quickest way for BGS, it's not going to fix everything, but the quickest way for BGS to at least add something would have been to do a barcode similar to what PSA does. Because if I grab a PSA holder and I've got the app, at the bare minimum, I can scan the barcode, and it will at least say what this card is supposed to be. At the bare minimum, if the card in the app matches the card in the holder, we're at least off to a good start. It's not a guarantee, but it's at least something. Where BGS doesn't have that feature. So it's one of those things. It's a bit tricky. And it also depends, hockey guy, on which generation of PSA slab it is. So it's like, it happens. It happens. But I totally get your point. A lot of what we're talking about here is subjective. So for Brian's question, I remember there was a window. It wasn't long because I remember that the BGS 9.5 was good. I don't remember if it was fully equal to a PSA 10 in value. I don't remember. If it was a short window.
I don't remember.
I don't really remember it. I think the 9.5 was close for a little sliver of time. Like there was a little window in there, and it was a while ago now. Like it's been a discrepancy for some time now. And I would say the discrepancy's probably widened in the time since. Yeah. And a lot of that, Patrick, is subjectivity because it's like, okay, when you look at a 10, it goes back to kind of what Jeremy said, though, is that, okay, when you're a collector, you need to look at the card. It can say 10 or 10 gem or black label or whatever, but you got to look at the card. If to you, it makes sense.
But I mean, I understand what Patrick's saying, but to say it doesn't exist in reality, I mean, I think it does. What doesn't exist is a perfect human assessor of condition. Perhaps there's no human with the perfect skill to consistently, properly assess the grade of a card. But that doesn't preclude the possibility for a perfect card to exist and a card that isn't perfect to exist. And they both look amazing. Like they both look like they can be BGS 10s. But if you can identify these differences, then it's not imagination, it is reality. But I think what Patrick's saying is that it's like it's in our imagination because it doesn't exist. So I hear you.
Yeah, I think you have to look at the subgrades, Patrick, I'll say, and just look at what they are. And the thing is, you have to do the only one that's kind of easy to do, and I say easy with a caveat, in quotation marks, is centering. If you look at centering and you can figure that out, that's probably the best you can do. Otherwise, you got to have it in your hand. And again, you're in a holder. So if you're going to look at surface, you're in a holder. That's hard to assess. There's a lot of difficulty with it. Yeah, no, I remember that portion of it, but it's a tricky time. It's a tricky time. Just quickly scrolling through here. You'd have to look at the two side by side, Patrick, because here's the thing. I'll back Jeremy up on this piece. Because we're talking about subjective grading, bottom line, because we're talking about subjective grading. If I put a 10 and a black label beside each other, maybe there is no difference because maybe the two submitters looked at two different things and came to different conclusions. Maybe the cards are identical and there is no difference. Or you could have two cards where there is a difference. Maybe one has slightly better centering than the other, same sharp corners, same sharp edges, and that would be a discernible difference. But it depends. Honestly, it depends. So it's not artificial, but it's because it's subjective. We've got a window to work with. We've got our sliding rule.
It's not an artificial distinction. It's just a hard distinction to properly evaluate.
Yeah, because you're talking about once you get to a certain level, it's a very finite difference. The difference gets tighter. So it's like you got to look at the two like side by side and be like, okay, So what's the difference? You got to literally look at them side by side and go back and forth, and
Yeah.
probably with a loop. To be honest, at that stage, it's like now you're really splitting hairs. In order to really do it, now after you split the hairs, you can assess it and say, I found a flaw in the supposedly higher graded one that actually should knock it down compared to the other one, and that's possible. Like if you stare at it and find it back and forth, you could do that, but that's what makes it tricky. Again, it's subjective. Like. That's what happens when you created a 10 and then a higher 10 and then an even higher 10. Just go the Spinal Tap route and go 11. Joe, are you with me on this? Just go to 11.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still at the turnaround times, and what little I've been able to discern from people that are submitting more regularly than I am, which is not at all, is that PSA, everyone's just upgrading to the 2-day service if it's an important card. They don't mind paying $50, and PSA's, 2-day or 5-day is, gets it back within a month, which may, and so then I'm kind of thinking maybe BGS has a version of that, but maybe it's a little less reliable. But it sounds like PSA can still be navigated if you have a very important card that you want to be able to turn around relatively quickly and you're willing to pay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Guys, I'm heading out.
No worries.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good
Take it
chat.
easy, Jeremy.
Mason, nice to meet you. Chat, everyone out there. Good night. Hope you had a good weekend. Catch you later.
Have yourself a good one.
Thank
Take
you.
it easy.
See you, Joe.
All right, so real quick, I'm going to grab a couple of these here. Okay, so let's quickly talk about this one here. And I'm going to address this one, Patrick, kind of at the same time that I address this one. So don't worry. We'll get to that. We'll get to that as well. So here's the thing. How can they evolve? It's going to be logistical in the back end. If we're talking about turnaround times, that's going to be like how well, and Joe was here when we were talking about it. Like you have to break down the whole process from front to back. From the moment that it's submitted to the moment it's received. I promise you, if someone really breaks it down, again, I'm not an expert in this format, but it's like, guess what? I promise, as a not expert, I could sit there and stare at the process and go, okay, you're losing time doing this. This is stupid. Why are you carrying it to the end of the warehouse? Why are you doing this stuff? Why aren't you just processing it this way and then taking it all the way down the line like a conventional assembly line? Because at the beginning, it's an assembly line. Somebody opens the box. Somebody takes the cards out. Somebody checks the list of cards that are supposedly there versus what's actually in the package. Somebody punches it into the computer. That begins the process, and then it goes from there. All of that is part of it. That's just, you have to evaluate all the individual components and pieces. If you don't do that, then it's not going to go anywhere. That's kind of the key. So really quickly grab here. Yep. And the thing is, that's only part of it. Expanding operations isn't going to do too much. So about giving the graders too much credit, let's quickly touch on this. And I'd like to get your take, Joe, and by all means, Mason, if you want to interject. Justin, I can see you. We'll see if you can join in here in a second. Just hang tight. But when I look at this, it's what we talked about earlier. I'm not giving the graders too much credit. I'm saying subjectivity wrecks your ability to be definitive. Because if the one grader looks at it today and says X, because you talk about one day it's a 10, one day it's a 10 black label. Yeah. And if I grade it again, maybe it's a 9 the next day. Like, that's really hard. Like, and the thing is, you can agree and you can point out, these are the flaws, these are the flaws, these are the flaws. Maybe your grading eye is better than theirs. Like, we can train them as much as you want, but as long as it meets the criteria, that's why PSA 10 gave themselves an out. PSA 10 has never been a flawless card. That's why we talked about the non-sophisticated rich people with a lot of money. They see the 10 and they think, oh, that must be a flawless card. No, there's a flaw there. 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 And it's off center. But technically it meant that it met the criteria. Your only argument against that PSA 10 is if it did not meet that criteria. If you say it didn't hit 55-45, it was 56-44. That's a tough one. You can try it. That's a tough one, but you can give it a go. I'm never going to give them off the hook completely, and I'm not giving them too much credit. But I'm also saying, like, we can rerun this and put it through all of us, and we can all take our stab at grading it and maybe come to a different answer. Because maybe one of us saw a flaw, the other one didn't on the same card. You want to take a stab at that one, Joe or Mason?
I just think, especially when you're talking about when you're looking at the pristine 10 versus the 9.5, I think it depends on your mindset going into it. If you're going into it already with the idea of I'm going to figure out why these two are different, I feel like most people, and maybe I'm wrong, would then look at the 10 and really find more flaws than you would if you're just a normal grader who here's the card, graded as it is, whatever you feel the grade should be. Because if you're putting two side by side and you're trying to figure out why they're different, then you're already going into it with the idea of I want the 10 to be lower. Does that kind of make sense? Because if you trust in the fact that the 10 is a 10 and that it's perfect and it's good, or at least meets the criteria, then if you do that, then okay, then you can go look at the 9.5 and be like, okay, I can see why it's about a 9.5. But you're going into it like, I don't know, the 10 doesn't always seem right. Well, then you're going to already start to find more flaws than you would if you just looked at it.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I think that's fair. Do you want to tack on to that, Joe?
I mean, I don't have a whole lot to add. I'm sorry. I was a little distracted with an auction that I won. So
did you win? Yeah. Yeah. I won mine seconds before hitting air. So I was literally delaying. I was like, wait. Okay. I won it. We're good.
Yeah. But, I mean, I think, I guess what I hope for, what I think is wise is on the big cards, like, Prism rookie cards here and there, or, whatever. It's like, there's going to be misgraded ones, that I just accept that as part of the hobby. But what I hope for is that the really important cards, including an, at this point, an MJ Fleer rookie, sure, but certainly, the 52 mantles or the wet. I hope a lot of people are looking at that when it arrives on site, and that they're making the very best decision that the very best of their, collective wisdom can come up with. And so like, to me, it's kind of like, that cream rises to the top idea of, there's going to be times where it's just the grader in the room with the card, and anything can happen. Like, honestly, anything can happen. There's standards, but there's human subjectivity, and there's a bad day, and, they didn't put that extra shot in my coffee or whatever, it's like lots of things can happen in the human experience. But on the big ticket items, on the ones that are actually going to affect not only the person who's submitting it, but their reputation, right? Like, their reputation is on the line when a big old card hits, the Goldin auction, table or whatever. So I kind of like, and if they're doing that, it's probably not my card, but at least for the hobby, I think it's a good thing.
No, I think that's fair. I will say one thing, and I think Bobby can back me up with this portion of it once because I see he's on there. So Justin, I'll bring you on, and then I'll bring Bobby on as well. You guys can both join here. We got Joe, so we have the rule that says I can have 5 if Joe's on. That's okay. That rule, we'll allow it. We'll allow it. And Mason, you can stick around. No worries. But the thing is that I think the biggest mistake, and it's not a mistake really, I understood why they did it. When grading came into being, they introduced the 10. There was a long time where grading there was no such thing as a gem mint. If I said mint, that was it.
Mr. Mint. Remember Mr. Mint?
Yeah.
There wasn't Mr. Gem Mint.
Correct.
Mint.
So mint was supposed to be about as good as it got. And it actually still wasn't a flawless card. It still left a little bit of room in there. It was a little bit open. But you had near mint and you had mint. And that was supposed to be the high end, quote unquote. But as soon as we got there, that was it, man. Like, as soon as we got there, that was it. Once you introduce Gem Mint, it's like, okay, so you just made something up. Now you've made up the criteria. So what does Gem Mint mean? And then when PSA brought it in, it's like, well, Gem Mint wasn't flawless. You can go look on PSA's website. The criteria is there. It's there. It's not a flawless card by PSA's definition. When Beckett brought it in, they said, okay, well, we can do a step beyond that. We'll do pristine. And then we'll do black label. And I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. Double fancy. Ooh. But then you've opened it up for yourself. And I just wanted to include Brian's comment on here because he says people can jump the line. Unfortunately, that's capitalism in a nutshell. If you pay extra, you get to bump the line. And then it pushes everybody else back and your bulk orders. I agree it's weak. Like, I flat out agree it is weak. I'm not going to back them up on this. Like, my show isn't to back up the companies for reasons that we covered already. Like, I don't care.
Like, it's like the classic, 40s movie where they step into the restaurant and, slip the maitre d', a 20 and they get seated right away.
Yeah. Yeah. So Paul just mentions here that, once you bump something, it takes longer to figure out where you are. That's true from a manufacturing perspective. Appreciate that, Paul. Just want to quickly zip through and get caught up here as best I can. Yep. And the fact that people keep submitting is going to be part of that. That's reality. Yep. So quickly here. Now, Paulie, easy. Here's the thing. You got to tell it to the man's face. You can't go and say it after the fact. Here's the thing. I don't care. I put it on the screen because it amused me. But say it to the man's face. Don't do it here. Like, do it on your own time. Go onto his stream and tell him that he's evading things. That's your call. I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying, say it to the man's face. I think that's fair. Okay, so real quick here. A ballsy thing for PSA, say screw this, just great cards as they come in, no different service levels. Oh, imagine if you made a general admission. Ha ha! You'd be losing some money though, man. The pushing people to the front of the line is a moneymaker. That's a moneymaker, you know? All right, real quick. I'm just trying to get caught up here, guys. Want to zip through here a little bit. Where are we here? I don't want to miss Paul's comment. He's got a Jerry Springer reference. We got to have that at least for a second. Okay, grading is about adding value to your card. Yes. Widen the gap with BGS. That's true. PSA is adding more value to your cards. And that's the thing. That's the reason why it allows it. Yeah, they should have 11s if 10s are flawed. That's why I was joking about the Spinal Tap thing.
Well, Carlos,
go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think possibly one reason they went with the Gem Mint was maybe the technology of card production advanced so significantly. And then you got into the realm of Chrome cards that, just have those impeccably sharp corners. And maybe they felt like to reckon it fairly between what was considered a mint card previously, maybe in a paper card, to the new levels of, not that, Panini always gets it right. We know they have a lot of factory defects, but when they are producing at their best level, there's cards that are pretty, significantly different than anything we ever saw coming out of packs like in 1978. So anyway, I wonder if that's a reason why they went in that direction. Maybe it was a money grab. Maybe it was let's Pied Piper them this way with new levels of gemness. But I don't know. It's a thought that went through my mind as maybe a reason why that development occurred.
I think that's fair. I think it's interesting that the PSA came up with that in 1991. Because the Gem Mint 10 was out there in 1991. And in 1991, if you go back to 1991 Topps, they were using virtually the same type of stock. And Upper Deck was out there, but it's not like Upper Deck cards were flawless. They'd have their own centering issues and stuff, even though they had nicer cardboard. Without a doubt, they had nicer cardboard. Mm-hmm. And then, Stadium Club came out in 91, which is a little nicer. Absolutely. Yep. So there were improved technologies, but they were still relatively new. They had literally just come out basically that year or the couple of years beforehand. But I think it's a valid point. I think it's modern manufacturing techniques, although Topps was still operating with the same type of cardboard through until 92, until right after that. So quickly, I just want to grab. I did want to include the Jerry Springer reference. I enjoyed he threw it in there. Just quickly zipping through. The whole the whole computer grading, interesting, because I know the new company is trying to do that. I reserve judgment because they already admitted it's a hybrid. They still get a person to look at it. It's like, okay, well, you're looking at a computer with a high-res scan and all that, but it's like, you still have to have a human verify it. So it's like, it's still the same thing, but it looks fancier. It sounds fancier. That's cool. And the labels are fancy. They're team colored. You can get team colored labels, you guys. Team colored labels. Come on.
You need a computer to verify the computer.
I think that's the next logical step. No. So I like the Skynet reference here. That's good. Thank you, Paul. Paul's always good with the references. He knows. I've seen some PSA 9 rookies that look flawless. Fair enough. Let me quickly scan through here. Man, you guys are good with the comments because I'm trying to get caught up here. I'm just trying to zip through here quickly. Yep. Yeah, that was Karn. Karn did a research thing with an actual set of students who were trying to figure out about the AI grading thing. They were trying to figure out if it was feasible. They said no. The new grading company says, oh, we figured it out. Really? You figured it out in a couple of months when they spent money separately trying to figure it out, but you figured out how to do it? I thought it was funny. I got a kick out of it. Yep. Quickly going here. Okay, so let's do this. Let me stop on this point. I'll bring Justin in because I've been making him wait for a bit here, but I've been trying to get caught up on these comments. So the hobby is dangerously close to grading being more important than the card itself. It was supposed to be the steak sauce on the steak, but now is the steak itself. I want to kind of go around and get everybody's take on this concept here. The hobby going to the grading being more important than the card, which I think is pertinent to the current situation. So let's go here. Mr. Justin, how are you?
Hey, doing good.
Good.
What's up, guys?
It's good.
What's up, Joe?
Just another Sunday night, winding
Hey,
down.
I like that Gretzky rookie, by the way.
Thanks. Yeah, it's my one and only. So, Peachy, pretty happy with it.
Your next stop is Mark Messier, 1980.
Is it too late? Is it too late?
I think Messier is still good. The Bork is the one that I've seen move a little bit. I think Messier is okay still, but it's in the same year, so it's one of those interesting things.
Yeah, I'm just joking, Joe. Honestly, you really don't need it. Maybe the Mario Lemieux, though.
Yeah.
Start looking at those next.
Totes.
Yep.
Yeah. Sounds good. So on this one here, so you guys want to touch on this one? I'm going to go quickly grab a refill, and I'll come right back. Joe, why don't we start with you? Take a stab at this one because there's a little room here. There's a little room to explore the space. I'll be back in just a second, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I like steaks and I like steak sauce too. So I'm a sauce guy. But yeah, the meat's always going to be more important to me. The substance. And so I understand the comment, Patrick, and I do think that there is some danger in getting so obsessed with that. And personally, my response to it is sort of like I don't need everything to be graded because there's just certain opportunities that come along for a card. And if I can sense that it's an authentic card and I trust it, I know I might be getting what would amount to a 7 or a 6 or an 8 or a 9. Like, who knows? The luck of the draw, I've had it flip both ways. So
Right.
I embrace buying raw cards. I think there's, moments that I regret it and moments that I'm super stoked. And I have, I'm not one of those people that's shipping great cards to grade. I'm not into that right now. Maybe down the road I will be, and I certainly have a lot of raw cards that would be worthy of getting graded, but I'm also perfectly content just to enjoy them. And so I think it's a personal choice. And if people want to, get into that just grading frenzy, it's like, to me, that's their life, that's their time, that's their choice. For me, like, my cards being away from me for 6 months, and maybe it's going to be a 9, maybe it's going to be a 10, maybe it's going to be an 8. It's not really what I'm in the hobby for at this point. And I know sometimes I'll leave a little money on the table because of it, but that's my perspective.
Now, just to follow up on Joe's perspective, which is really, really great perspective. So what I do in those situations is I will only buy a raw card if there's no reason for someone to mess with it, like trim it, for example. You know what I mean? So if it's like a 90s insert, you know what I mean, a hockey insert especially, like, you ain't got to worry about that. But when it comes to a rookie that's over $1,000, you got to go with the grades, because everything's online nowadays.
Yeah, totally. I mean, yeah, when you say 1K, I mean, I'd even say like over maybe like 250 or 3 for me, then I'm starting to go, okay. But yeah, is there a likelihood that it's counterfeited in any way? Is there a likelihood that, someone would feel the need to trim it? And you can, after a few decades in the hobby, I can generally spot, like, if something looks like it's going to be okay in my collection and not cause me like personal duress when I receive it, but not always. It is a risk. It's still a risk.
You're right. Yeah, but there's certain players that you would, they have certain price levels that you wouldn't go over, I guess.
Totally.
Buying a base. I mean, a raw. Sorry.
Yeah, I think the other thing that kind of touches on this as well is that's part of why when we were talking about the BGS thing earlier, I thought it was funny that they combined 2 messages together that probably shouldn't have been combined. But there's nothing wrong necessarily with raising the baseline price point because it discourages the grading of these lower tier cards because that's what eats up volume. Bulk grading of a lot of these cheap cards, $5, $10 cards, trying to make them $50, $100 cards. And then you raise the cost and it's like, well, is it worth it anymore? Because now you basically have to hit a 10 to get any value out of it. And that would automatically reduce volumes because
Like
Gretzky rookies are still going to get sent in and stuff like that is still going to happen. Go ahead,
Right,
Justin. You want to take a stab at that one?
Like a Timo Solani rookie. Like I was just looking through my collection today, my old collection, and I literally think I got a 10 Timo Solani, and I'm thinking, well, is it even worth sending in? It's, what if it gets a 9? Is it even worth it? You know what I mean? But that's the scenario, right?
And I think that from the creator's perspective, though, they would actually rather you didn't, because mathematically they're like, actually, if you didn't, that's one more slot open for another card of a higher tier. Because if it's a real, there are cards in my collection that are personal collection cards that aren't going anywhere, that I would get graded at the bulk rate because I don't mind waiting, but they're personal collection cards. So when they come back, I don't care if they come back a 9 or a 10, because some of them are rare enough where they're going back in the collection. I just like the holder, but I'm not going to pay a premium for that. So if it's not worth the premium, I'm not going to do that. But if you're a person who wants to flip, right now, that's by increasing the price, it actually makes it tougher to try. And I totally understand that concept as a way to try to mitigate that backlog a bit.
Yeah, look, I love the flippers to death, but I almost feel sorry for those guys. Like, you know, like that's a tough business to be in right now.
Yeah, the only people that I've seen that really will do it successfully now, some of them, instead of sending 500 cards at a time, they'll be like, okay, so I'll send 50 this week, 50 in a couple of weeks, 50 in a couple of weeks. They're basically creating their own staggered thing. Yeah, so that by the time it starts coming in, they'll get like 50 at a time. And they almost have to play that game instead of just trying to send it all in one shot and waiting a year.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd say like right out, just off the top of my head, I mean, I probably have cards of the cards that I would want to get graded right now in, you know, my collection, which are made up of some cards I've pulled from retail and the random hobby box that I grabbed off of Panini's website or whatever. I probably have, and then all the cards that I've bought in raw on eBay, you know, and then the cards that I've just accumulated over the years. I'd say probably 25% would be for PC, maybe even fewer. The majority would be so that I could sell them, so that I could up their value and move them out. And that's, you know, that's just not a lifting that I want to do right now in the current context. Down the road I might, but it's instructive to me in my own, you know, self-reflection to go, yeah, for me, mostly the grading is about money and kind of upping the value and moving stuff out.
Yeah,
Right.
no, that's fair. And Paul touched on it here with this one here. He says right here, it removes the guesswork on eBay. What he's referring to is liquidity. It's easier. When I did the Goldin little monologue at the beginning, I said that Goldin, his thought process of making this thing where he'll accept cards at even as low as $100, as long as they're graded, because they want to take that aspect out of it. They want to take that, even at $100 card, they would rather be like, no, if you want to send it to us, it better already be a graded card. Then we'd accept it.
Yeah, let me just comment on that real quick.
Go ahead.
I think that if Golden Auctions is smart, because they got a niche in the high market, and let's be honest, if you're selling a high marketed, you know, we're talking 6-figure card, you know, that's who you want to do it with, because you got a guaranteed buyer, you know, and that's why you're paying them the premium to sell it for you. So I don't know. I mean, just being honest, I think they should start at $1,000 minimum level personally, if they're smart. I think that's what they should do.
I think they're going to do them in different auction sequences. I think it's his way of getting more auctions, but at different levels. Because what he did say, he said certain magic words. As I said, as I was listening to him, he threw in these little nuggets, these little magic words that I heard. Because he does approximately an auction every couple of weeks right now. That's what he currently does. These auctions would be weekly auctions. He just casually threw that in there. I go, you don't do weekly auctions. So now you're thinking about doing a separate weekly auction probably. I would bet those lower tier cards would not be in the bi-weekly auction. It would be in the weekly one where they would be separated out into their own thing, where if you're interested, you can opt into hearing about those. Those would be the more like standard common cards. But if you're into the high end, you're doing the elite auction because he's already got the branding there. He's already got the word elite built in.
Yeah, but to me, it almost sounds like it's like a personal thing he's got against eBay, you know, and he's trying to go after him. But if he's smart, just stick with the 1,000 or above, man. Like, he already got it made in the shade. Why mess around?
Because he can get those commission fees. And eBay floundered their market advantage because their return policy is so liberal that it doesn't work. So he basically can walk in and go, not everybody's going to bother, by the way. It takes more work to consign with an auction house. It actually takes more work. You have to send in the card. You can't just list the card like an eBay. So from a convenience standpoint, eBay still makes more sense if someone just wants to get on their smartphone, take a picture, put together a quick description, and hit send. You can do that in a couple of minutes. I've done that with some cards, and it sold a card almost immediately. So the convenience is still with eBay. But the thing is, if you go to Goldin, and there are people who have a market for it, and the buyers are already pre-vetted, if for some reason they want to slum it and buy your $100 card, at least you know you don't get a return, because they don't take returns. They don't take them.
That's their competitive advantage.
Correct.
Okay.
So like I said, I don't expect their mailing list to be like, oh yeah, show me the $100 cards. But some of them be like, yeah, show me, sure. If I see something cool in there that I want, okay, I'll buy it. But then the payment goes through.
Yeah, I mean, the very first thing when Justin teed this one up was, I was like, well, how long before the new one, the $100 card is the new $1,000 card or something like that. Like, sure. I'm not sure which direction it would go. The $1,000 card is the new $100 card. But yeah, the way the market's moving so quickly, Goldin may just be sort of acknowledging that, like, yeah, we can't even, if the Jordan's going from 350 to 850, maybe 100 is going to be 500. Who knows? Why not?
But that's the thing. I don't think his expectation actually is that people will send $100 cards. I think by making it accessible, like it feels like, but again, there's a bit of a hassle. You have to make the arrangements, send it over, do all that stuff, and then look at whatever his fees are. It might not be worth it for you, but he can still make it feel like it's available to you if you want.
He probably has somebody that's approaching him that has a whole business strategy for that $100 level and up, is what it sounds like. Then that's my next assumption.
Yeah, but think, if you're already doing really well on that big business, you can still keep the two things kind of separated, because you've got the vouched and vetted for buyers on the big ticket items, and you can have vouched, vetted for buyers at the quote unquote lower ticket items. You're expanding your base. Again, I'm going to take him at his word. I don't assume he has a reason to lie about the figures of number of people he has on his list.
Right.
Well, if he's already got 500,000 people on his list, well, a million's better. The $100 or $1,000 buyer today who's just dipping his toe in the water may be the $10 or $50,000 buyer tomorrow, because they have the money. They just aren't comfortable dipping their toe all the way in yet.
Hell, he's maybe trying to change the world.
Well, right now, if you want to see a competitive event, eBay is not running a good operation. They have the eyeballs, but that's all they have. As a seller, eBay kind of sucks. So it's like, if you want to provide an alternative, you can probably sell people on that. I can tell you, as a seller, it's not good, because you can return it for any stupid reason you want.
Right.
And then I have to accept the return.
And you can't trust, especially if you're selling a raw card, like, you don't know what the hell they're going to do with it. Yeah.
But graded cards are getting returned too, because we had this happen during Project 2020. Project 2020 is a microcosm of the problem that this ecosystem has. Somebody goes and buys the card. They buy it at the market rate. They receive the card. By the time they receive the card, the value has gone down. They say, oh, there's a scratch on the case. No, there isn't. The case was perfect when I sent it to you. Oh, but there's a scratch on it. I'm going to need a return. Is it because there's a scratch on the case, or is it because the price just went down on the card and you don't want to be on the hook for it?
Right.
And that would happen enough times where it's like, and as a seller, you have no recourse. So it's like your big $1,000 sale suddenly became a $0 sale, and now you have to get the card back, and now it's worth less than when you sold in the first place, and it's a hassle. As a platform, it's not great. You can still sell stuff on there. Like, I've done okay on it from time to time. But there's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't put on there unless I had to.
This is all starting to make more sense as far as the Goldin auctions, if they do that approach, honestly, because, I mean, that's the main worry that a lot of us have, not selling graded on eBay. I mean, not that I even deal in that market, but I feel bad for those people. Like, I literally, I see it, and I'm just like, these poor guys, as much work as they got to do to sell this thing, and then they got to potentially worry about it coming back. God forbid it's not vintage, and this guy, doesn't have a good game, you're fucked.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only reason why I said, when he mentioned those magical words, I at least paid attention. I'm not saying it's going to work, but I'm saying the fact he's even contemplating it is very interesting. And the fact he took a little stab at eBay in there, because right now there's plenty of room to take a stab at eBay. He doesn't have to be the only one, but at least people are seeing cracks in the armor.
Right. I'm actually kind of glad about it, to be honest now.
Yeah. So it's like, we'll see. That's why I wanted to present it in front of you guys, just to be like, hey, I'm not telling you to use it whenever it comes up, but at least let's pay attention. Let's just pay attention to what he threw out there, because those words were not accident. Ken Goldin, if nothing else, is an excellent marketer, and he like slipped that in there. So he gave the state of the hobby and then threw that in there and then kept going and talking to GaryVee. And
Plus,
in between, it's like, I didn't miss that, buddy. I caught that.
Oh, let's see. That might even be why GaryVee joined at the very point. But I got it. You know.
Yeah, but it's just made me laugh, where I go right in between a state of the hobby thing, a whole, monologue, and then GaryVee right in the middle. It's like, yeah, no, we're looking at enhancing the platform and getting cards as low as $100. Wait, hold on there, buddy.
Wait, then that's when he joined?
Not long after. There was a very smooth not long after. It was minutes.
That's the problem that we have, is like these people with modern selling raw. Like, that is the problem, I think. I think modern's the problem, but a good problem that we have. But at the same time, the real problem is selling raw modern, I think, is the main problem that we have.
Yeah, for sure.
And I don't even deal in that market, but I think I always look at the whole market. I try to protect the whole damn thing.
Yes, but that's why
it feels the same way.
Yeah,
that probably was why he jumped on.
Yeah, that's the reason why I say, and this is
like a monopoly.
Yeah, that's the reason why I say, and this is my long-standing theme when I do these live streams, is that, look, I may not be participating, but I'll still pay attention. I'm still paying attention, because I'm like, okay, hold on, let me see what you did here. Yeah, because you still want to know. Yeah, it might still affect you in some other way. I want to quickly grab this one. So this has been I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I want to still acknowledge it. This has always been the question since the dawn of time. And the thing is, you're supposed to have mechanisms in place to stop it. If you don't believe in the mechanisms, don't send it in the grading. Yeah. So it's like, you could, because he was talking about like, oh, what would prevent a grader from sending their own stuff in and getting PSA 10s? It's like, well, because then as soon as PSA got caught, they would be screwed. So it's like, the short answer is PSA would rather like not and be like, yeah, let's not do that. Yeah, we can't treat the patient. If you relate it to the patient, you're not getting treatment. So I just want to grab this here. This is Paul's question, a good question for Goldin. That is the ultimate question. But I think the fact that it's still a little bit of a hassle to send it in, because remember, with Goldin, you have to send in the card. And then they have to look at the card and validate the card. So it's not like eBay. Like I said, it's not you take a picture and create the auction right now. I could create an auction for an eBay thing in about 10 minutes or 5 minutes on my phone while I'm talking to you guys and have it up on eBay through the app. But with Goldin, you can't do that. You could be like, hey, I'm going to send you guys these cards. Can you put them up in the auction for me? Yeah, Carlos, no problem. Send them to this address. As soon as we get them, we'll put it in the next auction. There's still a delayed reaction. I got to ship it to them. They got to process it. They got to open it. Now, can it still get backlogged? Every single hobby thing that accepts mail submissions can totally get backlogged if they don't have the personnel to handle it and process. The upside is because there's a little bit of a delay. There could still be, like, most people won't want to send that. Like, that's a bit of a pain as opposed to just doing it through the app, the convenience, the speed. You can have a card up for auction in moments, put a buy it now with best offer, get a good offer, accept the offer, get the payment, all within an hour. You can't do that with Goldin. It's just not possible. So that's the only reason why I say I totally get Paul's point, but it's like the additional steps create a delayed reaction because you still have to send it to them. And it's not in your possession once it gets shipped out. The good news is you don't have to mail it. I hate going to the post office, so if I can mail off 10 cards to Goldin, for some reason, if I have sufficient cards, that's a heck of a lot easier than mailing it out to 10 individual buyers and having to deal with the potential of returns and all that nonsense. I just have Goldin sell them. They sell. I get my money. We're good. Assuming I accept his fees and whatever that's going to end up looking like.
Hey, Carlos, I'm gonna jump out. Thanks for having me.
No worries, Mason. Thanks for popping on.
No, Justin. Nice to talk to you guys.
Good to talk to you.
Okay, so here we go. That's the multiplier, man, between one level and another, and it is a matter of when you're in Joe's bracket, it's like, oh look, $100,000, $1 million, 10x, whatever.
Doesn't matter.
Whatever, man.
Yeah.
Well, Joe, you've watched a lot of You've seen the card ladder guys, you know, Josh or whatever, and how Josh talks about how he drives like his Honda Civic or whatever. And I laugh as like, because he buys these big LeBron cars. It's like, it's because I drive a Civic. I totally got his point. I just thought it was funny. I got a kick out of it.
Well, I've learned through
Depends
the
on
years
the
of
car.
my life that sometimes people who have a lot of money have figured out ways to be smart with their money. And yeah, I mean, Josh is very smart in doing lots of good, focused, discipline, you know, consolidation. I'm not that way. I make a lot of mistakes. I'm frivolous. You know, I'll go down this rabbit hole or that rabbit hole. But I respect people that can pull it off. And, you know, I certainly, you know, as much as anyone, like to be you know, my resources.
Mm-hmm. Right. So good evening, Bobby. How's
Hey,
it going?
Bobby, did you say you got a 9.5 Gretzky today? Or
No, I think it was a Bork. So I don't know if you can hear us, Bobby.
okay,
We'll give him a minute. Can you hear us, Bobby, or no? We'll give him a moment here. But all I was going to say, playing off of what you were saying, Joe. So how many Ziggy Puffies you got, Joe? Be honest with me. Be honest with me. Is it mega yacht money time? Almost? No, we're not quite there yet. I'm secretly. I was joking with Amit. I think his show should have just been pumping Ziggy Puffy. Is what he should have been doing. That's what he should be doing. Can you hear us, Bobby, or no? We'll give him a moment.
Bobby,
Go ahead, Justin. Repeat what you said there, Justin.
I think you muted me.
Yeah, no. While you were off, I could hear you moving around, so I needed to cut the sound down.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Oh no, I said, hey, what's up, Bobby?
Yeah. So Bobby, right now you're muted. I didn't do that one, so it's so that one's you. Here, hold on. There you go. You can hear us okay? No?
check.
See, I thought we had figured out Bobby's audio, the entrance audio. But
He generally needs 2 times. He needs 2 entries to, you know.
he did have one run though the other day where he nailed it on the first try. So it's like, yeah, it has happened. It has happened. So okay, anyway, so just I'll grab a couple of comments here while we're going here. Pretty sure PSA keeps track of gem rates per grader. Yes. No, that's valid. The thing is, playing into this though, you got to run the numbers. Like there should always be like a blind. The grader shouldn't technically know whose card it is. So even if they wanted to try to play a game and grade their own card, they shouldn't be able to. So if you want to try Bobby, you're muted. You might have to unmute yourself.
How's that?
That is much better. You're good.
I
What's
got
going
it,
on?
but it's not working.
I can hear you now. So I don't know if you can hear us.
No, it's on the webcam.
Ah, got you. Okay.
So I think I'm having a problem. Yeah, I bought the Yeti Nano.
Oh, cool. Okay, you're upgrading your audio. Nice.
Well, this one picks up everything. So, and this one picks up nothing.
You just got to find that middle ground, Bobby. You got to find that middle ground. That's just right.
Yeah, I'm for sure on that. Hey, guys.
How's it going?
What's up,
Good.
Bobby?
Good to see you, Justin.
Hey, don't go after my Ray Borg tonight, please.
Oh,
No, Bobby has his own Ray Borg. We may be talking, if you want to talk about the Ray Borg, Bobby.
Let me do a screen share. How's that?
If you want to do a screen share, you can. Bobby has picked up a Ray Borg.
No, he hasn't.
He has. I got a chance to see this. It is a fact.
Well, let me get it up here.
Yeah,
All
you
right,
get it there, and I'll show it. You let me know.
Okay.
Just quickly grabbing a couple of these comments as we went along.
Okay.
Yep, I agree, Brian.
Gonna be
So I got to go out of here.
so real quick, while Bobby's doing this. So
There we go.
in the chat that brought up the difference between the 100,009 and the 900,009. It
Yep.
makes sense depending on if a population is 2 of the 10, like a Wayne Gretzky, for example. So like we got a bunch of 9s, we got 2 10s. So it's all about pop 9 to 10 ratio when it comes.
It is. I think it's also dependent. Like, here's the thing. Like I said, I gave Goldin a tremendous amount of credit for being very blunt about certain pieces. And he positioned it in an interesting way because they're his buyers. So he was very careful how he positioned it. But he basically flat out said, these people don't care. If it says 10 on the holder, they will pay the premium for 10 on the holder. Bottom line, end of story, whatever it is, no price is too high. as long as they can afford it. They'll just pay it. There we go. Okay, I got you. So 1 second here. I'll take this off and I'll put it on there.
So Carlos, you don't think? Oh,
Oh my God.
So the one on the left is, I think, yours, Bobby, or both?
It is. The one on the left is
The one on the
mine.
left.
The
Okay.
one on the right is somebody else's. I don't know. Do you know who it is, Justin?
I think that's mine, Bobby.
Bobby, that is vicious. I love it, but
wow.
it's vicious.
Wow. We're going.
I'm here for this. I'm here for this. I love that he went Photoshop on you. This is next level. I love this.
This is
Yeah.
head to head. My
Bobby,
God.
is that the 9 that was that 9.5 was at like not 375 with a best offer? Did you get the best offer on that one?
375. It was
Was it like 4? Or?
that's Canadian, I think.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Wow.
Yeah, I got it a lot cheaper than that anyway. So
Yeah, but look at the color on mine compared to yours.
it's just the scan. It really is. It's muted because the burlap and the poor picture, and I had to crop it.
Oh no, please, gentlemen, argue the relative merits of the 9.5 versus the 10. I am amused. Please continue.
Boys, they're both nice cards.
Joe, don't get in the middle of this. This is great. This is great for a couple of minutes of entertainment. Let's let this play out for just a second.
Oh yeah, you're gonna love this, Carlos. No, I think they're both pretty good.
Yeah. Both are nice cards, guys. Both are.
They
nice
are.
cards.
They are. One's a little centered better than the other, but other than that, you were waiting for it, right?
Bobby, as soon as you went Photoshop, I wasn't here. Let me tell you, Justin, I knew that he bought the card. I didn't realize that he went Photoshop. The second he went Photoshop, I was like, oh, Bobby, let's go. Let's go, guys.
You Photoshopped me.
Well, I like that he got the serial numbers out and not with a black like cross.
I do appreciate that. I think we have to appreciate that, Justin, that he did also take the time to cover up the serial numbers. I think that's a nice touch.
You're safe.
So there's no guarantee that that's anybody else's card, except it could be yours, Justin. Maybe not. You don't know.
Oh, I could tell.
Why? Because it's off center?
Centering, yeah.
Oh.
So
No, but
Now I want to go back to card shows and continue this conversation.
hey, the PSA 10 or Bork just went for $22,000. So you can't tell me $500 wasn't a bad investment.
no, you did great actually on yours.
Yeah, we were actually having a separate conversation about the base card versus the subset card, and kind of like how do you compare the two ratio wise, because they both have value. They're both rookie year cards.
Personally,
What's that? Sorry.
I think it's 10-1 is the value I've come out to in my own
But
stock
why
market.
is that?
So just look at like the Lemieux sub alt rookie, right? You remember, because I got a 9, so I got an OPG 9. And so the OPG 9 right now in Lemieux is probably going for about 7,000 roughly. So that values the alt rookie at about $700 at a PSA 9, right?
Okay.
Now the 10s come into different level, I think, of a ratio. I think it's more of a 9-1 instead of a 10-1.
Where yours is a 9 and mine's a 10? No, I'm just having fun with it, Justin. Sorry.
Hey.
No, you're actually working on something that I'm working on as well. So keep going with that.
Yeah, he's legitimately interested because he's trying to figure out ratio wise. So please continue your thought.
Because I have some things to say too, but I want to hear.
Let's take the Bork that just sold for 22. I think it was actually 25, right? So if we do a 10-1 on that on Bobby R card, now that you own one. So if we do a 10-1 on that, what does that come out to? That's $2,000. So but that doesn't make sense to me. So that does throw a wrench in my whole theory.
Yeah, I believe since the beginning, since we started with looking at price guides, they have manipulated our thought process with the price variation between the two. So we've had 30 years of price manipulation in our head, where it's $100 raw in a near mint, or it's $10 for a subset card of the rookie. So I think that's played a long way. And they say, well, let's the market decide. Well, the market's been influenced by 30 years of historical Beckett reading, not Beckett. Sorry, I'm just any price guide. Sorry, because there's Charlton. There's a few others too out there.
Now, in fairness, Bob, I'll throw one thing that I think your point is valid, but let me throw one monkey wrench in. Because now, as we've learned from the most recent auctions in it, there might be an entire buyer that at certain grade levels might throw the whole thing completely out of whack, completely just because they'll just go for whatever the top is, and they'll just boom.
I think
Sure.
Bobby's point, though, before you go any further, Bobby, with the Beckett is huge. I busted out my 1995 Beckett, and I did look at that ratio, and I think that might be where I arrived at the 10-1. But keep going.
No, okay, and fair enough. And we've all been things have been manipulated over the years. Very much like when I came up with my first book in 2006, I documented a lot of things that were never really documented before. That were at shows, and we're not saying cards, but we're saying other things. A lot of people looked at those items and they realized, oh, this is from this company. Oh, and it was released this year. So a lot of people are sitting going, wow, this thing used to sell for $10. Now it's selling for $50. So the information influences the price, historically speaking. And I think the more information that we have out there, or the more we talk about those things, we can look at things being different. Why should it be worth 10% when it's his rookie card? And the funny part about it is he got 65 points, dealing with our cards there. The Bork.
Top report.
65 points for a defenseman. You know, that's record breaking. But you have his regular card, and then you got something that he did in his rookie year and broke a record. So that card is too low at a 10% ratio.
Can I ask a question? So playing off of what you just said there, let me ask a question. Since we know, like I said, that now there is a buyer who doesn't look at comps, who doesn't consider the background and historical ratios and things like necessarily. They might just be like, yeah, if I want the card, I'll pay whatever. Is there a possibility that some of them may look at that and go like, yeah, what else can I get from this year that's whatever, and look at some of those cards, and then would the ratio still hold, or would the ratios level out just because they're like, yeah, okay, so 86 Jordan doesn't have that. But if 86 Jordan had the rookie and then he had some kind of a rookie breaker.
But he has a sticker.
So that
sure. Okay, so let's go with the sticker. So let's say they look at the Jordan 86, and I've got one now, but I want the sticker. And I'm like, yeah, I'll buy the 10, I'll pay, 500,000 for it, or like 400.
I think it was a 50% ratio on the Jordan.
It's a 4-1, I think.
How much?
Or not a 4-1 between the 9 and the 8 at least. I got the 8, so I paid.
Sure.
By the way, the 8's at $10,000. By the way, I only paid $1,100 for that fucker.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. I'm wondering what would happen if they just went like, I'll throw money at the 10 sticker, I don't care, and I'll be like, yeah, whatever, and then it doesn't go as high as the Fleer Jordan, but it goes to like, it starts suddenly getting like, okay, so here's the sticker now, and here's the thing.
All right, so let me throw out the numbers real quick for the sticker on Jordan. The 10 right now is going for 9. The 20 is going for about 25 right now. I'm sorry. So the 8's going for about 9,000. The 9's going for about 25,000 to 30,000, and then the 10,
100 and something.
Yeah, 100 and something. There's people out there with these buy it nows that are crazy, but based on that trade or that sale yesterday, of the PSA 10 at 7,000, now everybody's getting crazy. So, but the bottom line is that the 9 right now is going for 9. Or sorry, the 8 is going for 9,000, and the 9 is going for about 25 to 35 ish. And that's all we really need to know. At the 10, these freaking people for 10s are crazy. But that's what's going to drive up the 9s and the 8s.
True. Yeah, I think the 10 is out of the equation though.
That's kind of the underlying point I'm trying to get at, is that if we take Goldin at face value, because it's one of those things, when Goldin makes a certain statement, I have to consider it marketing copy. When he makes a different statement about what the buyers that he's talking to are thinking, I'm less concerned about it, because I'm sure that's they probably justified themselves. They said like, yeah, look, man, whatever. They're like, yeah, I'll throw because the numbers correspond. They tripled the previous comp for no apparent reason. And then other people just said, yeah, straight up, oh, yeah, I'll pay 600, whatever. It's like, why?
Carlos, my theory is the people that brought that up are already so invested in the sports card market that they're just doing it because it's going to bring up their other cards. It's like I talked to you about like last week. They're forwarding their cost basis into the new card, and at the same time, it's just bringing up their other cards.
But the thing is, it still creates a valid comp. Like it works in their favor. They're like, yeah, sure, yeah, I'll pay the extra because then it boosts all my cards, and if I've got a stack of them, well, great. Across the board, it's increases.
It's called advantageous. I learned that in college, by the way.
There you go.
Hey, Carlos, I got a quick question.
Go for it, buddy. Go for it.
I don't follow Goldin and all that stuff too frequently, but do you feel like
you don't like getting marketed to every 5 seconds? Please go on.
He brings on his kid. It's weird.
Please continue.
But the question I had was, do you think he felt compelled to explain it because it was such a high jump that there wasn't monkey business, so he needed to give a narrative behind it that made sense to people? Because I mean, that great of a jump would invite speculation that maybe there was.
That's a great point.
Joe, you're my hero, and yes, he did. Ken Goldin, like I said, I'm giving Ken Goldin. I laugh because I'm giving Ken Goldin tremendous credit. I'm saying he's smart enough of an operator. He's been around the game long enough to know, like, we just tripled the highest price ever paid for this damn card for no apparent reason overnight on 2 different cards in the same auction, again, for no apparent reason. I'd better at least try to, at this point, and I've made this analogy before, as human beings, we're really good. If we need something to be true, we will develop forms of yoga that have yet to be conceived by mortal man to put ourselves into pretzels and defy laws of gravity in order to put ourselves into a position where somehow we can justify it after the fact. Well, obviously, like the man would have told you it was the position of the moon versus the stars if it had worked. And if it like, yeah, sure. It's because the moon was in this position and because the buyer was a Sagittarius and because of that, like it would have been whatever worked. I do believe that the most honest statement he said is that there are some people with a lot of money who just don't care. That I believe is fair. I believe that's true. And I believe at least a couple of those buyers were. I believe to Justin's point, if I was one of those people holding on a stack of them, maybe I didn't necessarily buy the auction ones, but I would have made the offline offers because that would make sense. Like, yeah, I'll buy a couple at 600, sure. But you don't necessarily want to get into an open auction. But maybe you'll be like, yeah, I can protect my investment and bolster my other holdings and then make the offline offer where I don't have to necessarily compete with competing bids. Because there's 316. If I pick up the phone and I say to Goldin, look, man, I got 700,000. Can you get me a Jordan PSA 10 to my house inside of the week? Goldin's answer is, yes, Carlos, we can. And I'm like, how do you know it's me? It's like, I have your number already written down. I know. But I promise, if you make that phone call, you can get it done. He knows enough people that have those cards. I will say, he even said, like, he acknowledges, like, it's not a rare card. It's 316 cards. They're going to have one in the next auction and the one after that. They've already got a couple in the next couple of auctions. So it's like, it's not rare. It's not rare.
Rarity has nothing to do with it now.
Correct. So. Exactly. And it's not like, oh, it's 100 copies. No, it's 316. Yeah. You know, barring from the Royal Rumble theme, Austin 316 says, I have a Jordan rookie. Look, they've all got one. 316. It's there. It's plenty.
Jeremy said they're all mostly buried.
The thing is, if you're a collector who has one and doesn't care and doesn't need the money, then yes, it's buried. How many people are in that position? That's a different conversation.
Most, because of the price.
Yeah, Jordan said something about like 130 something of them.
Yeah.
Like buried.
But for how long?
Yeah, exactly.
It just needs to be enough money to unbury it.
We only live for so long.
Yeah. How long do the kids inherit them?
Yeah.
And buy Bitcoin with the proceeds.
So, Justin, here's the question: so what do you think the percentage should be for a subset rookie? And we're not talking about a regular guy who's kind of just made it like
talking about Mary Lemieux, Ray
your keys, sure.
I think for hockey, those are the two that we can actually focus on. I don't know. I really don't know, Bobby.
Iserman too.
I don't really care, to be honest, either. I just know that eventually they're going to get their respect, and we're going to let capitalism play its fucking, sorry for the language. But I think it maybe 7-1, I think is the reach.
Or what percentage would you say?
7-1, so whatever that is.
Yeah, I don't want to do the math. Just
Yeah, I think it's like 16% or something.
yeah.
Well, eight would be 12.5. 8 would be 12.5. So 7's a little higher than that.
Yeah.
I can't give you the exact, but I know that 8 is about 12.5.
So
Not exactly, but close.
So that's the market value, basically.
Yeah,
a couple points.
Bobby, there's a pristine Ray Bork of that same card for only like $550. How did you miss that one?
I didn't.
Did you see that one?
The pristine. No.
Pristine BGS or BVG pristine of that same Ray Bork.
Well, Justin, I will say, I won't speak for Bobby, but I will say that he's also trying to look for the value proposition. He's not necessarily looking buying the finest one. He wants to find one that for the grade
like
meets his standard.
For the grade and for the price.
Correct. Yes.
I'm not looking to impress anybody. I'm just having some fun. Gambling, so to speak. Regardless. But, I believe, when we talk about the 9s and 10s, that percentage rate drops dramatically. And it would normally. But if you're talking about in a price guide, what should it be? Near mint Lemieux compared to his subset card? Should it be 10%? Should it be 20, 30?
So I'm thinking like a PSA 10 Lemieux.
Take PSA out of there.
Okay, so
the thing is, though, you can't really take it. You can't take it out of there, Bobby.
Okay, you're going to a show. What are you going to do?
Out of the whatever, but you can't take the country out of the boy. All right. So anyway,
you're at a show and you're buying raw because the guy has it at his table. You're just going to walk away because it's not PSA. You're not going to take a chance going, wow, that looks really nice. I don't want to send it in.
So Bobby,
you're not walking away from money.
No. This is a great point. So I think a PSA 10 should have a 7-to-1 ratio on the alts, and then a PSA 9 should have a 1-to-9 ratio.
I graduated. But once you hit a certain grade level, it's irrelevant because it gets down so low.
Yeah.
Some of them. Like
I think that's valid though, because the gap will shrink as you go down the grade scale. Yeah.
So,
and I think that's valid.
It worked, for example, because there's only 13, Bobby.
Yeah.
I don't know how mine got a 10, but it did. But I actually only, I bought it. It's not like I sent that damn thing to be graded.
No.
But anyways, it's a 10. But anyway,
it certainly is what you say.
7.
Easy, Bobby. Easy. Let me quickly. I know. Bobby. I'm here for it. I believe I've made clear I'm here for it. Let me quickly grab the comment. Justin, let me grab the comment. Hold on. I want to make sure Brian has this because he had a question here, and I think it's a good one. The thing is, Brian, so if you get, I'm not going to send you back to a previous live stream because they're all long. I understand. But we did have a chance to chat about it, and the valid response is this one here. This one, specifically. Because when we're saying participate and you want to try to establish a number, like we actually played around with this idea. We said like, okay, so is it somebody who buys cards a couple of times a year? Is it somebody who buys cards, on a regular basis? Does it have to be a certain dollar amount? Does it have to be a certain kind of thing? It gets really hard to do. Trying to figure out how many people participate, and it's also fluid, right? Like some people participate and then get bored and then go away, and then they're not participating anymore. So that definition is the key that will then lead you to at least guesstimate the number. Yeah. And you take a stab at it here. It goes buying, selling, trading. Well, the thing is, if I buy a card now, I buy a card in a month, and I buy a card in a month after that, and then I give up, and I was in it for 3 months, does that count as participating? Or if I do all my transactions this month, is it participating? Because it gets tricky.
Well, that's always a mixed number anyways. For
sure. It's always going to be a fluid number. Karvin came up with a really big number. I don't remember what it was.
50.
I think it was like 50 million or something like that. That seems high.
Let's talk about the Yzerman.
It's really high. Well, I don't think really high, but
this is a great subject. The Yzerman rookie. All right, so here we go. So anyways, my personal opinion on that card is something about those cards from 83 and 84 that just were not attractive. I don't know what it was, and that's just my personal opinion. So
good photography and clean borders. They look pretty nice. Centering got a little better that year.
I mean,
84, not 83.
Yeah, 82 and 83, I think, were the really ugly ones.
Yeah. They were particularly OPC.
And then 84 actually did graduate from the from the ugly class, but there's just something about it though that still is just hard to grasp.
Well, I gotta tell.
Alt he's talking about, I think, is an ugly card too.
Which one?
Yeah, Alt in his rookie year. I think it's an ugly. It just looks generic.
He looks good in a 10 though.
Yeah, I'm sure it looks good in 10, but I just think it's just a generic looking card.
I'm breaking everyone.
Five blows our socks off. I mean, they just killed.
I was gonna say, well, it's like Bobby. This one we need to do. We need to do this one. I'm getting the video out, and we're doing it in the live setting. It's like, all right, gentlemen, fight. Let's go.
Let it go.
So Joe, we'll do play-by-play commentary. Your job is to be color. I'll do the analysis play-by-play.
I gotta show Joe my Gretzky rookie. I just bought. Yeah.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I understood. But
I see it.
Break it out, Bobby. Break it out.
I know if you got it. Oh, you got the box?
I got the box.
Wow. Interesting.
Mathematically, you'll probably get one. Yeah.
There we go.
Those are not. There's not packs in that. I can guarantee you that.
No, there's not.
Is that DOP to the tops?
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
The tops is the more narrow one.
Okay.
It's at 48 and tops at 36 count. So, yep.
Is that a?
Did you get it on eBay? Bob?
No, not at all.
Okay, you got it from a.
Yeah.
Huh.
Wow, that's nice.
It's a cool box.
It wasn't a card, but it is cardboard.
Yeah.
Well, that's the reason why when you showed me the Bork, I was a bit surprised because you're not actually traditionally a card buyer.
Yeah.
Usually you buy other stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that's card related. That's where it all came from.
Well, that one I understood, but I'm talking about the Bork. Like the Bork was an actual card. It's not.
There's a couple other cards up my sleeve that I bought, but I won't tell you now.
Okay.
Figure them out.
Fair
I
enough.
wanted to chime in on your guys' discussion around the ways in which you have the graduated multiplier kind of moving down the grading scale.
Please do.
Yeah, we wanted to hear your opinion on it.
My only point is that I think there's also a variable in that whole graduation thing that is connected to the actual player.
Mm-hmm.
So the more goatish the player is, that's gonna help those inserts or tertiary cards achieve more value, and that beauty can be in the eye of the beholder. Certain people might decide that we have pockets of fandom, and NBA basketball, you got a Penny Hardaway contingent, or different people that have a little more collecting base than their stats might exist, just a little more following. But anyway, that was just my only thought as you guys were talking about the difference between a PSA 10, a PSA 9, and then the relative ratios. I think the player ingredient is going to also affect that in the upward direction on the goats.
Agreed.
I
think part of that plays into also the price point. To your point, like a Gretzky, because Gretzky's so expensive. If people look at that and they say there's a subset in there, then the ratio gets adjusted a certain way.
Yeah, see that tertiary is not even there present for Gretzky. And look at how big Gretzky was. He never got anything. It's only actually a small handful of cards that do meet that criteria.
No,
surprisingly.
I agree with you. But I'm saying as you go up the scale, to Joe's point, if you go up the scale, if Gretzky had a subset card, that ratio would be very different than it would be for Bork, than it would be for Eiserman, than it would be for a lot of other
His
guys.
secondary cards, his second year and the third year, and subsets within those years have all went, and raw too.
Correct.
Very big. Yep.
Exactly. So I tend to agree, Joe. I think that's very valid. It creates this sliding scale where it just depends on
Hey, that's
where they
what we have
fall.
to go here. He's always there to provide us that, sliding scale.
But you're the one that's got the Jordan sticker. I wish I had that Jordan sticker.
I also got the Nike promo 9.
You should.
The thing is, it was funny. I was watching, I saw it on there, and I said, it's like, number one, money. Number two, you'd have to base it out of the States, because if you're not in the States, they just don't respect it. Because we got a lot of grading companies here that try to make a go of it, but it's like, no one cares. You base it out of some. That's why I laugh. It's like, oh, what about MNT? What about them?
Yeah.
But what about them? KSA, really? That's what you want to go with? Okay.
Funny story, real quick. When I bought my PSA 8 Jordan sticker, it was right and before the documentary came out in March, right? So there's this guy from New Jersey that had like 5 of them up, and I sent him a message, and he wanted $1,300 for it, and I was just like, "Hey, can I just give you $1,175 for this thing?" Like, I'm new to eBay. I just bought my Wayne Gretzky SGC 8 OPG for $2,601. I thought, I didn't know what the hell. You know what I mean? You guys know my story. But anyway, so I messaged this guy, and I'm just like, dude, can I get this for $1,175? He's like, I don't know why these cards. He responds back saying, I don't know why these cards are going up so much. And I was like, anyways, can I still get it for $1,175? And he goes, yeah, you just want to do it off eBay? And I was just like, no, I'd rather do it on eBay, because at that point, I don't know who this guy is. Yeah. And the next thing you know, he goes, let me just adjust my buy down to $1,100 for you. In other words, this guy is probably selling these things for like $400 all day long in his shop in New Jersey. And here he is now listing it for $1,300. So the next thing you know, the dude is going to relist it as a buy it now for $1,175. Well, he relists it for $1,100. And I was just like, fuck yeah. So I bought it real quick, and the next thing you know, he sends it to my house. And then a month later, I bought the Nike promo PSA 9 for $1,100. That thing right now, with 3 hours left, it was at $7,700 today. So I haven't checked the final price, but it's probably about $9,000 card.
Yeah. No. We talked about it. Like, a lot of those guys have been going up a lot. Although I will say, quick side note, based on from your story, quick side note.
Yeah.
If you ever want to make a deal with anybody and you decide to adjust the pricing, the simpler way to do it is to put a really high buy it now and put best offer, and then just take the best offer and then accept it.
Right.
You don't have to put the buy it now for the exact dollar amount. You can put a higher number that's silly. You could put $100,000 on it and then take a best offer, and then you get the $1,175 offer. You accept it and you're done.
Yeah, and
just
people
saying.
are starting to catch on to that, I think, overall.
But eBay doesn't care, though. eBay doesn't really care. It's from their perspective. They're like, as long as the sale gets consummated and the deal gets done, they get their value fee. They don't care.
Right, but I'm coming from the buyer's perspective back
Totally.
in March, and like this stuff wasn't even knowledgeable at the time, right?
No, agreed. They do play a dangerous game, though, if they actually get a buy it now and then find a way to try to weasel out of it. That's a good way of getting your account pulled.
I thought I was going to get weaseled out of it, actually, because, like I said, he was supposed to do it at $1,175, and for some reason, the idiot did it at $11. And I was just like, sweet. I bought it real quick, and the next thing you know, he sent me my card.
Yeah. No, but that's the reason why I threw out that piece of advice. I'm just saying, for anybody who wants to make a sale and they do come up with a deal and they want to adjust it accordingly, it makes more sense to do it the way I just proposed. Put a higher number, put the best offer, you put in the best offer, you accept the best offer, it's done. No problem. Right. It's no mess. You're all good. And it's all above board and it counts. It's all good. I just threw it out there because I said, I've seen people do that. And I'm like, why? Like, it's simpler. Just put the best offer thing and be done with it.
Yeah, Charles was saying, bossy highlights. Cocaine Charlie,
Easy.
Yeah,
it was Iserman, though. He was talking about the Iserman one.
No, he was talking bossy.
Did he mention that one? I didn't catch that. Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha. There's a lot of players, though. The thing is, Charles appreciates a lot of these other players. It's just a hobby love thing. It's not like Bossy wasn't a great player. That isn't the issue. The issue is that he had his run, and then he had to retire early, and the Islanders aren't relevant anymore.
They really aren't, sadly.
glossy PSA 9 tops. How do you guys like that? I paid $110 for this thing back in
For the tops, it's good.
yeah, back in June of last year. Yeah.
The thing is,
I saw PSA 8 tops go for $300 on the last PWCC this weekend. So that tells me that the 9's probably worth about $700 or $800 in tops.
I think tops is really coming to their own of late, especially after the Gretzky sale. Being tops being 700 and the other one being 1.3, the O-Pee-Chee.
I think it's just become viable because it's like, what is the actual population? Like, that's the pertinent part. It's like, do you really care what the difference is? O-Pee-Chee was just always considered. It was like common accepted. Yeah, O-Pee-Chee is more valuable. Why?
Beckett.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like, if there's a legitimate reason, if you say that the O-Pee-Chee was printed in less quantity and there's less available, you have an argument. If that's not true, then it doesn't work anymore. Then it's like, okay, what's the truth?
Right. It's not true for the 89 tops, as we know, with the, what card is that?
Joe Sakic.
Yeah, the Joe Sakic. So, like, if we could somehow, put that in a case study, and compare populations, then we might have another discussion. But I think at the end of the day, there's something about the way that the O-Pee-Chees were cut. I think they're just tougher cut cards, and there's just something about them coming out of Canada that is always going to just have a premium.
I think that's part of it, and I think it's also the reverse of what happens with a lot of American-made products. Because hockey is so Canada-based, I think a lot of Canadians put extra stock in the O-Pee-Chee. They actually discount the tops just because it's tops. And they're like, it's not an O-Pee-Chee. It's literally mental. It's like, well, look, if you like the card, you like the card.
Well, like I said, a lot of times they would ship them over the border, the second series, through the early 70s. So a lot of Americans ended up with the second series or the second half of the set because tops only did 264, where O-Pee-Chee would do 396 cards. Mm-hmm. They would end up with half O-Pee-Chee. So they kind of like that. Hey, they got extra cards. That's another factor too, is there's more cards and there's more stars, more players. Yeah. So maybe they didn't get half of the New York Rangers in there, and the O-Pee-Chee side got the other few players that maybe they really liked at that time. So
I think it's interesting. The only reason why I think it's odd is that because of the era and the way it was, is that because you basically had one set, and if you did get your hands on tops, it's only a second set. So if you're a set builder, you build the first set and then you could build a second set. Why wouldn't you want to build a second set? Because you run out of cards. If you're serious, you're like really hardcore. It's like, okay, I got the O-Pee-Chee, we're done. Okay, well then do the tops, I guess. Like, there's no other card set. Like, what are you going to do?
A lot of guys actually did do something where they would get the different cards that tops produced that were updated by O-Pee-Chee, and they would fill in, here's the set with the variations.
Okay.
Because O-Pee-Chee released later than tops because of the trades and new players that came in.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Hey, fellas, I got to hit the hay. It's been wonderful. Thank you for being here and hosting, Carlos. And good to see you, Bobby. Good to see you, Justin.
Okay,
Joe. Appreciate you popping in.
Take care.
Yep. And this time next week, we might have a little Super Bowl talk, depending on.
I'll be honest with you quickly, Joe. Before you go, let me quickly get a read of the room. This is for Joe. This is for Justin. This is for Bobby. This is for people in the chat. I'm curious. Help me. I want to make sure I'm trying to figure out
who's going to win.
Not that part. Friday. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Should I do it on Friday and avoid the Super Bowl entirely? Because I'm not going to be watching the Super Bowl. Like, I don't need to watch Tom Brady one way or another. I don't care.
Or you have it earlier.
So I got Justin's. Well, it'd be earlier than 6:30.
Yeah,
that'd be a bit rough. Like, I don't know about that one, Bobby.
Yeah, true enough.
Okay, so I got Justin's vote. Bobby, I suspect you're kind of neutral on it. You're kind of ambivalent. Joe, any thoughts? Help me out here.
We're comparing Sunday night to Friday night.
Yeah, basically, here's what happens. Normally, I do this around 9:00 my time. So just so we're on the same page here. The Super Bowl for me is starting about 6:30 my time. So realistically, let's say it starts about half an hour later. That means we'd be about 2.5 hours into it. If I start maybe 9:30, the Super Bowl would almost be done by then.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I could try doing it 9:30 a little later, or I could do it on Friday. Friday actually seems to be less popular for whatever reason. People seem to be less interested. I'm just getting opinions. I'm just curious. I haven't decided yet.
I think
Yeah.
Friday will be back for Super Bowl weekend.
Yeah, I'm in the same. I'm suspecting that's probably going to be the consensus. I just wanted to ask because the folks that are here are probably at least. So I'm seeing Friday. It's looking like predominantly Friday.
Tailgate Friday.
Friday.
Yep. All right, guys, we'll do it Friday. I just wanted to check with you guys. So then, so you'll see that, and you'll see it on the channel ahead of time. It'll be a placeholder for Friday. I can do that, no problem. I was just curious. Just wanted to make sure I understood.
And maybe we can do our predictions then.
We can. Yeah, we'll have a couple of days ahead of time. I already put in my bet. The Buccaneers are behind, so it's like I'm taking the Buccaneers because of the odds. I'm taking them because of the odds. I think Kansas City should win because I haven't been impressed by what I've seen from Brady and Tampa. Like they probably should have lost 3 times, at least twice. But could they win? Sure. Could you sell me on the idea that they win? Yeah, you could sell me on the idea. But then that's Kansas City screwing this up because I think they should win.
So do we have Mahomes playing on Sunday? By the
Absolutely.
way?
Yeah, he's playing for sure.
Peace, guys. Take care.
Have a good one, Joe. Thanks for the feedback. Appreciate you.
You bet.
But yeah, so that's fine. I just wanted to understand. So I just wanted to get the gauge from you guys because that way, once I set it up, then we're cool. I just want to make sure we were good. I'm good with that. I can work with it.
Hey,
I'll
what
definitely be in. It'll probably be around the usual time, especially for a Friday. For a Friday, it's not that bad.
9 or 10.
Yeah, it just depends on where you are time zone wise. I'm in the east, so for me it would be around 9 o'clock.
So you're like, okay, so that's 8 o'clock my time.
Eastern Standard
That's what
Time.
I'm saying. Like depending on where you are, it should be fine. Especially folks that are further out west, you're not gonna have a problem. You'll be all right. I don't think it'll be an issue.
Perfect.
Sounds good. Yeah, I know Brian's out is in Cali, so yep. No, I'm with you. We'll be all good, Brian. So it sounds like we'll do Friday. I'm cool with it. I just wanted to understand and make sure folks were okay with it, and I can roll with that. Sounds good.
So Carlos, I was going through my collection today from
Sure.
a kid, and I got a Madonna electric ice from I think it was like '96 hockey.
So electric ice, hold on. Electric ice. I want to say 95, 96. That's my guess.
Yeah, I think it was 95, 96. It was hilarious.
Okay.
I was
There you
like,
go.
this is Carlos. I put it in the front of my top letter.
Yeah. No, I love some of those mid 90s and late 90s cards. I was a fan. Like they were kind of when I got started collecting. When I got started collecting that collection, I had some fun though. I was watching one of the guys put together. So Matt from Essential Credentials put together a little podcast where they were talking about favorite 90s inserts. I got a chance to watch it a little bit later. I was having some fun with it, but I was sitting there like, wait, what about this one? What about this one? What about this one? Because I've got the binders full of them. It's like, wait a minute, I got an example of all of those. What the heck are you guys doing over there?
Was Amish Dave in on that one?
No, he was in the chat though. Like Dave had his opinions as well. He was like, wait, what about this one? What about this?
Yeah.
I was like, thank you, Dave. Thank you.
Yeah.
You didn't get all of them, but you definitely got a couple of them.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's good. He's good about
He's
that.
the 90 guy.
That was our era though. That's why I always enjoy the perspective you bring to it, Bobby, because you've studied the history. The 90s works for me just because that was my era that I started collecting. And it's
Everybody
it's
has their vintage era, yeah.
Yeah, so that was like, I just remember it because I lived that whole decade collecting from beginning to end, and it's just my favorite for that reason. But if a younger guy comes up to me and goes, oh man, I love those 2005 cards, I'm not going to knock it. That's your time. That's your time.
You really can't.
Yeah, that's your time. It's whatever your time is. It's all good.
Maybe not for you, but
Correct.
hey, let them have their fun.
I can still appreciate it. My player played long enough. The one thing that was kind of fun is that Medano played for over 20 years. So he played from 1990 all the way through 2010. So I get kind of I get a cross section, a typeset of all these different years, all these different sets, all these different cards. So I have an appreciation for all these different ones. That's why I made fun. That's why I had so much fun with the off the top when I showed that card. That's a 2020 card. But at the same time, I was so irritated because they included one Medano card in the entire series and it has to be out of 24. You idiots. I hate you.
Wait. Hey Carlos, so that card you showed earlier, is that a 2020?
It's a 2020 card. It's in the 2020 artifacts. It's in the new one. but they call it 2019, 2020, even though it's this year's product.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah. Which is, I was like, but they only released one card in the entire series. It's an insert. It's a patch autograph out of 24. And I'm like, this is the only card you're going to produce. This is it. Out of the entire, you couldn't make a base card or something. This is,
fair.
I have to pay like good money to buy this one card you have.
No, I like that they did that.
It's a nice card. It's a nice card. I don't have an issue with the card itself, but I'm just a little offended. I'm like,
Issue with
really?
the price.
Well, I ended up paying, I think it was, so if I use Jeremy's logic, I saved $100. If I use Jeremy's logic.
Wow. There you go.
Yeah, because I think it went for about $153 US, and I bid like $260 because I was like, it will be mine, damn it.
Yep.
You should have bid 400 and saved 200.
Oh, that's true. Well, if I had bid 400, Bobby, I could have done the buy it now. There was 400.
Oh, is that what it was?
I was like, foolishness, Bobby. Why would I do that? It was
Yeah.
an auction. So I go, all right, I'm going to bid. If it had gone for over 3, I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. No.
See, that gives me hope. That gives me hope for modern, knowing that we can still chase our '90s guys and new stuff, like with jerseys and autographs. That's huge.
There's a rotation. There's a certain rotation of guys. That's why I find it funny that Amit is going to interview Billy Cilio, who's the Upper Deck guy who designs a lot of those sets today. He is the Karvin of the current era. He does his stuff with Upper Deck. But I'm sitting there like, so you designed a set where it has one Medano card and it's out of 24? You, sir, and I have to have a talk.
Because he
We
was
have to-
watching your show and he did it.
I know. Like, I know he did this out of spite. I'm going to find out. The truth will come out. He did this out of spite.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, absolutely. But I just got a kick out of it. At least it's one card. At least mercifully it's one card. Thankfully.
And no parallels to it.
They did that to me with Stature. I couldn't find the stupid card on my Instagram, but the 1 of 1 cost me 400. I was like, I hate you all. I hate every last one of you.
Well, you can get out of Medano when you find another Medano collector like yourself.
Hey, Carlos, I also pulled a Madano out of my binder. I had a binder full of Madanos, or
Sure.
not Madano, out of everybody.
Sure.
But I had
Yeah.
this rookie in the binder, and this thing looks like a PSA 10. The Upper Deck 90 was it 9091? Yeah, 9091. I pulled it out and I had to put it in top load. This thing's perfectly centered, and I didn't mess with it because it was a Madano, you know. So
Don't
the
mess
corner-
with Medano.
No offense. But no, I love Madonna, to be honest. I love that guy.
No, the thing is, I always have this conversation with Jeremy. We always tease back and forth, and I say I've never claimed Medano is any better than he was, but he was a great player in his day, and he was a great player on what was a great team for a stretch of time. And I always appreciate, like for me, he was a fun player to watch. So that's why I started collecting him. But is he the greatest player of all time? I've never made that claim. That would be silly. But I still enjoyed watching him. He was a fun player for me to watch.
Lewis.
Yeah.
Being from Lewis, we didn't like him. You know what I mean?
Sure.
As a competitor.
I grew up in a different time where, it was all Bobby Orr. Everybody loved Bobby Orr. And I was a Leaf fan. And it was so hard to really go for another team. I never really understood that, but everybody wanted Bobby Orr. Right. And I kind of grew up, well, remember, I'm opening packs in 1970, so I didn't get the best year of rookies or any great players, especially.
What, you didn't like Sittler? Come on.
Actually, I was a big Sittler fan for quite some time. He did quite a few things, but the person I had fun watching, and that's what you got to, which was really key of what you said, is I loved watching Boreas Alming. I think he was one of the most phenomenal defensemen of all time, just on the worst team.
That was kind of the problem with the Leafs in the 70s, is that it's not like they were devoid of talent. They had talent. They had players.
They usually traded them away.
Hey, Bobby, let me just say something real quick about defensemen. Is like, I used to play hockey, and I've won nationals in roller hockey, and the defensemen literally run the whole fucking show. All you are is just, if you really know hockey, all you are is just a front man for these guys.
Mm-hmm. Yep, true enough.
So I think the defensemen are so undervalued from that perspective, but
card-wise or player respect-wise?
As an investor, you'll never get that respect, but no, these guys are the most undervalued people you're ever going to see at any
Bobby
sport.
Orr was a defenseman.
I think though it helped that Bobby Orr was he redefined the position for his time, because up until that point, defensemen didn't win scoring titles. He was different. He was something else. So he stood out. He wasn't a standard defenseman, but he could still play defense. It wasn't that he like sacrificed, oh, you can't play defense. No, actually you can do both. And he had the skill level to play both. I finally found this stupid thing. I wanted to finally put it on the damn screen since I talked about it hours ago. So this is the stature 1 of 1. It's a nice card. It's a very pretty card. I like the card.
It is pretty.
Yeah, and it goes with the other ones as well.
Oh shoot! There's very yeah.
Yeah, so there's 3 versions of it, and the purple one is the 1 of 1. So it's a pretty card.
What is this?
I like the card.
Are the other ones numbered?
The red one is numbered out of, I think it's I want to say 35. Might be 25.
Hey, what brand
But it's like
is this?
this is
know
Upper Deck
nothing about
Stature. This is Upper Deck Stature.
Oh, that's why you got the royal purple.
Correct. But it's a nice card. Those are modern cards, and they included them in the set, and I thought it looked good. But it's one of those things where it's like it wasn't cheap. They now it's only because the guy who had a 1 of 1 is like it's a 1 of 1, so it's like, well, I can negotiate with you, and I did. I pushed him, but it's one of those things where you've got the only copy. You've got the only copy.
It's tough when you
2019, 2020.
Okay.
So it's still fairly new. And so that was one variant, and then they made another variant for the same year.
You mean there wasn't a lineup of Medano collectors you were fighting off for?
Well, the 1 of 1, they reached out to me directly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was able to kind of set up a deal. Go ahead.
My best friend literally looks like Mike Badano.
That's probably to his benefit. Mike Badano's done okay with the ladies over the years.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like he could do worse. He could do worse. But that was the thing. Like in his day, Medano was a star player, and he was never the top star, but he was always consistently good. He was right at there. And it's interesting because the thing that always makes it a little weird. Exactly. But what always makes it a little weird, and this is always something interesting, and I guess this is kind of dependent. Medano changed his playing style early on in his later 20s when Ken Hitchcock showed up and they went to Dallas, and he goes, you have speed, you have skill, you can do all this stuff. Play two-way. If you play two-way, you could be a dominant two-way player, but you're going to have to sacrifice offense. You're going to have to give up some opportunities that I know you can go get. You scored 50 goals already. I know that. I know you can do that. But don't do that. Be a 30 to 40 goal caliber scorer, knock it down a couple of pegs, and be a two-way. And they won a Stanley Cup. They went to another Stanley Cup final. They had opportunities. They were consistent contenders for years, and his job was to be two-way. He still scored 560 goals.
Yeah.
Right up where Guy Lafleur was, and that's him sacrificing offense.
Yeah, amazing, eh? That's a good coach.
Hey, Carlos,
Go
I was
ahead.
going to ask, what year did he get the 50 goals? Was that 93?
93-ish, yeah. Right. First year in Dallas. And that was very exciting for the fan base, because the first year you get this young guy who's like 23, 24 years old. He comes in and scores 50. And he's on the Beckett cover with the stick on fire and the whole thing. It's like,
yeah.
And he's a star. And like I said, the joke I made with Justin earlier is like, and the thing is, he looked like you could put him on the cover of any magazine you wanted to. So it's like, he's good at what he does. And you can put him on the magazine cover. He doesn't look like his teeth isn't broken in. He doesn't have any of those issues.
The
It's
Bobby
like-
Clark.
Yeah, it's like, you're good to go.
Yeah.
If you want to market a star,
Did he have buck teeth? I forget.
No.
Did he?
he never had a problem with that.
Okay.
No,
He just had like some weird mouth looking.
that could be. That could be.
It was
But it's one of
it
those
almost
things like,
he had buck teeth.
yeah. But that's one of those things. It's like, it worked out. So
To my best friend, I say that.
yeah. I appreciated that he was willing to sacrifice that. I always thought it would have been interesting to see if he had just gone for it. If he had been just allowed to be like, okay, play like Pavel Bure, just go to score goals. That would have been interesting. As a centerman, also, he would get assists. So it's not like he didn't do the rest of it, but it's like, I wonder what it would have been like. You scored 560 goals anyway.
Mhm.
What would have been like? It's like, go for it. Just go for it.
Certainly upper tier player for sure.
Did he make? He probably made every one of them.
He made a lot of all-star teams. It was one of those things where like he was a consistently great player. He was in the top 10 in scoring fairly consistently. He was right in that range constantly. He was never at the top of it, but that's why I said like they made a decision. He goes like, I'm going to try to help in this way. And they had players who were willing to sacrifice. Yuri Lennon was a very good player. He was a two-way player as well. So you had these guys. It was a fun team to watch. I'm always fonder of that late 90s Dallas team than I will be of the current iteration. I like watching them, but it's not the same. It's not the same. I can name off random people on that team.
Hey, let me ask you this real quick.
Go ahead.
What year did Brett Hall join Dallas? Because that's like when I checked out. And then how many cups did Hall win with Dallas?
95.
He joined Dallas towards the late 90s, but he won 1 cup with Dallas. They played in 2.
Not bad.
Okay.
I like that Brian has the references. Vote for Pedro, Brian. Vote for Pedro.
Really big Napoleon Dynamite. Oh my God, that's hilarious because everybody used to call my best friend. I tell you, they look alike. They go.
Yeah. So no, that's fair. It'll always be interesting. But the thing is, when you're collecting your favorite players, it can be for whatever reason you want. Yeah. And I've always found it silly that people get like really defensive about certain players and stuff. It's like, why? It's like, have fun with it.
My player was Sergei Fedorov, and then out of nowhere, I switched to Joe Sakic in like 1996 because he won the cup. And I gave all my Fedorovs to freaking my best friend, the guy that looks like Madonna. I gave him all my Fedorovs, and I'm talking like 100 and something of them, right? Mm-hmm. And he gives me all the Sakics, which was only like 40. So I gave him like 110 Fedorovs for about 40 Sakics, right? So I got, but it was his birthday, you know what I mean? So I'm like, I love this guy, right?
But you're laughing now.
Sakic. The thing is, Sakic was a great player too. So it's not like it was one bad player for another. No, they're both good.
But let me finish the conversation or the thing. So, anyways, it was his birthday. Blah blah blah. So, anyways, I go to his house 6 months ago, and I'm like, dude, I got to see these Fedorovs. And I look at these Fedorovs, and these things are all just like perfectly centered, like great shape. Anyways,
it happens. It's one of those things like when people were doing trades, it was always kind of an interesting discussion because it was different. When you're doing a buy and sell, it's one approach. And when you're doing like a trade, you're like, okay, we'll send off this stack of stuff.
It was a birthday trade. He got the better end of the deal because his birthday's on June 4th, it's the middle of summer, mine's in December, right? So I'm just trying to impress the guy, right? Anyway,
yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so that'd always be a thing. That's why I always kind of sympathize with the player collectors and stuff like that. Where it's like, look, you collect whoever you're going to collect. That's why Brian said they're Blatty Divac. Hey, it's whoever you like. It doesn't matter. Like, who cares? If it's fun for you, collect that.
That's the best part of the hobby is not that the fun is first and foremost.
That's right. So it's like, collecting the goats makes sense if you're worried about the value and that's your main concern and that's what you want to do because you're not going to go wrong.
But we all like the goats anyways, but yeah, I understand.
Yeah. But it's one of those things where like if you need that and you're concerned about the value proposition long term, well then that makes sense. That makes sense. Sure. Totally.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about that.
Let me just say something real quick on that point because what I did was when I got back in, I was like, all right, I'm going to give me a Gretzky. I mean, how can I go wrong? And then I bought a couple Jordans just to hedge against the Gretzky. But I knew in the long run that I was going to do that to start collecting again. And like, I just knew that if I did that and stuff started going up, worst case scenario, I'm going to be part of that wave. You know what I mean? And then all I was doing was defending all the money I lost in the 90s. It was just a way for me to get back in, and then worst case scenario, if they go up, great.
Well, and that's fine. I think strategically, I don't have an issue with that. I have no objection to that portion of it. I think it needs to be whatever kind of works for you. Because when you're getting going again, it's like I sympathize. I always tease. That's why I had fun with Jeremy earlier on. I was just like, look, I don't care if the manufacturers all go broke. I don't care. I don't care if Goldin goes broke. I don't give a crap. It makes no difference to me. It doesn't. I'm being sincere. Like, it actually makes no difference to me. However, I do sympathize with the collector who is like, well, like, I don't want to spend this money and then like lose all my money. And then it's like, I get it. I do. I totally understand. It's fine. Do what you need to do to feel comfortable. It is supposed to be a hobby. It's not supposed to be stressful. It's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be fun. And that's kind of where I keep pushing back to. It's like, it's supposed to be fun. It really is. I've had fun this entire time because I've never worried about that stuff. But if you need it for security to be like, okay, let me get these things that I'm comfortable will like keep doing their thing over time. And then that frees me psychologically to then go collect some of this other random stuff. Well, then do what you need to do.
Yeah, well, I guess it's fun making money, right?
And that's
and that's fun for me.
We call it gambling, but I mean,
investing. You know what I mean? Like, I collect stocks. You know what I mean? I collect stocks. You know, I collect investments.
You're a hobby stock collector?
I'm just like I got in the stock market the same way as I did with hockey cards back in the 90s. I almost said the 70s, but I wasn't around since then. But no.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question since you brought it up real quick. Since this is down your lane, let me ask you this question. So when you're buying stocks strategically, let's talk strategically for a second.
Right.
When you're buying stocks, are you focusing mainly on the gain of the stock, or do you pick up some stuff for dividends, that portion of it as well?
Okay. So no, I'm all about the gain of the stock. I'm not about dividends.
Okay.
At all, because it depends on your age and
No, that's the reason I'm asking the question, because there's a place in the portfolio to do different combinations, but it says something. The same way that it says something how somebody compiles a card collection.
Stocks that have dividends that have a lot of growth opportunity too, like Visa, for example.
So do you get Visa?
Yeah. That's one that pays. JP Morgan was really cheap because of the pandemic. You know what I mean? That pays a good dividend.
But that's what I'm asking. So for you, that's not the main consideration. That's a consideration. If it just so happens to have a dividend, that's a bonus.
Yeah, you don't pay attention to the dividend in those situations because they're undervalued.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm not questioning that. I was curious the approach that you took to that portion of it, since you started off from the stock side of it. That's why I was curious.
Let me do something. What about GameStop? GameStop's got to be something.
GameStop is amusing to me.
I can't believe that. I mean, my dad's calling me like, "Hey, you see this thing going on?" I'm like, "Dad, don't call me during the week about this stuff." I mean, it's a joke. It'll be in and it'll be out. 2 weeks from now, we don't even know what GameStop will be. Like, we're gonna forget what GameStop was in 3 weeks. This is how the market works. It does the same stuff all the time. It does this all the time with short.
It's not the thing; it's the action, how it happens.
It's just YouTube. It's just YouTube now and making a big deal out of it. It's really a
pretty big deal.
I don't like it.
You know what? I'm not.
We're not.
My nature is to be like, not today, not on this one, not on this
show.
That's a different conversation for later. But I appreciate your angle on it, though. I appreciate your angle.
$7. How's that? Okay,
yeah, exactly.
Good. There we go.
It's like,
get your mind out that. How much is that?
Later. Not today. Yeah. So sounds good.
That's your investment money.
Exactly. Okay. Sounds good. So here's what we'll do, guys. I think it's been a good show, and I think we've hit on a lot of good angles. Thank you, Justin. Thank you for your contribution on this one. Good stuff. I think it's been actually pretty solid. I've enjoyed going through a couple of these different directions and angles because there's been some really good pieces, especially. And I kind of shout out to Ken Goldin for giving us some material, especially off the top, to be like, because he had some stuff to say. I was like, okay, hold on, I got some material to work with here. At least if I'm starting off, at least there's some stuff. I want to be curious to see what happens long term. about the, I will say though, as well, about the whole NBA Top Shot thing. Let's keep an eye on that. I threw out some stuff for you to think about. Take it away with you. Do with it as you will. Give it some thought and think about it. Like I said, not for me, but if you want to do it, at least do it with your eyes wide open. That's my only thing. Like, do it with your eyes wide open. And if you really are seriously considering it, at least then take the time to figure out what the heck the underlying technology is. You don't have to get into the weeds, but just basically understand what it is compared to other cryptocurrencies so that you can decide if it still makes sense. If it still makes sense after that, it's your money. Do whatever you want. Help yourself.
Right.
Bitcoin.
No, but that's all I'm saying. Like, do whatever you want, but at least take, I swear, take 20 minutes, watch a couple of YouTube videos, and at least figure out what blockchain is.
Yeah, that's
and
cool.
non-fungible tokens. You can Google it. I promise you, it doesn't take that long. And then do whatever the hell you want. Go buy all the LeBron moments.
Let me say something about this.
Go ahead.
This Top Shot. So he listed off the name of these
Wow.
investors. Right? All right. So these investors, they invest in over 1,000 companies, right? And they only get maybe 10 of them right of the whole 1,000, right? So he's trying to basically say that these investors are credible. Yeah, they're credible people. Don't get me wrong. They got lucky in a lot of avenues. But they only get lucky on 10 of their 1,000 investments at the end of the day.
Well,
So
the
you
thing though is
can't
if you have
do
enough
that.
money, you can afford to play and put money in a bunch of different investments. And if a couple hit, that's good enough.
Exactly. It's all about that. And that's how that's how they all do it.
The weatherman's wrong half the time through the year, so, and they still get raises.
Yeah. Not exactly like that, but yes, Bobby.
I put it in simple terms.
No, I get it. But
Wait,
I'm looking at Brian. Oh, it's okay. I'm just looking at Brian's message there.
yeah, he's just having some fun. It's all good. But no, I generally agree with that statement though that Justin made. That is true. Because if they're getting good advice, it's like you got to diversify. The diversifying thing means you try a bunch of stuff, and it's not like one thing that's not covered is like, okay, well, how much money did you put in? If it's not a relatively large amount, well, then you're not risking that much. If worse comes to worse, whatever. If it works out, phenomenal, great, good news.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's like it can only work out well for you if it explodes, and if it does, well, then that's a win. You put your money in enough areas where if something explodes, it offsets the one that don't work out, and then you're feeling good anyway. You're still making money.
Yeah, some people that are rich and famous failed most of the times through their lives. Look at Hershey. I think went bankrupt 8-10 times before he finally got his chocolate company going.
Yeah, the founder had to try a lot of things before he was able to successfully build that company.
Yeah. So
That's entrepreneurship.
that is
Yeah.
the risk reward.
I remember there was a podcast that did the history of Hershey, and that sounds about right. He actually tried a lot of stuff before it hit.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it hit, it was big.
Yep. Well, he was going through, I think, even the Depression time, was he not? No, he was a little before that. Well, right around that time.
Something like that. Yeah. The specifics
the best
escape me, but I remember it. Go
The
ahead.
best takeaway I had on the whole interview was the fact that he listed the investors and the fact that in reality, these investors invest in thousands of different things, upon trying to just hit 1 out of 100 every time. You know what I mean? That's the best part about it.
You hit that one grand slam in your life, you're set, though. That's funny.
Right.
Yeah. But they also have the money, though, that it's like relatively small potatoes. That's why I
Yeah,
used
they
that silly analogy earlier about the $50. If there's a low enough amount that you're getting in on, if it's a high risk thing, do you care? If it's low enough, like, okay, give it a shot, whatever. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Not a big deal to me. We're all relative, right? For some people, like,
Yeah.
Hey, Carlos,
millions
can I
of
show
dollars
you,
is not a big deal.
Hey, Carlos, can I show you the 94? I watched the last show I was on. I never showed you guys the 94 refractor Gretzky. Can I show you guys that real quick?
If you show it real quick, that's the last thing before we sign off. So if you want to show it, go for it. Last call for questions, guys. If you want to throw anything in there, this will be the last one, and we'll wind it down, and we'll call it good right at about 4 hours, and we're good.
board went down 3 times, and then a couple times after that, right?
That's probably about right. Sounds about right to me. A lot of these companies have these trials and tribulations. That's real. It happens. It happens.
Well, it's tumultuous times too.
True. That's a fact. Wow, this person's quick. I paid for my card and I already got the positive feedback.
Wow.
They're quick. I just paid for it a second ago. These guys are on it. They're like,
What are you buying?
no, that was the Medano that I showed earlier.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I try to pay for it pretty quickly after I purchase it. It's just to get it over with.
Yeah. I mean, I pay it right away. I don't know
Yeah.
why do people wait days.
Yeah. It's like I'm doing it in the middle of a live stream, guys. That's dedication. Do it right. Get it done.
And Justin, you were talking about another Bork that's on. I didn't see it. I seen the
Was it? I think you said Pristine 10. Pristine 10.
Pristine? Black Label? No, Mabel.
Yeah. No, it's not a black label. So it's like one from the 80s, like one of the original BVGs.
And this is a Bork, right?
Yeah, it's a Bork. And what's weird about it is like you gotta like
Number 2 or
you gotta have like some special search for this thing. Like it's for some reason it's tough to find search wise.
is it because it's on the Canadian site? Is it from Canada or?
Okay, wait. I think I'm in business. Hold on. I might be. Is it the Record Breaker? Is that the one we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I found it. Hold on, Bobby. I think I might actually have it. Hold on here.
Oh, okay.
I might have it.
Oh, I've seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I saw that.
So there's your guy.
The guy went
Yeah.
for that offer. I'm offered him at like 512.
Mhm.
And he turned me down.
Let's have a look at that one. A little closer.
I'll try the best I
Yeah.
can.
Do the highlight. Do the highlight. Carl.
Oh, the highlight? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, because it's actually even better than the close-up.
Still kind of blurry, but sure.
No, it's okay because we're looking at centering and stuff.
Okay, there you go. Best I can do.
I know Justin likes color, but we'll go with centering on this one. Oh, I'm so bad.
I will say I'm not thrilled about the surface on that. Like it might be the image, but it looks like it's got a little bit of almost.
Scans. The scans are so.
It could
tough
be.
to
It could
tell.
be. I'm just saying.
Scratches on the PSA holder. Could be a lot of things. Yeah, that one is
Pretty
so tight.
The guy's
That's
an
nice.
asshole. I messaged I messaged him and because there's a dot somewhere on that thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did see
I
that
asked-
because you don't know what it is, right?
For the record, real quick thing. Side note. This is a pet peeve of mine. If you're gonna bother to do this, I know it's $550. It's not $5,000. I get it.
Yeah.
Are you too good to scan the damn back of the card?
Nobody likes to scan the back because why should I?
At the bare minimum, I feel like you should put 5 seconds of effort to scan the back. I don't think like that's not too much to ask.
I guarantee it's off center, and I know it is.
It could be. It could
Most
be.
of those are.
But I'm saying like this is just a general pet peeve. Just like if I'm gonna pay at least a little bit of money for it, like try.
It's not a $10 card. I got it.
It's like put a little bit of work in it.
Night, Brian.
Have yourself a good evening, Brian. Absolutely. No, it's good policy. Pay the damn card and get it over with and get it done. Get her done. It's not a big deal. Just
That's
pay
important.
the thing. Pay the thing and move on with your life. And then you
I-
can get your card in due
Did you
time.
find that card? Because it's already went up by the time you find it.
Probably, yeah.
That's a good deal.
January has been the biggest jump of all that I've seen so far.
For some cards, I was thinking sure.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll revisit this, Bobby, because we already talked about it. Let's revisit in a little while with the Bobby Orr 10.
Oh yeah.
I want to see that. I want to see that when we're a little further along.
Yeah.
I'll be
PSA
curious.
versus is BBG or is it BGS? I don't know.
think it's a BGS. I could be mistaken. It's with Heritage, but I'm not going to bother with it today because there's still a lot of time left.
Yeah.
But let's revisit that one because I'll be curious to see down the road.
That would be a good
what
one to. Yeah. What are we looking? Oh, it just started, didn't it?
It's still lots of time. Still lots of time. I'm not worried about it yet.
30 days or something.
Yeah. So I'm like, I'm not going to bother spending time looking at it yet.
Well,
It's
it's
too
not
soon.
100K in its first day.
Yeah, but it's the end. It's that end that I'm curious about to see if there's some
Oh, sure.
action down at the very end there.
Mhm.
Sounds good. Any luck with that one, Justin?
Yeah, no, I got it. So let me
You got it? Okay. Hold on. If you want to show your card, I'll give you a chance. Right now's your shot. Go for it.
all right, so do I forget what I do here.
All you got to do is put it in front of the camera, man. Right now, it's all you.
Here we go. So it's got the good centering.
Yep. I like the shine on it. Looks solid. Okay.
That's a nice looking card.
Centering's decent. I think that's good. I think that's pretty solid.
Right
There
there,
it
we
is.
go.
That's better.
Yeah. I think that's a good Gretzky. I don't have any issue with it. Those cards tend to do well. If the centering's good, you're pretty much good with that card because they usually do pretty good.
Right.
Because the peel will give you some protection as well.
Corners and everything are legit.
Yeah. The back centering's a little bit off, but I think you still got within the tolerance, you might be okay. The back centering's not as good, but the front's actually pretty decent.
I love the look on Gretzky's face on this picture if you look at it.
Yeah.
Like he's like staring at the camera.
That's weird.
That's at the end of I like that series just because that's at the end of Gretzky's run with LA.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a little bit of etching with it, which is a good look on a refractor card. That's nice. I like that. It's a good looking card as far as the front is concerned. The centering, I think they'll give you a break on the centering, on the back, but the front is good. If the front centering is no good, they're not going to give you a break.
Right. So
that's the key is with that one.
10.5.
I think the back will be the key. If they give him a break on the back, I think it can clear the hurdle. The front is usually where they'll punish you if you're off.
Yeah, there's a lot of leeway on the back. What is it, 70-30?
I think it's 60-40 it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be 60-40.
Okay.
So it still gives you some leeway. It gives you some room to work. Yeah. But the front's got to be like 55-45 you still got to be reasonably close. It can't be too far off.
Gotcha.
It's a clean card. I think it's a clean card, Justin. You got at least a shot at that.
Good. Nice looking card.
Sounds good. All right, guys. So it's been a good evening. Have yourselves a good one. Bobby and I will be talking a little bit later. We may do another little segment like we did for the other one. It was fun to do, and also we were able to separate it out. And we'll do a similar concept. We'll talk later on, and if we come up with another idea, we'll do it on the live if you want to check it out, and then we can separate it out if you want to check it later, so that you can have same idea. We'll come up with some different themes and things that we can do. Because it was, I thought it was a really good one. I liked it. I liked putting it together, and that's just us talking through what we want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
That was great.
Yeah, and based on your feedback, I'll do Friday. So I think that'll make sense, and then maybe we can talk a little Super Bowl. Part of the Super Bowl, give everybody a crack at doing their own little predictions about it as well.
You have to invite. Was it Chris? No, Steve. Steve.
Broncos.
Yeah,
70.
Yeah. Oh, the Oracle.
The hockey Oracle. Absolutely, the hockey Oracle. Yes, we gotta get the hockey Oracle to talk some football. It's out of his wheelhouse, but I think he can manage.
Yeah, he might be busy. He might be booked up.
Yeah, we'll try our best.
Well, Friday night. Is there anyone else on Friday night?
Well, we'll have to see. No, I think Friday night's okay. I did the shout out at the beginning of the episode for Meat, but I was sitting there like, dude, you literally are doing this at the same time as the other podcast. So I was like, okay, look, I'm going to shout you both out, but like, you're literally doing this at the same time.
And
did you think to do a different day? I've had this conversation with Amit. I died of laughter. I was like, did you not look? He's seen the show before. He's been in the chat. I was like, did you forget they're on Tuesday?
The funny part is sometimes that happens with me. If you do a listing on eBay and you forget it's a Sunday and you go, oh man, I wish I would have known. That happens, but there's not.
Well, he's got it scheduled. Like I said, I said I would at least put it off the top. I talked about it, and they're like, people can figure out what they want to do. So it's to each their own. So we'll see. At least he'll have Billy on his channel, and they'll talk about some Upper Deck stuff, Billy's collections. I think there will be a couple different things they can chat about. So if people want to check it out, it's there. I'll put the link in the description later on. I'll add them both just so anybody who wants to check it out can.
Sure.
Sounds good. Justin, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you hanging out.
Yeah. Have fun.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. Thank you to the chat, Brian and everybody else. We had Sharpshooter in for a while, Hockey Guy, of course, Paul earlier on. So
Charles was here.
Charles was here. That's right. And Jeremy joined us earlier. Jeremy. So we had a cast of characters for sure.
Mason was on there.
Yes, Mason joined us. Absolutely. The first time Mason came on. By the way, guys, don't be shy. I leave the links so that you guys can join in. So you're more than welcome to pop in, chime in, give some thoughts. Feel free. That's the whole point. It's a hangout. Sounds good.
We're hanging.
Thanks everybody. In the East Coast, it is now Monday, February the 1st. It is now the second month of 2021. We made it all the way to the second month here on the East Coast.
This is when everything really kind of started last year.
Don't go there. Let's not start with that.
Well, now it's winding down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. Have yourselves a good
Okay.
night, everybody. Enjoy
All
your
right.
Monday. Take it
Good
easy.
night. Okay, bye.